Hey there! You're listening to Fanfic web novel, where we explore every what if in your favourite worlds. Thanks for joining the family. Grab a seat and enjoy the story.
Chapter 251, The Long Night 4. When Jon Connington, Varys, and Aegon entered the throne room, they saw a tall young man sitting on the Iron Throne holding a sword. The young man's purple eyes stared at them with a calm, silent, but undeniably powerful gaze. Jon Connington reacted the most strongly. He took a step back as if seeing a ghost. However, he soon calmed down and knew it was Enar before him. There was no doubt, Enar was Rhaegar's son. Which was obvious, even without knowing the young man before him. "Kneel," Enar said calmly as he looked at the three people before him. His eyes were focused on Aegon, who walked with the aid of a crutch as half of his leg was gone. Looking at his burned and ugly appearance, Enar knew that Balerion was not gentle and really almost killed the young man. If it weren't for Daenerys, Aegon would have been devoured by the Black Dragon. Jon and Varys knelt, but Aegon stared fixedly at Enar as if lost in thought. He awoke from his state when one of the Sardaukar rudely forced him, making his wounds start to hurt again. Aegon furiously looked at the soldier who dared to make him kneel. He was a prince, the king's brother, not a damned commoner. Jon was furious about this and looked at the soldier with a cold gaze and said coldly, "This is the king's brother, not something you can treat rudely." A heavy sigh echoed in the throne room, drawing everyone's attention. The soldier looked at Jon with disdain and walked away with firm steps, not bothering to look at the man a second time. "Jon Connington." Enar looked at the man with a look of pity. Jon was a loyal man, he was intelligent, but the love he felt for Rhaegar blinded him to the possibility that Aegon was a fraud. "Your loyalty will be rewarded," Enar said in a calm and firm tone. The man before him truly lost a lot for House Targaryen. "But before that you have to understand that my brother was killed." Enar's calm words echoed throughout the place, making Jon's eyes widen and he looked at Enar with confusion. "Your Grace, you should know more than anyone that Aegon may be alive, as well as Princess Rhaenys," he said in a calm tone. He was already ready to tell everything he knew to make Enar accept Aegon as his brother. Enar did not answer and looked at Varys, who was kneeling with a calm and gentle gaze, as if death was not something frightening. "Do you want me to speak or you?" Enar changed his position on the Iron Throne and spoke in a calm tone, without any animosity, but whether Varys, Jon or Aegon felt as if a stone was crushing their chest. Varys immediately recognized the disgusting smell of magic in the air. He raised his head and looked at the young man sitting on the Iron Throne. Those purple eyes stared at him as if he knew all his secrets. "I will speak, Your Grace," Varys said in a gentle tone as he abnormally rubbed his hands. There was no fear or terror in his expression, even knowing that he would not leave this hall alive. "Illyrio and I were ambitious and arrogant young men. We wanted to change the world, I with my countless little birds and Illyrio being a magister of Pentos." Varys spoke with a slightly nostalgic tone, remembering the times he was young. "But we went our separate ways. I served your grandfather Aerys and Illyrio became magister of Pentos with my help. I thought our friendship would become distant, but he sent me a letter, stating that his wife was the last female descendant of Demon Blackfire's lineage." When Varys finished speaking, Jon and Aegon looked at Varys with incredulous and horrified looks. In particular, Jon Connington guessed what was happening and turned deathly pale. His head buzzed strongly as the world seemed to abnormally deform. "Impossible, you promised, you said he was his son, no? That's impossible." Incredulous, desolate, and disheartened murmurs escaped Jon's lips. Aegon simply looked at Varys with a dead fish stare, as if he were just a walking corpse. Varys didn't care about their reaction and continued speaking. "I'll spare you the details, but as you can imagine, I tried to create a good king for the people." "A good king for the people." Enar chewed the word in his mouth before spitting it out with a touch of sarcasm. "An ambitious plan, but full of flaws, especially with my existence interrupting your plans," Enar said in a calm tone, looking at the eunuch who had good intentions. But as a king, he knew more than anyone how selfish kings were. Varys's plan could work, but never forever. When the people finally became stronger, what would Aegon do? Would he dialogue with the people to solve the problems? If he did that, people would think he was weak and would be even more greedy for power. Would he attack? Massacre all rebels, eliminating threats to his throne? Honestly, seeing Aegon, Enar estimated that it would be the second option. He would kill everything and everyone to stay on the Iron Throne. So Varys's plan was full of flaws and many variables. You must understand more than anyone how the people are treated by the nobles. Varys spoke in a harsh and calm tone. He looked at the king, who was raised as a bastard, knowing that the king would understand his thoughts. Regardless of whether I understand or not, you will die for the act of treason, Enar said, looking coldly at the eunuch. But you are right about something. The greed and exploitation of the nobles are a disease that I will eradicate. A glimmer of relief shone in Varys's eyes. He was not afraid to die, only regretted not seeing the future Enar spoke of. Do you have anything to say, Aegon, leader of House Blackfyre? Enar looked at Aegon and asked in a calm tone. As stated earlier, he harbored no animosity towards the young man. The boy was just a pawn on a large chessboard. Aegon's dead eyes looked at Enar. He didn't know what to say for a long time, but the question he asked surprised Enar himself. Did Daenerys ever like me? Enar looked strangely at Aegon. He really didn't expect him to love Daenerys to the point of asking that before him. As Daenerys's husband, he should have been furious, but he only felt pity for the boy. Like? I'd say you were entertainment for her to watch. Imagine a troop of dwarves. You were the dwarf while she laughed at your antics. That is, you were nothing in her eyes but a random laugh in her life. Enar himself didn't know how much damage he had caused the young man, but if this were a game, the red numbers on Aegon's head would show critical damage. If before Aegon's will to live was little at this moment, there was no longer any point in living. Enar looked at Varys as if asking, "Did you really want a lovesick idiot to be king?" Varys was speechless. In a moment of life and death, Aegon really asked about love? Remembering Illyrio's letters stating that the boy would be the best king Westeros had seen, Varys really wanted to open his old friend's head and see what was inside. "Your Grace, I have a request." Jon looked at Aegon with a determined gaze. He looked at Enar and spoke loudly. "Aegon was just a pawn, just like me," Jon said desperately. "He may be an imposter, but he is my son. I raised him as my flesh and blood. In exchange for my life, spare his life." Enar remained silent. He looked at Jon and then at Aegon, who looked at Jon with wide eyes. Only Varys sighed. He didn't know if his sigh was of sadness or regret. However, before Enar could answer, Varys drew a dagger and pierced Aegon's neck. The soldiers immediately immobilized Varys on the ground while Aegon drowned in his own blood. "No!" A desolate scream echoed in the throne room. Jon Cunnington desperately tried to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. Varys was an experienced assassin. How could he miss an attack from so close? "Father, sorry." As he drowned in his own blood, a trace of relief appeared on Aegon's face as he looked at the man who desperately tried to save his life. Varys looked at the king and saw a calm expression. He didn't seem surprised by the events. "When Aegon dies by my hands, your Grace doesn't have to worry about rumors of having killed his own brother. Consider this my apology for causing so much damage to your family, even if such an act is not a big deal," Varys said in a calm tone as he heard Jon Cunnington's whimpering. Enar calmly looked at Varys and did not answer. He would really kill Aegon regardless of Jon's words, but Varys really saved him a few days of headaches. After all, with Varys's extremely bad reputation, everyone would just think that what Varys did was normal. It was in the nature of the spider to kill its prey. Sighing, Enar calmly looked at the miserable Jon Cunnington holding Aegon's dead body. "Take Varys to Caraxes and let him die in what he fears most, fire." Enar declared Varys's death without any feeling of relief or other feeling. As Varys himself had said, the pain he caused House Targaryen could never be compensated. Enar simply ordered Varys to die by what he feared most. "Fire." Varys's face turned pale at the king's words, but he did not beg for his life or try to break free. He just spoke in a calm and simple tone. "I serve only the people and nothing else." His words echoed in the throne room as he was dragged away by the Sardaukar. Chapter 252, The Ruby Throne I. Enar sighed and saw the throne chamber before him. It was a huge underground space measuring more than 100 meters in diameter. Enormous pillars supported the entire chamber, forming a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, steps rose to reveal a magnificent throne. The throne was red, made of a semi-transparent red crystal, allowing anyone to see the flow of golden energy running through the entire seat. The most incredible thing was 3 spears pointed downwards, as if aiming at the occupant's back. It took a month, but Enar managed to build a suitable place for him to start concentrating, At the same time, the ruby throne was specially made to help him concentrate large amounts of energy. Under Lita's eyes, she watched Enar climb the steps. Step by step, only the sound of his footsteps echoing throughout the entire secret chamber. Lita, you can go, you don't need to accompany me at this moment. Before sitting on the throne, Enar dismissed Lita. He really didn't need anyone serving him at this moment. Instead of leaving such a large combat power idle, he preferred to use it to stabilize the kingdom. However, looking at Lita, the orders he was about to speak did not leave his lips. Her gaze could not be more loyal and determined. Sighing, Enar let out a helpless sigh. You are truly my uncle's daughter. Looking at Lita, who didn't want to leave his side, Enar sighed again and sat on the throne. The moment this happened, the 3 spears advanced and pierced his back. The sound of flesh being pierced could not be clearer at this moment. Lita firmly gripped the hilt of her sword. Seeing the king self-harming was more painful than killing her. Enar didn't care about Lita's thoughts at this moment. He was busy feeling the gigantic amount of warp energy invade his body. Essentially, the ruby throne was a device that was created to assist Enar. In addition to helping Enar resist the heavy burden, it served to keep his mind clear of any negative emotions or crazy thoughts. After all, after personally seeing the power of the god of chaos, Enar would never again underestimate these damned insects being conceived at this moment. Enar got used to the flow of energy passing through his body and let out a long sigh. At the same instant, the entire ruby throne began to glow intensely. It seemed that Enar was sitting on a red sun. The entire throne chamber was tinged with a pale shade of red. Lita looked at the scene with a look of admiration. Her reverence and piety increased as never before. At this moment, the king truly looked like a god walking on earth. Lita, call my wives. Enar, with his eyes closed, said in a calm tone and concentrated on purifying the warp energy. The lady of the royal guard bowed and left the place without any hesitation. While remaining alone in the throne chamber, Enar experienced for the first time the sensation of deepening his connection with the immaterium dimension. The immaterium, sea of souls, ether, realm of chaos, warp space, or simply warp was an alternative dimension of purely psychic energy that echoes and grounds the 4 familiar dimensions of the material universe. For Enar, the warp was something more, a collective imaginary of all minds in the universe gathered in one place. A place of entropy, chaos, and unexpectedly order. Even in chaos there was order, a chaotic order, but it was an order. So for the first time, Enar personally saw the warp. A place absolutely forbidden for any human or sentient being to see. Gigantic clouds of cosmic dust moved through a seemingly infinite space. The very laws that govern the universe seemed to be false and adulterated. There were no vectors, sense of direction, or even the word path did not exist in this place. Enar knew that the future of humanity would be in this place of chaos and dangers. Humans needed to pass through the warp during long space journeys. But how do you travel through a place that had no sense of direction? Enar had the answer, a beacon. A beacon that could provide coordinates for all spaceships, which could follow without getting lost in this dimension of infinite proportions. What would the beacon be? Enar himself would be the beacon for humanity. He would be the one who guided humanity to the future he promised, the top of all races in the known universe. When Enar looked at the warp, he soon discovered his future enemies. What were the chaos gods in gestation? Gigantic eggs floating in the warp, swallowing enormous amounts of energy every second. Amounts of energy so great that it would make a space civilization feel desperate. Each of the 4 eggs was of different colors, representing the 4 chaos gods. In each egg, primordial lines appeared on the surface of the egg. These lines pulsed like a primordial and ancient heart. Suddenly, 4 pairs of eyes stared at Enar with intense gazes. Greed, happiness, lust, excitement, fun, and curiosity. He could feel every emotion in the gaze of the chaos gods. It seems you are bored. Enar said in a calm and deep tone, approaching the 4 eggs. Looking at these gigantic eggs, his purple eyes gradually became cold. Humanity against chaos gods. Enar spoke in an extremely cold tone, then he smiled. But if you think you will survive, you are wrong. I will use your corpses, soul, and mind to forge a universe that belongs to the human race. Happy and fierce laughter echoed in Enar's mind, but he didn't care. He could see that his words only made these chaos gods excited instead of truly fearing. Just as Enar had guessed, the chaos gods were truly bored. The struggle for universal supremacy was nothing more than fun for these beings who were born at the top of the universe and the cosmos itself. I really want to kill you, Enar said in a calm tone as his astral body disappeared from the warp. The four eggs trembled as if saying goodbye to Enar or regretting that he was leaving so soon. Opening his eyes, Enar looked at the three women before him with a gentle smile. You have arrived, he said as he shifted to a more comfortable position on the throne. The spears embedded in his back moved, following his movements, but he showed no expression of pain. Husband. Seeing Enar's state, Visenya's eyes welled up, something Daenerys and Rhaenys were also doing. Seeing the three ruby spears sinking into Enar's flesh was extremely difficult to watch. Don't worry, mere pain is nothing compared to our survival. Enar smiled gently and cast a warm gaze at the three women. He knew their thoughts without any difficulty. Daenerys desperately held back her tears and dared not cry. She felt that if she cried, she would be dishonoring Enar's entire sacrifice. Something she could not allow under any circumstances. Brother, let's stop, we can choose another path, Rhaenys said in a trembling tone. She looked at him with a pleading gaze. She felt that they could choose another path instead of accepting that Enar hurt himself. I already said this pain is nothing. Enar spoke in a sincere tone. Compared to mere physical pain, the pressure on his soul was truly exhausting. He preferred to have 1,000 spears piercing his body than the pressure he was feeling at that moment. Without waiting for Rhaenys' answer, Enar raised his hand and 3 drops of blood floated before him. These 3 drops of blood grew to the size of a basketball and solidified into 10 large ruby balls. It looked like the same material as the ruby throne, because it really was the same material. In the next second, Enar injected the purest warp power into the 3 rubies. In an instant, the 3 rubies exploded into an extremely strong and intense light, blinding like the sun and as hot as one. These are the 3 artificial suns, Enar said in a deep tone. Before the people of King's Landing, you 3 must create the sun for the people. You have left behind your mortal bodies, along with your blood, mind, and soul, finally becoming goddesses of my golden lineage. Enar spoke each word, making the 3 women gasp, completely shocked by his words. Enar wanted to deify the images of Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys. This would help the 3 women govern in his place during this time. At the same time, the nobles would be much more docile with the idea that he could actually create sons. Yes, husband. Holding the enormous ruby in her arms, Visenya was the first to speak. She looked at the figure sitting on the red sun like a god observing mortals and showed a determined look. She didn't want to fail Enar's expectations for her. Even if she wasn't used to being worshipped as a goddess, she had to accept this role at this moment. With Visenya's words, Daenerys and Rhaenys looked at Enar and did something similar, holding their respective rubies with determined looks. Enar's gaze softened. He knew it was a cruel task to be a god, but he had no choice and his wives also had no choice. Go and show why House Targaryen are gods among humans, Enar said with a smile. His 3 wives did not fail. Feeling sleepy, Enar knew he couldn't talk for long and closed his eyes, concentrating on his mission. Seeing this, the 3 women looked at Enar sitting on the ruby throne, which shone as brightly as the sun. He looked like a god, but in their eyes he looked more human than anyone else. After all, he was the God Emperor of mankind. Chapter 253, The Ruby Throne 2. Kinvara, I'll leave the religious speech to you. Visenya spoke in a calm tone, her eyes fixed on the enormous ruby floating beside her. She could feel the gentle warmth bathing her figure. After the black sun rose and never left, the days were getting colder and colder. Snow and ice could be seen accumulating every day, showing that the temperature was reaching a deadly point. If Enar hadn't made the 3 artificial suns, she could predict that there would have been mass deaths from freezing. Don't worry, Light of the Imperium. I will make everyone convert to the God Emperor of mankind. Kinvara bowed and replied with a respectful and confident tone. She looked at the increasingly large belly of the woman before her with a bright gaze. Her god's daughter would be magnificent like her father. Visenya nodded and caressed her belly with a tender look. She could feel her daughter increasingly curious about the outside. Yes, curious. A baby who hadn't even completed 8 months was looking at the outside with curiosity. Although she knew that her daughter with Enar would be special, she didn't expect her to be that special. Sometimes Visenya was even a little scared by her daughter's intelligence. But that fear disappeared the next moment, remembering that her daughter was the fruit of her love with Enar. How could she be afraid of her daughter? Regardless of how special she was still her daughter. Will you be as mischievous as Daenerys? Visenya murmured to herself with a smile. Daenerys was the most lively child on the planet, she just hoped her daughter would be a little calmer. However, to Visenya's surprise, she felt a small hand touch her hand that was caressing her belly. After the surprise, a smile appeared on the woman's lips. Her daughter had responded. Let's begin. Standing up, Visenya said with a calm and elegant smile. Like Enar, she was about to accept the idea that she was a goddess. A goddess of the golden lineage. Kinvara nodded and followed the light of the Imperium with calm steps. Red priestesses surrounded the queen while the Sardaukar formed the third line of defense. Visenya noticed this but said nothing. It can be said that after she found out she was pregnant, everyone protected her as if they were afraid that at the slightest touch, she would suffer an injury. A queen's duty. Visenya murmured, feeling that people were paying more attention to her than Daenerys and Rhaenys. The reason for this was obvious, the heiress of the Imperium was in her womb. When she was about to leave King's Landing, Visenya saw Daenerys and Rhaenys with their respective guards. Daenerys was surrounded by gentle and elegant-looking handmaidens. Visenya knew that this was the power Enar had given her younger sister. The daughters of the Emperor. Rhaenys, on the other hand, was surrounded by olive-skinned men, the elite soldiers of Dorne, trained by Rhaenys' uncle, Oberyn. Honestly, Visenya didn't like her niece's personal guard. Having strangers who hadn't received Enar's indoctrination was somewhat risky, especially at this moment. But like her, Rhaenys was a queen and as Enar had said, all three had equal powers. Although Visenya felt she had more power, especially with the Red Faith and the Sardaukar following her. Seeing Visenya's arrival, Daenerys's and Rhaenys' eyes looked at her large entourage with helpless gazes. Being pregnant with Enar's heiress, Visenya was arguably more important in everyone's eyes, including nobles and commoners. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Sardaukar didn't protect Daenerys, Rhaenys, and Rhaella. On the contrary, the king's personal guard actually protected all the queens, even if they were distant 20 meters. Sorry for the delay. Approaching Daenerys and Rhaenys, Visenya apologized sincerely. Being a pregnant woman was somewhat laborious, especially with hygiene care. It's all right. Neither Daenerys nor Rhaenys complained and perfectly understood their sister/aunt's situation. With the three queens reunited, the entire entourage began to move towards the city square, where a crowd of people was already eagerly waiting. Fortunately, the Sardaukar maintained order in the torchlit area. There are many people. Daenerys commented, noticing the immense crowd below as they descended the long steps of Aegon's Hill. Even if the torches couldn't illuminate much, the crowd of people could still be seen, even if only somewhat confused shadows. It's the first speech after the beginning of the long night, it's normal for this to happen. Rhaenys said, looking curiously at the gigantic number of people. She estimated that at least a third of King's Landing's entire population was present. Visenya agreed with Rhaenys' words, the people were really eager for news. After all, there was a gigantic black sun in the sky at that moment. Anyone would panic, especially after a month without any response from the rulers. Fortunately, the chaos would calm down enormously. Visenya thought, seeing the ruby floating around her as if orbiting the sun. After a while, when the three queens ascended the wooden stage prepared for them. Looking at the sea of people below them, the three women had to admit, it was suffocating to be before so many people. Fortunately, Kinvara's loud, gentle, and graceful voice sounded, calming her turbulent feelings. May God bless you. The voice spread to almost 200,000 people, silencing everyone. The long night has come, evil gods have taken our light, bringing chaos and death to our loved ones. Kinvara knew how to influence people, especially in times of need. Create a cruel, frightening, and murderous enemy, then promote a good, gentle, and merciful god. Damn evil gods! A man shouted loudly. Soon after, other people began to curse the gods. At that moment, the herd effect began to gain strength as never before. Hundreds of thousands of people vented their fears, anger, and resentment. They had been full of fear for an entire month, the stress of such a thing could not be simple. With Kinvara's words, all this accumulated stress exploded at once, making King's Landing practically become a blasphemous city before the millions of inhabitants of Essos. However, the God Emperor of mankind showed mercy to the world, bringing salvation to our sinful souls. He gave us the sun again. Kinvara's words silenced the crowd again. The eyes of hundreds of thousands of people focused on her in an instant. Hearing Kinvara's words, Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys held the enormous rubies the size of basketballs and pointed them towards the sky. Under the wide eyes of the commoners, who only thought they were noble torches, the 3 rubies rose to the sky, leaving trails of particles behind. In an instant, the darkness that covered King's Landing disappeared in an instant. 3 dazzling lights shone in the sky, before the darkness was dissipated and the gentle warmth swept the ice and snow from the city. It seemed that a blind man had regained his sight. Everyone just watched the 3 suns over King's Landing with fascination. Many opened their arms and enjoyed the warmth again after a month. They never thought that something like sunlight was so precious before, but now they perfectly understood the importance of light. At the request of the 3 goddesses who pitied humanity's ruinous fate, the God Emperor of mankind accepted the request of his 3 wives and gave them sons so that humanity could finally flourish again. As soon as Kinvara's words sounded, everyone's eyes focused entirely on the 3 women. Under the shocked eyes of Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys, they watched the crowd simply bowing to the limit towards them. How could they, who had always been under Enar's protection, know of the despair, fear, and terror in the first month of the long night? Their act, besides being mythical, was simply a true miracle on earth. Who besides the gods could create 3 sons? Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys felt shivers run through their bodies. This feeling of no longer being human was simply terrifying, but remembering Enar's words and the pain he was suffering, they showed determined expressions and looked at the kneeling, praying crowd with firm gazes.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Chapter 254, Alysanne of House Targaryen I. Enar looked at the scene with a satisfied gaze. He smiled and was very happy with the determination of the 3 women. Only then could the future be easier, even if only slightly easier. Leaving mortality behind would only make them see the world in a more objective and cold way. In the future, if necessary, the sacrifice of a planet or even an entire solar system, they would do it to save humanity. Suddenly, hearing whispers in his ear, Enar showed a cold expression. Because of his proximity to the warp, the Chaos Gods could actually speak directly to him. Of course, they were just strange, inconstant, and definitely crazy whispers. Murmurs of 4 mad beings. Which honestly was no surprise. The Chaos Gods were generated by the warp, practically the collective consciousness of the entire race of the known universe. If the Chaos Gods weren't crazy, he would really find it strange. However, it was really unpleasant to hear these murmurs in his mind all the time. Especially since these Chaos Gods had a lot of free time, which made him suffer a lot during this short time he was so close to the warp. But from time to time some of the Chaos Gods actually regained some clarity and spoke normally, as at this very moment. Enar, why don't you accept my offer? I will give you power. Immortality. The entire universe if you wish. Enar scoffed, hearing Slaanesh in his ear. This Chaos God seemed to have the body of a man with feminine features, a serpent's tail and large horns that rose from the sides of his face. Gender was not really important to Slaanesh. The Prince of Chaos was practically the personification of lust. Perhaps because he was the youngest, Slaanesh wished to be born before his brothers. And to be born faster, Enar was a fundamental piece in his plan. Unfortunately, regardless of his promises, the God Emperor of mankind remained indifferent to his temptations. Even without you, I will have everything you promised. Enar said with a sarcastic tone. You need to practice your dialogues more. A beggar would be skeptical of your words. Practice a little, it might help you in the future, you ugly and arrogant fetus. Slaanesh just laughed and whispered again, before disappearing from his mind. I will take your advice seriously, Enar. Enar showed a calm and indifferent expression. Perhaps he was the first and last being in the universe to actually educate a Chaos God. Unfortunately, there was no achievement for him to receive. These guys are treating me like entertainment. Enar whispered with a tone full of disgust. The plan to hurt these abominations must be accelerated. This feeling of being provoked all the time is not good. Hearing Enar's whisper, Lita, who was faithfully guarding him, couldn't help but look at the Emperor with a cruel gaze. As if to say, that's how I feel. Ignoring the feelings of the Lady of the Royal Guard, Enar waved his hand and 3 more drops of blood floated before him. The process of creating more artificial suns began again. He really had a lot of work to do. However, when he was about to start the process of creating artificial suns, he stopped decisively. He looked at Visenya, who was being quickly escorted back from the Red Keep. With his vision, he could see that Visenya had gone into labor. His daughter, Alisanne, was about to be born. Enar couldn't help but feel nervous and confused when this moment actually arrived. He remained calm even before the Chaos Gods, but here he was, feeling nervous. Which was really ironic, given that he had faced much scarier things. Visenya really didn't expect her daughter to be born at such an inopportune and important moment. But when the process had already begun, there was no way to stop it. She just felt that her vision was filled with lines that made up the fabric of time and space. She knew she was unconsciously using the gifts she had gained in the blood ritual. Suppressing this feeling with all her might, a sharp pain below her belly made her groan in pain. "Have mercy on me, you mischievous girl," Visenya said with an irritated tone to her daughter, who hadn't even been born yet. Unbeknownst to her, Visenya was already in bed while the room was filled with women with water, clean sheets and many medicinal herbs. Honestly, with her power, she felt that these things were really unnecessary at this moment. "Breathe deeply and concentrate, Visenya." Hearing her husband's voice in her ear, Visenya looked to the side and saw Enar beside her. But his body looked strange, as if it were made of light particles, almost transparent. "They can't see me," Enar said with a laugh, seeing his wife's adorable expression. "If you get me pregnant again, I'll kill you," Visenya said, gritting her teeth, feeling another contraction. "It's not just my fault, you're clearly the biggest culprit," Enar said with a smile as he sat by the bed and held her hand. He didn't lie, the woman seemed insatiable after their marriage. "Humph." Snorting coldly, Visenya didn't answer as sweat ran down her face, sticking her hair. She knew it wasn't Enar's fault, but when she felt this pain she really needed to blame someone. The surrounding servants were scared by Visenya's words. Obviously there was no one there, but the queen was talking to herself. Daenerys and Rhaenys looked at the scene and smiled, but both were trembling every time Visenya groaned painfully. They had seen Visenya get hurt in war, but never even let out a painful groan, but now this same woman was suffering to the point of groaning painfully. "I think I'll delay a bit," Rhaenys said with a somewhat scared tone. She really didn't want to feel that pain. "It's okay, I'll go first." Daenerys didn't mock Rhaenys and said with a smile. Although the scene scared her, the idea of having a little Enar beside her was more tempting than the pain Visenya was going through at that moment. Suddenly, the doors opened and Riella entered the room with an anxious expression. Looking at her daughter's pained expression, she quickly reached the side of the bed and wiped the sweat from her daughter's face. "You're doing well, dear," Riella said with a worried and happy tone at the same time. As a veteran woman in this aspect, she knew exactly how Visenya was feeling. "I'm fine, just venting." Visenya forced a smile, but that smile disappeared, feeling another sharp, strong pain. "When you're born, I'm going to hit you, you brat," she said with a fierce tone, promising a lot of pain to the brat who was making her suffer so much pain. This was not a normal birth, as she felt that Alisanne was speeding up the process, which made her suffer much more pain than she should. Enar looked at this and focused his gaze on Visenya's belly. His gaze pierced the skin and looked directly at the baby, who was already fully formed. Curiously, she was assisting her own birth. She can see Visenya's memory, so she was born knowing countless things. Enar murmured. There was a smile on his face. This only showed that Alisanne was the most special of his sons and daughters. However, having someone's memories didn't mean life experience or anything else. The girl had concepts of reality but had no discernment. She was like a blank slate. With a wave of his hand, he let the girl sleep until the birth was over, making Visenya's expression relax. She looked at her husband with a grateful look and heard her mother giving advice about childbirth. 3 hours later. "It's a girl, my queen," the old midwife said while performing the necessary procedures after childbirth, such as cutting the umbilical cord. Visenya, who was pale and weak after so much effort, smiled sweetly as she extended her arms, wanting to hold her daughter in her arms. The midwife handed the baby to the queen and smiled satisfactorily, seeing another successful birth. Looking at the small being in her arms, Visenya still couldn't believe that baby was inside her moments ago. She felt as if she had been punched in the stomach, leaving her breathless. There was a deep void in her chest, an overflowing love and visible concern in her expression. "I'm your mother, you ugly brat." Kissing the baby's cheek, Visenya whispered with an increasingly happy look. "Look, Enar, she has your nose." Looking at the small, wrinkled creature, Enar wanted to ask where his nose was on Alisanne, but seeing the baby in Visenya's arms, his gaze softened. He was a king, a husband, and now a father. A responsibility he would accept with happiness and love. Extending his finger to poke the baby's cheek, he was surprised to see that Alisanne had actually grabbed his finger and held it tightly. "What a powerful girl," Enar said with an amused tone as his astral body gradually disappeared. He knew that was his limit to stay awake. Showing an apologetic expression to Visenya, he disappeared from the room. Visenya felt an emptiness without her husband beside her, but knowing that he had already made every effort to stay by her side throughout the birth, she was already satisfied with his previous presence. Visenya looked at her daughter and whispered in a gentle tone. "Forgive your father, he is very busy creating a bright future for you, my little princess." Surprisingly, the small baby placed her hand on Visenya's face as if responding and fell asleep peacefully. Daenerys, Rhaenys, and Riella surrounded Visenya's bed, looking at the small baby in her arms. "She's ugly," Rhaenys said sincerely, earning a laugh from Daenerys and a disapproving look from Visenya herself. "You were equally ugly, Rhaenys," Visenya said cruelly, remembering that she held Rhaenys in her arms when she was born. "Impossible, I was beautiful even as a baby," Rhaenys said with a proud look on her face, thinking it was impossible for her to have ever been ugly in her life. "She would get cute after a while," Riella said with an amused smile. There was a deep happiness in her expression. Seeing the small life sleeping in her daughter's arms filled her with hope for the future. "Unfortunately, we don't have dragon eggs to put in Alisanne's cradle," Daenerys said with a regretful tone. It was already a sacred ritual for House Targaryen to place a dragon egg beside the newborn. Unfortunately, all female dragons were too young to lay eggs. "It doesn't matter, when she grows up, the dragons should have already laid eggs, just choose one," Visenya said with a smile. Although it was really a shame not to have dragon eggs, she was satisfied with what she currently had. Everyone nodded and began to play with little Alisanne, who was still sleeping. The room filled with joyful and lively laughter. Chapter 255, Alisanne of House Targaryen 2. 8th month of the year 299 after the conquest. King's Landing. Cashin looked at the red sun above the city. The red light dissipated the extreme cold, which made him comfortable and satisfied. He had heard that even in other large cities, people still suffered from extreme cold and lack of food. Fortunately, he lived in King's Landing, the home of the gods. Although food was rationed, they could eat 2 meals a day, which was much more than in other cities. As for the villages, these had long since disappeared. Without the protection of the Blood Angels Legion and the Red Sun, these villages and small towns had already been destroyed. Whether by cold, hunger, or monsters. In these almost 3 years, there were many reasons for a city or village to disappear. Remembering the Blood Angels Legion, a look of expectation shone in the 17-year-old's eyes. The dream of every young person currently was to enlist and be accepted into the Blood Angels Legion, where soldiers finally gained power to fight against monsters. Like any ambitious young man full of vigor to create a legend for himself, Cashin was not immune to the charms of the army. Unfortunately, there were great requirements to join the Blood Angels Legion. The first and most crucial requirement was to firmly believe in the God Emperor of mankind, which Cashin and many young people already had. The name of the God Emperor of mankind had long become synonymous with reverence, honor, and power. Cashin could count on his fingers the people who did not believe in the God Emperor. Those who did not believe in the God Emperor were even excluded from society, forced to live without the Emperor's graces. They had food, warmth, power, and privileges, believing in the God who would guide humanity to the apex of all races. Only a fool would choose not to believe in a being who only wanted the good of the people. The second requirement was to be physically fit, without physical disabilities or serious illnesses. The third was to learn to read and write in a year. Formerly, such requirements were only for the children of nobles, but the 3 goddesses were compassionate and ordered schools to be opened throughout the city, all to teach young people to read. Before leaving home, Cassian made the sign of the cross on his chest, thanking the God Emperor and the three goddesses for being alive for another day, and left home with a smile full of expectation for his future. This scene did not only happen in Cassian's house. All men, women, and elderly people did something similar and started the day with smiles full of hope, even if the sky was eternally gloomy. Cassian and other young people soon arrived at a square, where a tall soldier wearing heavy red armor was sitting behind a table with a solemn and serious expression. Around the square, soldiers wearing golden masks held spears and maintained order in the place. Cassian first looked at the Red Keep, where the gods lived. The fortress seemed even more sacred and solemn knowing that gods actually live in the castle. Cassian's green eyes focused on the soldier in red armor. There was admiration, fanaticism, and reverence observing one of the members of one of the strongest armies in the world. Sanguinius, the Blood Angel and Angel of the Emperor, the Primarch of the Blood Angels Legion, was known throughout the continent. The white flames of purification exterminated true hordes of monsters, just as all other Primarchs and their legions did. Vulcan Makoro, the Salamander's Legion. Titus, Primarch of the Indomitable Heart Legion. Sigismund, Primarch of the Sardaukar Legion, which protects the entire city. Crofta looked at the long line of men and women with a calm gaze. The men enlisted in the Primarch's legions and the women would be accepted into the Daughters of the Emperor or, if they wished, into other legions. But such a thing rarely happened. Women preferred to join the Daughters of the Emperor Legion and serve the three goddesses, true warriors forged in loyalty, fanaticism, and discipline. However, before starting, Crofta remembered the orders of Primarch Sanguinius and spoke in a deep tone. Two new legions have recently been formed, the Luna Wolves and the Emperor's Children, commanded respectively by Primarchs Horus and Primarch Fulgrim. They have opened enlistment. Whoever wants to enlist in these two legions must wait until the arrival of the soldiers of these two legions. Cassian's eyes lit up hearing the words of the Blood Angels Legion soldier. This was an opportunity to quickly rise in the extremely rigid hierarchy of the legions. After all, the legions had just been formed and there was a great lack of manpower. At the same time, Cassian was genuinely happy with the birth of the Primarchs. He felt that humanity was safer with the existence of 6 Primarchs. The title of Primarch was the highest title humans could have. They are beings who share the very blood of the God Emperor of mankind. They were highly sacred beings and had greater combat power against monsters and heretical gods. They were true demigods with powers capable of destroying entire cities, as well as protecting humanity. Just like Cassian, the eyes of countless young people became animated and began to whisper to each other, imagining the images of the 2 newly ascended Primarchs. Crofta was not surprised by the scene before him and allowed the young people to talk among themselves. It would be the last time these young people could truly be so free. When they enlisted in any of the legions, they would be warriors forged in faith, fanaticism, and courage. After 5 minutes, Crofta waited no longer and spoke in a calm and solemn tone. "We will begin." With Crofta's words, the selection began and would probably take a long time to finish. At least 3 to 6 days. The number of young people was really large, especially coming from other cities. Every day, King's Landing was visited by countless people, whether from Westeros or Essos. In this long night, King's Landing truly became the central civilization of the planet. Not even the ancient Empire, the oldest civilization, was safe from this catastrophe. Heretics. Remembering the merchants from Essos and Crofta's face showed a murderous expression. These guys really had no respect for the God Emperor or the 3 goddesses. Such people were considered heretics by all legions. If it weren't for orders, they would have already marched towards Essos and destroyed these arrogant heretics. Especially the arrogant representatives of he had never seen so much arrogance even among the Primarchs. While the selection of new blood for the legions was taking place, the Red Keep was more lively than ever. An adorable little girl walked through the corridors of the Red Keep with a calm gaze. She looked like a small adult, looking at everyone with a deep and calm gaze. Alysanne looked at the kneeling servants with a bored expression. Since she was born, people had knelt before her. Even with her mother's memories, she still found it somewhat strange. It wasn't an uncomfortable strange, but a truly strange. These people looked at her not as a person, but as a divine being. Which she really was in the end. She just didn't like everyone kneeling. These people didn't even talk to her or even look at her. Honestly, it bothered her a little, especially when she had no one to play with. "Mommy won't let me see Daddy." Showing an annoyed look, Alysanne murmured in a calm tone. Her eyes narrowed with a cunning look and she smiled, thinking of something very interesting. "Since you won't let me see Daddy, I'll go to him." Alysanne wanted to see Visenya's expression after she said that, but she didn't dare to say it. Her butt still hurt after the last spanking she got after running away from the Red Keep. Looking at the Sardaukar Legion guards behind her, Alysanne knew she had to get rid of these guys or her mother would know about her plan. The 3-year-old girl's mind began to create a plan and the next second, she smiled cunningly. "Mark, what's it like outside the walls of King's Landing?" Alysanne asked curiously, looking at the Sardaukar Legion lieutenant. Looking at the son of the Imperium, Mark did not hesitate to answer in a solemn and calm tone. "The land is scorched and blackened. The forests have been devastated before the monsters and our war against them. The rivers have been polluted while the forests disappear more and more without sunlight." While answering, Mark didn't notice that Alysanne's small figure had already disappeared. Seeing that Princess Alysanne didn't respond, Mark looked down and twisted his lips, seeing the emptiness before him. He knew that his habit of concentrating on stories had been used against him once again. Sighing, Mark turned around and prepared to report once again that the princess had escaped. He knew he would be punished once again. Chapter 256, Alysanne of House Targaryen 3. Alysanne looked at the dark, damp caves with a curious expression. The underground of the Red Keep was a forbidden area that no one but the most trusted knew about. She herself only knew the way because she had her mother's memory. As she walked through the caves, Alysanne could feel eyes falling upon her, but these gazes quickly disappeared when they saw her identity. The princess knew that they were the Sardaukar hidden in the shadows, protecting her father. Alysanne walked for an unknown amount of time before stopping in front of gigantic stone doors. Looking at her thin, delicate arms and then at the gigantic stone doors, the princess showed a disappointed expression. She obviously didn't have the strength to open the stone gates of the Chamber of Secrets. This greatly discouraged her. Her whole plan was a complete success, but she was unexpectedly stopped by 2 stupid doors. Should I call Sigismund? Alysanne asked herself. Of all the Primarchs, she had the most contact with the Primarch of the Sardaukar Legion. Provided she asked, the Primarch would accept her orders. As Alysanne was deep in thought, the sound of the stone gates opening surprised her. Raising her head, she saw an incredibly tall woman wearing beautiful polished white armor. How tall? Alysanne estimated she was taller than her mother, who was already considered very tall. Looking at her pale blonde hair and gray eyes, Alysanne knew who it was. The woman who always accompanied her father. Even her mother didn't spend as much time with her father as the woman in front of her. This made Alysanne jealous. She had to create plans to see her father while the other party simply achieved her goal whenever she wanted. This was very unfair in her eyes. "Princess, the Emperor wishes to see you." Looking at the small girl of almost 3 years old, Lita's gray eyes softened. The girl was the Emperor's heir, a very important piece in the great machinery that made up the universe. Alysanne's jealousy disappeared the moment she heard Lita's words. A big, innocent, happy smile appeared on the child's face. She quickly entered the Chamber of Secrets and saw a large hall supported by massive stone pillars. But Alysanne's gaze was entirely focused on the figure sitting on what looked like a throne made of ruby. The throne shone brighter than the sun itself, tinging the entire Chamber of Secrets with a pale red hue. It was the god of the Targaryen dynasty that the entire continent prayed to day and night. The god emperor of mankind. But to Alysanne, he was simply her father. Enar opened his eyes after months of being closed. His gaze was much calmer than before. There was a powerful, invincible, and sacred aura around him. This aura was enough to suffocate any normal person. Enar's purple eyes fell on the small figure approaching quickly. She was a girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She looked as adorable and perfect as a doll made by divine hands. A smile appeared on Enar's lips. Even the calm mood he had cultivated for years was destroyed in an instant. After all, it was his daughter, his continuation of flesh, blood, and mind. "Daddy!" After climbing the steps, Alysanne exclaimed before throwing herself onto Enar with a big smile. Enar picked the girl up in his arms and kissed her cheeks with an affectionate look. "Didn't I tell Visenya that you couldn't come visit me, little princess?" he said with a seemingly reproving tone, but anyone could see that there was no anger in his voice. His warning was not without reason. He didn't want Alysanne to come into contact with warp energy, even if it was energy he had purified. However, it seemed his warnings weren't severe enough for his daughter. I came secretly. Showing a proud look, Alysanne looked at her father, then hugged him tightly, as if fearing he would disappear at any moment. I wanted to see Daddy, you never played with me. She whispered in a low, mournful tone. She had never seen Enar in the flesh, she didn't want him to disappear at that moment. Enar's gaze softened. He truly was a terrible father, as this was the first time he had held Alysanne in person. He had never played with her, had not fed her, or even changed any of the girls' diapers. If that wasn't the definition of a terrible father, Enar didn't know what was. However, every time he woke up, his astral body was watching Alysanne, seeing her take her first steps, say her first word and give her first hug. He was there every time, he just didn't speak to her, as he didn't want his first meeting with his daughter to be through an astral body. Forgive me, my little star, Enar said with an apologetic tone. He stroked his daughter's hair and said with a tired sigh, I truly am a terrible father. Mommy said Daddy is saving the world from big bad guys. I'm happy to hug, talk, and feel Daddy's caresses. Alysanne quickly shook her head and spoke in a hurried tone. Although her father had never seen her once since she was born, she could feel his presence beside her at all times. However, the more understanding Alysanne was, the more Enar felt he had failed as a father. He hated the evil gods of Essos even more. If it weren't for these parasites, he would be with his family and not in this chamber of secrets serving as a battery for the hundreds of artificial suns scattered throughout the continent of Westeros. Sighing, Enar looked at his daughter. The girl was much larger than a 3-year-old should be. Anyone could mistake Alysanne for 8 or 10 years old. But this was normal. She was the daughter of Enar and Visenya, both extraordinary beings. She was already born at the top of the planet and the universe just by being his daughter. What do you want to play? Enar asked with amusement, feeling the humanity within him grow more and more. His family was truly an anchor for his feelings. Alysanne's eyes lit up at Enar's words. I am Eamon, Dragon Knight. Enar laughed, knowing his daughter wanted to reenact a legendary knight fight. I am Ryam Redwine, he said with an amused tone as he rose from the ruby throne for the first time in 3 years. The spears detached from his back, but Alysanne didn't see or even notice. She was too happy to notice anything at that moment. Something Enar deeply appreciated. Using magic to heal his wounds, which closed in an instant, Enar descended the steps while holding his daughter in a position worthy of a princess. Lita looked at the Emperor with concern, but seeing the genuine smile on his lips, she remained silent. She watched Enar play with his daughter amidst the girl's proud laughter, who had landed a blow on the Emperor. The weapons were the fabric of the cape on the Emperor's shoulder. The fabric became as hard as wood and molded into the shape of a sword. It seems Barristan taught you well, Enar commented with an amused tone, feeling Alysanne's fabric sword hit his thigh, the maximum height the girl could reach. After all, Enar was about 3 meters tall. He was a true giant. Alysanne reached at most a little below his thighs. Yes, Barristan said I was the most powerful apprentice he had ever taught in his life. Alysanne looked at her father with pride and eagerly awaited Enar's praise. That's amazing, you will be as powerful as Visenya, the warrior queen. Enar spared no praise for his daughter. He stroked her hair with a big smile on his face. Alysanne felt her cheeks turn red from how happy she was at that moment. Everyone praised her, but her father's praise was completely different. She felt euphoria at being recognized by the god that everyone in Westeros prayed to day and night. She finally felt worthy of being her father's daughter. How could this not make her euphoric? Alysanne let out a silly, childish laugh as she looked at her father with clear dependence. Every time you go to sleep I will see you. Enar knelt and looked directly into his daughter's eyes. He promised with a solemn and sacred tone. Alysanne's eyes lit up at Enar's words. She showed such a big smile and hugged Enar, wrapping her small arms around his neck while kissing his face repeatedly. If you don't keep your promise, I'll punch you. Stopping kissing Enar, she clenched her small fist and threatened her father with a fierce tone, or that's what she planned, because in Enar's eyes there was nothing more adorable. Yes, I would never risk suffering a blow from the mighty Princess Alysanne. Enar pretended to be scared and spoke in a hurried tone, seemingly afraid of Alysanne. The girl looked at Enar with a satisfied look and lowered her fist. Let's play more, she said, getting out of Enar's arms. Enar looked at the ruby throne and estimated he had about 2 hours free. He looked at his daughter and spoke with an arrogant tone. Finally a worthy opponent, our fight will be legendary. Chapter 257, Alysanne of House Targaryen 4. Alysanne, who was sneaking through the corridors of the Red Keep, sighed in relief seeing that there were no Sardaukar soldiers looking for her at that moment. However, before she could relax, she felt her body lift off the ground and heard a calm, yet slightly angry voice. Alysanne Targaryen, it seems you're getting bolder and bolder. Looking back, Alysanne showed an innocent look and opened her arms, hugging the female figure. I love you so much, Mommy, she said with a sweet, joyful and innocent tone. However, Visenya didn't believe her daughter's act. As Alysanne's mother, she knew exactly her daughter's abilities. How could she believe that adorable little face that could lie without even blinking? Do you think you'll get out of punishment by saying you love me? Visenya asked with a calm and slightly sarcastic tone. She looked at the small girl in front of her and let out a tired sigh. The girl was really very lively, so lively that she caused trouble every minute she wasn't in her room. Where did you go? Visenya put Alysanne down and asked, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Up until now she truly didn't know where her daughter had gone during the hours she was missing. This was rare as she always had information about Alysanne's whereabouts, but it seemed the Sardaukar were blind and hadn't found her daughter for hours. I went to see Daddy. Alysanne, seeing the look on her mother's face, knew that if she didn't tell her what she wanted to hear, she would be punished for a month. No sweets, no leaving her room, and hours of long study sessions. Honestly, she'd rather die than spend a month studying so intensely. Visenya frowned and couldn't help but smack her daughter's bottom, who looked at her with tear-filled, watery eyes. Didn't I tell you your father is too busy? She knew how hard Enar was working to create a beautiful world for House Targaryen, days and days without even resting for an hour. He had done this for 3 years and would probably do it for many more years. Just imagining how tired her husband was, Visenya wanted to cry and hug Enar tightly. She was truly angry that Alysanne had actually gone to bother Enar at that moment. Seeing Visenya's genuinely angry expression, Alysanne showed a look of fear and lowered her head, not daring to look at her mother at that moment. Daddy played with me, he said he was proud of me and said I would be a great empress. She spoke with a sad, melancholic tone, but didn't hide the pride in her voice. Visenya's gaze softened hearing her daughter's words. She held Alysanne in her arms and hugged her tightly. Kissing Alysanne's forehead, Visenya said with sweet tenderness, I know he's proud of you after all, you're his beautiful princess. But don't go see your father again, he's really too busy and tired. Visenya said with a sad tone. She also wanted Enar to be by her side, but that was currently impossible with the long night happening. Without Enar, the hundreds of artificial suns would extinguish, and when that happened, the fragile ecosystem Enar had created in those 3 years would collapse, and all civilization would truly be destroyed. Alysanne nodded, but didn't mention that her father had promised to see her every night. She felt that if she said that, her mother would really hit her again. Her buttocks really didn't want to suffer any more blows. Come on, Daenerys and Rhaenys are missing you at breakfast. Carrying Alysanne in her arms, Visenya said with a gentle smile and walked towards her private chambers. The 5 women of House Targaryen always ate together, it was already a sacred ritual for them. Alysanne nodded and showed a look of anticipation, she was really hungry after playing with her father for hours. Remembering her aunt's lemon cakes, a greedy look appeared on the princess's adorable face. Visenya, carrying Alysanne, entered the room and saw 3 impressively tall women. How tall? The shortest was about 2 meters and 10 centimeters tall. The tallest reached 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall. They were Rhaella, Daenerys, and Rhaenys. After 3 years, all of them had undergone drastic changes in their appearances. All looked inhumanly beautiful, graceful, and very tall. Daenerys, in particular, had transformed from a young woman with still childish features into a true queen with elegant, mature, and graceful features. However, all 4 women were still slender with modest curves. The ethereal and slender beauty of House Targaryen was still present in all of them and would never cease to exist. Our princess has arrived, Rhaella said with a loving and tender tone to her great-granddaughter. She truly loved this little girl. Grandma! Alysanne greeted her grandmother with a big happy smile. This was perhaps the best day of her life, she had finally met her father and even played with him. All the women present noticed the girl's happiness and imagined that something very happy had happened. After sitting down and placing Alysanne in the chair next to her, Visenya spoke with a helpless tone. She met Enar and played with him for hours. Daenerys and Rhaenys were surprised for a moment, but felt happy for their niece, who had fulfilled a long-desired wish. So they were very happy for Alysanne. "I'm glad that happened," Riella said with a gentle and soft look. Remembering that her grandson was alone underground accompanied only by Leda, a sad look passed through her eyes. Enar's fate was truly cruel in her eyes. Unfortunately, she had no power to help with anything other than matters of kingdom governance, which was now known as the Imperium, and the title of king changed to emperor, just as the title of queen changed to empress. Alysanne showed a happy look and ate the lemon cake with an even happier expression. Seeing this, the eyes of all the women present showed expressions full of tenderness and kindness. Daenerys ate her lemon cake and looked at her niece with a smile, but then looked at Visenya and asked with a calm tone, changing the whole atmosphere. "How are we doing with the envoys from ET?" She was focused on other things and was aware of the recent issues with the arrival of the ET envoys. However, she had heard some rumors about the envoys' arrogance and was curious how arrogant they could be in front of the current House Targaryen. Not to mention the dragons, House Targaryen alone was composed entirely of gods who had the power to move entire mountains, literally. Rhaenys and Visenya's good mood disappeared upon hearing Daenerys's question. These guys are really arrogant. They act as if they're better than everyone else, just because their civilization has survived longer. Rhaenys commented with a sarcastic tone. There was clear dissatisfaction in her gaze. Visenya nodded and said with a tone of contempt, "The envoys from ET wanted to buy artificial suns." When she said this, Riella and Daenerys looked at her in surprise. What was the importance of artificial suns? It could be said that the Order of Westeros survived only because of the artificial suns. Even now in Essos, only Volantis had 2 artificial suns, given by Enar to Kinvara for her great contribution. So, knowing that the people of ET wanted to buy artificial suns truly surprised both women. "They won't exist for long," Daenerys said with a cold smile. "When the situation stabilizes, we will wipe all civilizations off the map. Planetos don't need another civilization besides the Imperium." All agreed with Daenerys's words, even little Alysanne. In her eyes, everyone should appreciate being under her father's grace. "Let's eat," Visenya said. "We have a lot of work to do." All nodded and began to eat while talking about many things, including court scandals. At night, as Daenerys was about to sleep, she glimpsed a shadow sitting in the chair in the corner of the room. "Enar!" Daenerys exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by her husband's arrival. "We have 2 hours," Enar said with a smile as he looked at Daenerys wearing only a transparent nightgown. Daenerys's eyes widened, but she soon showed a seductive expression and got into bed. She lay back on the bed and used her foot to beckon Enar to the bed. "I want my son husband," she said with a low, seductive tone. Enar smiled and got up from the chair. He really only had 2 hours before returning to the ruby throne. "I will reward my empress for her hard work." Kissing her ankle, Enar said, looking at her with a smile. Daenerys just felt her cheeks burn intensely. She never imagined that a kiss on the ankle could be so hot. "Come, my emperor," she said as she let herself be carried away by her husband's touch and kiss. Chapter 258, Locate, Kill and Destroy. 1. The city of High Castle, formerly known as Duskendale, had entirely become a massive military city. The imposing city walls were tall and robust. Enar did not treat his primarchs poorly, simply giving them an entire city to administer. At this moment in the Castle of Angels, a round table could be seen. There were 22 seats around the round table, but only 6 had occupants. Sigismund, Titus, Horus, Fulgrim, Vulcan, and Sanguinius. All 6 primarchs were present, all wearing heavy, thick armor that no human could ever wear, as the armor alone weighed tons. "The Emperor has transmitted his orders to us," said Sigismund, the one who guarded the Red Keep and consequently the Emperor. The bodies of the 5 primarchs straightened and listened attentively, their 5 pairs of eyes staring at Sigismund with solemn gazes. "The nest has been found." When Sigismund spoke, the 5 primarchs showed murderous expressions. "We finally found where these monsters are being born." Sanguinius, who looked like a 17-year-old, spoke with a cold, murderous tone. Others might not know, but he knew that millions of lives had been lost in these 3 years of war. There were so many bones that they could create a mountain thousands of meters high. Every time Sanguinius remembered the horrible scenes in the small towns and villages, his blood boiled with rage. Unfortunately, there was a great lack of manpower. They had no way to protect the continent quickly. Where? Horus, with a shaved head and robust body, asked with a calm, deep tone. The newly ascended primarch seemed especially murderous at this moment. Like Sanguinius, the man utterly hated these monsters. 3 nests were found by the daughters of the emperor. 1 in Old Town in the Reach, 1 in the Mountains of the Moon in the Vale, and the last in Bone Way in Dorne. Sigismund said, pointing to 3 places on the map in the center of the round table. We will go in pairs, each to a nest, he said with a terribly cold tone. The emperor said nothing, but we must not fail. Sanguinius stood up and spoke loudly. The emperor is on the ruby throne providing energy for the artificial suns for 3 years without rest. We must not disturb him under any circumstances. Sanguinius still remembered Old Town. It was the first time he made his debut, but he failed to kill the Plague Apostle, which he considered an eternal stain on his honor and loyalty. Fulgrim, who looked like a pure-blood Valyrian, also expressed himself with a cold and indifferent expression. Sanguinius is right, we need to relieve the emperor's worries. Recalling the figure on the ruby throne, Fulgrim's lilac eyes showed a fanatic and reverent gaze. He could not accept that mere monsters would bring worries to that divine and perfect being. The chain's words are ready to be tested in battle. Vulcan, formerly known as Makoro, spoke with a deep and solemn tone. The runes that make the blades spin are fueled by blood, so the more you kill, the faster the blades will spin. The eyes of all the Primarchs lit up at Vulcan's words. A woman's best friends were diamonds, but an Astartes' best friends were chains words. Even Sigismund, who liked to use his fists, couldn't help but show a satisfied look. He saw the power of the chains words and was more than satisfied that such weapons were the main weapon of the Astartes legions. Let's begin, brothers, Sigismund said as he rose from his seat. For the God Emperor. All 5 Primarchs stood up and spoke at the same time. Their loud and powerful voices echoed throughout the war hall. All 6 walked side by side with smiles, ready to shed the blood of heretics and monsters. Whoever kills the fewest monsters will pay for everyone's drinks all night long. Sanguinius said with an amused tone, ready to fight for entire days. Do you have money? Fulgrim asked with a sarcastic tone, remembering that Sanguinius was still a child and had no money. And even if he had money, Sanguinius spent it all buying toys for Princess Alisanne. Vulcan let out a loud, deep laugh hearing Fulgrim's words and looked at young Sanguinius with a teasing look. Even Titus, who was usually the most serious, smiled amusingly. Sanguinius felt a deep shame feeling the sarcastic and teasing glances of his battle brothers. I won't lose, why should I worry about money? He murmured with a dissatisfied tone. Sanguinius's murmur made all 5 Primarchs look at him with teasing glances. The 6 Primarchs arrived on the balcony of the war hall and looked down. 6 legions were below them. All Astartes and ready to invade even hell. 2 of the 6 legions had fewer than 100 members. These were the newly created legions of Horus and Fulgrim, but all members were powerful Astartes and not common soldiers, so the low number of soldiers was not really important. Sanguinius, I need more recruits for the Emperor to create more Astartes, Horus said with a calm tone. The low number of Astartes was really uncomfortable for him, especially after seeing the numerous Astartes of the Blood Angels, Salamanders, and Indomitable Hearts legions. Sanguinius rolled his eyes hearing his request. He was already helping Horus and Fulgrim, but the man dared to ask for even more. However, as a good friend, he spoke with a slightly annoyed tone. I'll help you, you ugly bald man. Horus remained indifferent to Sanguinius's words. There was a smile on his lips. Astartes. Ignoring the 2 Primarchs talking, Sigismund spoke loudly, his voice spreading throughout the military city. The Emperor has orders to kill and destroy. Kill and destroy. Kill and destroy. Kill and destroy. The Astartes raised their swords towards the sky and shouted at the same time. The powerful sound waves seemed to shake the entire city. For the God Emperor. For the God Emperor. For the God Emperor. The tens of thousands of Astartes continued to shout non-stop. These powerful soldiers forged in blood, faith, and discipline seemed especially animated at this moment. This was the biggest event after the Great War of Salvation. Everyone seemed to want to honor their blood-stained swords for the Emperor. The 6 Primarchs looked at this and showed satisfied looks. These were the Emperor's most loyal soldiers and the sharpest sword against evil and chaotic forces. Titus and I will go to Bone Way in Dorne, Horus and Fulgrim will go to the Mountains of the Moon in the Vale, Sanguinius and Vulcan will go to Old Town in the Reach. Sigismund stated the division with a solemn tone. No one questioned Sanguinius's words and accepted the orders with equally solemn expressions. There was no room for failure, only victory and nothing else. May the God Emperor bless you, brothers, Sigismund said before leaving with Titus, ready to march towards Dorne with their 2 legions. Their heavy footsteps echoed throughout the Castle of Angels. We will see each other again soon, brothers. Sanguinius left with a smile on his face and Vulcan followed the young man with a helpless expression. Sanguinius was too lively for him, who preferred the company of the forge. Horus and Fulgrim exchanged glances and also left with calm and deep expressions. Like their brothers, both were ready to march towards the Mountains of the Moon in the Vale. Enar, who was back on the ruby throne, looked at the scene with a satisfied look. The 6 Primarchs were acting like true brothers, something he liked to see among the Primarchs. However, these nests appearing in these places is quite specific. Enar murmured to himself with a thoughtful look. He didn't think the evil gods chose these places randomly. They are probably specific points in the fabric of reality where they are more fragile, which allows more divine power to pass to the planet. Enar said with an increasingly malicious smile. Although such places were good for the evil gods to exert their power, they were also a bridge that connected the gods to the planet. And everything that comes can return by the same path. I have to send some things to my blood sons, Enar said with a smile. He looked at the red sphere in front of him with a sarcastic look. I hope they like my gifts. I prepared them with much care and love, much love. Enar murmured, letting out a villainous laugh, making Leda look at the Emperor with an amused expression. Chapter 259, Locate, Kill and Destroy. 2. Sanguinius wielded his custom chains word with a happy look. The spinning blade tore through the monsters with a brutality no other bladed weapon could match. The scene was extremely brutal and bloody. Blood and internal organs splattered across the ground as Sanguinius casually tossed aside the body of a carriage-sized monster. The Primarch's red eyes stared at the approaching city with a cold gaze. The city no longer held its 6,000-year-old glory, it had become a true ruin infested with monsters. The tower symbolizing House Hightower was a mere shadow of its former self. Half of the tower had collapsed, while the remaining part was consumed by black thorns that looked especially terrifying. However, Sanguinius's and Vulcan's eyes were focused on the old September of the 7-faced god. The place was obviously destroyed, but what caught their attention was the strange structure. Strange because it seemed to be made of flesh, it pulsed as if it were a heart, and it exuded a putrid, disgusting smell. Bestial roars could be heard from within the structure of flesh and blood. The nest, Vulcan said with an indifferent tone, looking at the entity responsible for the deaths of hundreds or millions of people in Westeros. The nest was a true weapon of mass destruction used by the gods of Essos. At the same time, this same nest had almost driven humanity to extinction countless times in the past. There were 3 in Westeros and at least 5 in Essos, showing how large the population of Essos was. Sanguinius snorted coldly and spoke with a murderous tone. We will destroy this thing and deliver the gift the Emperor prepared for these gods. Vulcan nodded and was eager to see the power of the gift. According to the Emperor's words, this world would gain 3 more sons for a few minutes. Just imagining the scene made the usually expressionless Primarch's face show a fierce smile. The 2 Primarchs, with 2 legions accompanying them, quickly arrived at the city in grand style. The purest brutality began the moment the ruins of Old Town were invaded. The Astartes, with their chains words, brutally killed the monsters. Blood, guts, and internal organs flew everywhere. These monsters, who killed humans as if they were chickens, were now as easily killed as chickens. Making his chains word tear a monster in half, Vulcan kicked the monster's body aside and continued killing as his armor became increasingly covered in blood. Every time the sound of the chainsaw tearing flesh was heard, the Primarch reaped a monster with even greater ease than the Astartes. At the same time, the gift that every Primarch possessed revealed itself. The ground beneath Vulcan transformed into lava due to the extremely high temperature his body exuded. With every step he took, the ground quickly heated up and turned red and yellow. Vulcan's chainsword began to spit lava as if it were a volcano. The sound of the chainsaw became even more terrifying at that moment. The disgusting smell of burning monster flesh hung in the air as the Primarch advanced against a horde of monsters. Suddenly, Vulcan, who was killing a large number of monsters, stopped and looked ahead with a surprised gaze. The reason for his surprise was simple. There was an enormous monster before him. As tall as a small wall, several tens of meters high, its body resembled a completely deformed deer with 3 heads and large horns made of flesh. The monster let out a sharp, piercing, weeping sound, as if it were eternally suffering. Its size, appearance, and the feeling of terror were enough to kill a person from fright. It was the first time Vulcan had seen such a large monster. He estimated that this monster was enough to destroy an entire region. Fortunately, they arrived before such a beast could roam the continent. "Wow, what a big guy," Sanguinius said, posing next to Vulcan, with a surprised tone upon seeing the enormous monster. "It seems the nest sensed the danger and gave birth to an abomination to protect itself," Vulcan said with a calm and indifferent tone. His brown eyes stared at the monster with a cold gaze. "No matter the size, it will die the same way," Sanguinius replied to Vulcan's words with a slightly interested tone in fighting such a monster. However, since Vulcan found the monster first, he had to ask his brother's permission. "You can fight, I will destroy the nest." Vulcan understood Sanguinius's intentions and didn't mind. If he were younger, like Sanguinius, perhaps he would hunger for glorious battles, but he cared more about the mission than facing a new monster. Sanguinius smiled upon hearing Vulcan's words. "Thank you, brother," he said happily. His chainsword began to operate at full force as white flames covered the entire sword/chainsaw. Without waiting for Vulcan's reply, Sanguinius spread his white wings to their fullest extent and flew towards the monster. There was a wide smile on the face of the Primarch of the Blood Angels. Instantly arriving above the monster, Sanguinius brandished his chainsword. The spinning blades rotated extremely fast as they tore through everything in front of them, regardless of hardness or texture. Sanguinius mentally thanked Vulcan for creating such perfect weapons. This feeling of cutting so brutally was to his liking and that of all Primarchs. Real men must tear the enemy apart. The middle head of the demonic deer was cut in half as Sanguinius's white flames consumed the creature's flesh and blood, purifying it. Sanguinius had a smile on his face as blood flew everywhere, including on himself. But the monster Sanguinius was fighting was not a mere monster, it was almost like a guardian of the nest, made precisely to protect it. Besides being extremely strong, it had an incredibly high healing factor. The next moment, the deer's 3rd head was completely intact as if it had never been opened by the Blood Angel's Primarch's chainsword. Sanguinius showed no fear, on the contrary, he became even more excited. He was at his peak, seeking battle and glory, he even preferred a difficult opponent to kill. The monster let out a loud roar from its 3 heads. The sound waves silenced the ruins of Old Town for a moment, but a second later the entire city trembled as if it were being hit by an earthquake. But it wasn't an earthquake. Sanguinius looked at the largest horde of monsters he had ever seen with a smile. Looking at the Blood Angels Legion, he spoke loudly. "Whoever returns home with a clean sword will clean the bathrooms for an entire month." As soon as he said that, the Astartes, who were already committed to killing the monsters, became even more brutal and murderous. No one wanted to clean the bathroom, especially the bathrooms of the military city High Castle. Turning his gaze back to the monster, Sanguinius said, "Where were we?" "Oh, that's right, I was killing you," he said with a wide smile on his face as he advanced against the monster again. The chainsword roared even louder and directly tore one of the monster's heads, but Sanguinius gave the creature no chance to retaliate and attacked again, cutting the 2nd head instantly. Unfortunately, before continuing the 3rd attack, he was thrown backward by one of the deer's hooves, which hit him squarely. Sanguinius looked at the leg that had grown in place of one of the heads with a shocked expression. He was caught off guard by this. He truly hadn't imagined that the monster could create another limb on another part of its body. However, knowing this, Sanguinius became more alert and dared not underestimate the evil creature. As the Emperor said, when the lion fights the rabbit, he uses all his strength. Remembering these words, Sanguinius admired the Emperor's wisdom and attacked again. This time he attacked with full force. White flames accompanied the chainsword, cutting the entire monster in half. The white flames covered the monster's body in an instant, purifying the divine power within the monster before him, preventing regeneration from occurring again. Sanguinius landed on the ground and took a deep breath. He looked at the gigantic monster cut in half with a satisfied expression. His strength had grown again. It would have been impossible for him to do this 3 years ago. Suddenly, while Sanguinius was among his Astartes, who were relentlessly killing the horde of monsters, his red eyes focused on the nest, more specifically on Vulcan. At that moment, the Primarch of the Salamander's Legion had picked up a very curious item. It was no bigger than a baseball, it looked like a blood crystal, but Sanguinius felt a horrifying amount of power within that small ruby ball. Although he knew it was a bomb, the Emperor said it was somewhat small, but he was talking about the ruby ball, not the explosion. Vulcan didn't hesitate and threw the ruby ball at the nest as if someone were throwing something in the trash. The ruby left Vulcan's hand and began to glow intensely. The next moment, a red glow covered the entire city. Then there was nothing for 5 seconds before chaos began. The shockwave swept everything within a 10-kilometer radius. All the already fragile buildings of Old Town were reduced to nothing. However, what truly impressed happened the next second. A gigantic mushroom-shaped fireball rose into the sky. At that moment, everyone within a 500-kilometer radius could see a second red sun rising into the sky. Sanguinius and Vulcan observed the divine power of the god Emperor firsthand. They couldn't help but marvel at the Emperor's power. It was something no one could resist, even if they didn't want to. Enar, who was on the ruby throne, felt his first gift explode and looked towards Old Town. A smile appeared on his lips. No one knew, but this explosion was just a smokescreen. The true gift had already arrived in a place no human had ever reached before. Although he had lost connection with it, Enar knew that the gift had exploded on some unlucky god. Since the gods could send something to the planet, he could also send something to the dimension where the gods resided. Let them taste their own poison for the first time in their immortal lives. Which god he had hit he didn't know, but he didn't care. He had many enemies, and if he hit any of the gods he would be immensely satisfied. Unfortunately, I cannot see the expression of the unlucky god who was hit by me. Although it was a shame not to have seen something so interesting, Enar closed his eyes and patiently waited for the other explosions. I said, "It's a gift prepared by me with great care and love," Enar whispered with a sarcastic and ironic tone. Chapter 260, Locate, Kill and Destroy. 3. As Enar was about to rest, he looked towards the Vale of Arryn and then towards Dorne with a smile. At that moment, 3 gigantic explosions rose into the night sky, illuminating the continent for the first time in 3 years. It seems the 3 groups are very synchronized. The joint training was put to good use, Enar whispered with a satisfied look. He felt that the Primarch's training was going very well. Looking at the billions of futures, Enar showed a contemplative gaze. My Primarchs must gather before initiating the Great Crusade. It was completely unrealistic for him to want to conquer an entire galaxy with him as commander. He couldn't be everywhere, and such a thing would only delay the Great Crusade much longer. So the Primarchs were essential for him to conquer the galaxy in the shortest possible time. As for this time, since it was on a galactic scale, Enar wanted to finish it in less than 1,000 years. Yes, 1,000 years. Everything involving the universe can no longer be measured on a scale of just a few hundred. Conquering planet after planet is time-consuming, especially if these planets have advanced civilizations. Such wars could last decades or even hundreds of years. Enar was not in a hurry, especially with civilizations older than humanity and even more technologically advanced. Humanity needed time to mature and become a truly strong race. Rob's son, Marjorie's son, Myrcella's son. Arianne has to give me another child. Daeron will be a great lord and cannot be a Primarch, Enar murmured in a calm tone. Princes and princesses would already be powerful. How could he give more power to his descendants? He knew that if he gave too much power to his descendants, they would likely have thoughts they shouldn't have, especially regarding the throne. Although he wasn't afraid, chaos meant that the chaos gods could have another weapon against him. Enar planned to balance all sides to create an equilibrium where no one could be too strong, where only he was supreme. Being emperor means balancing power within the Imperium. Even his sons and daughters were included in this plan. Gradually closing his eyes, Enar smiled, thinking that Daenerys and Rhaenys were pregnant. However, thinking about his son with Daenerys, Enar's mood calmed. I will give you all the love and affection a father can give, but if you still become what you desire, don't blame me for being cruel, Aegon, Enar murmured before focusing on purifying the warp energy again. At the same time, the murmurs of the Chaos Gods returned with full force, which he completely ignored. Vale of Arryn, Mountains of the Moon. Horus and Fulgrim looked at the mushroom-shaped fireball with bright eyes. The Emperor is powerful, Fulgrim said with a genuine tone of admiration and reverence. He is our god, of course he is powerful, Horus said in a calm tone, but like Fulgrim he also admired Enar's strength. This only strengthened his loyalty, and he knew that Enar was the only way for humanity to escape the evil gods. With the destruction of the nests, humanity in Westeros can finally breathe a sigh of relief, Fulgrim said with a gentle and warm smile. Just remembering the affection and love he received from the people made him feel like he had infinite energy. Yes, we will sweep all monsters from Westeros and then head to Essos. The people need to be under the grace of the God Emperor of mankind, Horus said in a solemn tone. Remembering the continent that enslaved him, there was genuine fury in his eyes. If his captors weren't dead, he would make them know the pain of being slaves. Fulgrim looked at Horus and instantly knew his friend's thoughts. However, everyone had a right to vengeance, and the Emperor himself, who was omniscient, did not speak against it, so the Primarch of the Emperor's children said nothing against his friend's desire for revenge. We will clear the region and then clear the continent. When we return to King's Landing, the women will throw flowers on our heads. Fulgrim placed his hand on his friend's shoulder to show support and said with a proud smile. Almost all the flowers died, the only ones that survived are in the greenhouses under the light of artificial red suns. Horus rolled his eyes and said in a calm tone. He looked at his helpless friend and walked towards the few members of the Luna Wolves Legion. Fulgrim shrugged and followed his friend with a smile. Although there were no flowers, he was sure he would return to King's Landing under the highest honors and accolades, admired by the people and rewarded by the God Emperor himself. Just the thought of seeing that perfect being again made the Primarch's steps quicken. Dorne Boneway. Titus and Sigismund were amidst hundreds of monstrous bodies. The black blood, organs, and guts made the environment extremely unpleasant. The smell was the worst thing, but both Primarchs had calm and indifferent expressions. Although the smell was truly bad with their super senses, they had priorities, and the smell was definitely not one of them. Are we going to Dorne? Titus asked with a surprised tone. Yes, the Prince of Dorne is being quite problematic for the Emperor's mistress, Sigismund recalled Enar's orders and spoke in a cold tone. All 6 regions of Westeros had pleasantly accepted the Emperor's rule, only Dorne was still resisting. The biggest resistor was the Prince of Dorne himself, Doran Martell. He still refuses to hand over his armies to the Imperium. Sigismund's eyes grew cold mentioning the fact. He couldn't believe people could be so stupid. Without the Emperor's artificial sons, Dorne wouldn't even exist at this moment, but Doran still refused to hand over Dorne's military power. If it weren't for the Emperor's benevolence towards the people, he would have long advised the Emperor to take back the artificial sons. Titus's eyes also grew cold hearing his brother's words. If Doran Martell is so ignorant, let him abdicate and Princess Arianne take the Sunspear seat of Dorne. For any other noble it was completely impossible to make a lord of a great house abdicate, but the brothers were Primarchs, demigods of Enar's golden lineage. They had the right to force any abdication for the survival of humanity. Looking at the Sardaukar and Indomitable Heart legions, covered in blood but still in perfect discipline and order, Titus's eyes showed a quick touch of satisfaction. Let's finish this quickly and clear the Dorne region. Then we will depart for Essos with our Primarch brothers, Titus said in a solemn tone. Everyone must open their arms and accept the Emperor's graces. The continent of Essos will know the love of the God Emperor of mankind. Sigismund nodded and marched towards Sunspear, the home of House Martell. Arianne was lying on large cushions while eating some fruits that commoners couldn't even taste during the long night. The Princess of Dorne was watching a play with her cousins. Arianne, my lord you locked under house arrest. When the Emperor finds out, I fear that Prince Doran. Tyene, Arianne's great friend, showed a worried expression about her uncle's situation. Tyene didn't need to continue for Arianne to understand the implications of her cousin's words. The desert princess's dark eyes narrowed, remembering the ungrateful man who hadn't visited her for 3 whole years. However, she knew it wasn't his fault. Looking at the red sun above Sun Spear, Arianne knew that it was powered by Enar's energy. All artificial suns were like that. She couldn't even imagine how much power the Emperor had to achieve such a feat. A god. A murmur escaped Arianne's seductive lips. There was a smile on her lips. Although there was no love in their relationship, she had something more valuable than love. Respect and companionship, something she greatly appreciated. Especially after being practically excluded by all the lords of Dorne, who didn't want her as Lady of Sunspear and Princess of Dorne. The reason for this was simple: the reforms of the Three Queens were too cruel to the nobles. Not only was it forbidden to raise a private army, but the right to create and destroy laws was no longer in the hands of the nobles. Besides a small number of troops used to defend castles, nobles could not exceed a certain number, or they would receive a visit from the Imperium's cruelest organization. The Inquisition. Men and women dressed in clerical robes and red masks. This organization was commanded by the Red Church itself, which changed its name years ago. The cult of the God Emperor of mankind. Arianne heard stories of the Inquisition. They were fanatics among fanatics. Any disrespect to the God Emperor was an extremely serious crime. Not following the laws of the Imperium was only below the crime of disrespecting the Emperor. Remembering the Emperor's mouth that made her feel so much pleasure, Arianne's lips curved into a smile. If these fanatics heard this, they would try to kill her for blaspheming against the Emperor. "Don't worry, he won't die," Arianne replied casually. "At most, he'll be imprisoned in his room for life." This punishment was still light, especially considering the miserable fate of the noble houses of Dorne. "Dear father, you cannot blame me, only blame your despicable prejudice." Arianne murmured with indifference to her father's fate. Since Doran wouldn't treat her as a daughter, she wouldn't treat him as a father either. Chapter 261, Locate, Kill and Destroy. 4. Doran Martell, the ruler of Dorne, sat in his wheelchair, looking at the gigantic army before him. The shortest were about 2 meters tall, the tallest were simply inhuman in terms of height. They were the strongest armies in the world, the Sardaukar Legion and the Indomitable Heart Legion. Doran knew he had angered those he shouldn't have and was suffering the consequences now. However, he showed no regret or fear. He was a Martell and would bow to no one, not even the so-called God Emperor of mankind. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Doran repeated the ancient motto of House Martell and fixed his gaze on the two Primarchs. They were enormous and fanatical aberrations. Doran Martell, the Emperor has orders, kneel and receive the imperial decree. Sigismund looked at Doran and spoke in a firm, unquestionable tone. He didn't care if the man before him couldn't walk or anything else. The Prince of Dorne narrowed his eyes but remained still and didn't even respond to the Primarch's words. All the lords and ladies present felt the atmosphere grow increasingly intense and suffocating. Everyone looked at Doran, awaiting his words. They only dared to defy the Emperor's orders because of Doran, who was a lord of a great house. Noticing Doran's telling silence, Titus, who usually cared about nothing but his mission, stepped forward and stood a few centimeters from the Prince of Dorne. The man was a dwarf compared to Titus's height. Looking down, he asked in a calm tone, "Are you refusing to receive the imperial decree?" His calm yet powerful voice spread to all who could hear. There was no murderous intent or even arrogance, just a depth that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Raising his head and looking at Titus, Doran replied in an equally calm tone, "I am not a slave, I will not kneel to anyone. Not even your God Emperor." When Doran said this, all members of both legions turned their heads and looked at Doran with silent gazes. Swords were drawn as the atmosphere reached its peak. Sigismund and Titus never thought Doran could be so arrogant. Looking at the small man before him, the eyes of both Primarchs changed from indifference to cold stares. Sigismund moved, used his hand, and picked up Doran like an adult picking up a small child. But unlike the gentleness of holding a child, the Primarch threw Doran to the ground with force. A groan escaped Doran's lips as the cold floor of the old palace made contact with his body. How could Dorne's soldiers stand by and watch their sovereign be treated that way? They took a few steps and pointed spears at those who protected him from the monsters. According to the imperial law of humanity's survival, enacted by the Emperor of Humanity himself, the Primarchs have the right to take control of a region in a state of risk. Sigismund looked at the ailing man on the ground with a cold and slightly murderous tone. As Primarch of the Sardaukar Legion, I declare you, Doran of House Martell, unfit to continue as Prince of Dorne and Lord of Sunspear. You will be imprisoned in the palace and will not be allowed to leave until further notice. Failure to comply with these orders will result in the suspect's death. Do you accept or refuse? Sigismund asked, his chains word in hand, ready to be used again. He would take the Prince of Dorne's life the moment he refused to follow the Emperor's laws. Doran showed no fear even in this situation. He sat on the ground and looked at Sigismund, who was about to kill him, with a calm gaze. As Doran was about to refuse and die like a true Martell, a feminine, lazy voice sounded. He accepts, my Lord Primarch. Doran looked at Arianne with a cold and deep gaze. He had never felt hatred towards his daughter, but at this moment he felt a touch of hatred for his own daughter. He only wanted the good of House Martell, but Arianne only cared about the power she would have, never truly caring about House Martell. It doesn't matter if he refuses or not, my lord. The Emperor's orders are the most important thing right now. Arianne spoke, smiling gently at the gigantic man before her. She looked like a child before an adult. Sigismund looked at the Emperor's mistress with a deep gaze. However, thinking of Enar's orders, he averted his gaze from Doran and spoke. Doran of House Martell will abdicate his titles, and the eldest daughter of Doran, Princess Arianne, will assume the region of Dorne. You have no right to speak this way to our prince. Franklin Fowler, Lord of Skirich, didn't get a chance to finish speaking. Titus appeared in front of him and simply punched him. The lord of one of Dorne's most powerful houses was hit and flew backward, hitting a wall. Blood spread instantly. Franklin's body moved for a moment before stopping completely. A terrifying silence hung in the air. Many eyes widened, seeing the Lord of House Fowler die before their eyes. Along with House Ironwood, House Fowler and House Martell were the most powerful noble houses in Dorne. Does anyone else want to defy the Emperor's orders? Titus asked in a terribly cold tone. The walls and floor of the old palace began to freeze, showing that Titus was about to use his powers. The motto of House Martell was only for House Martell. These lords who followed Doran did not have the courage to even fight against the Emperor's legions, which could be seen by the silence around them. Princess Arianne, Dorne is yours. Sigismund looked at Arianne and spoke in a calm tone. I hope Dorne's armies arrive at the capital as soon as possible. I will make it happen as soon as possible, Lord Sigismund. Arianne smiled warmly. Although Enar was not present, she felt safe, as it seemed he was always protecting her. Take my dear father to his chambers. Arianne ordered in a cold and noble tone. She had been trained to be the ruler of Dorne and knew exactly how to act like one. The soldiers hesitated for a moment but still gently carried Doran to his chambers. As he was carried, Doran's eyes always remained on Arianne. You will destroy our traditions for your thirst for power, he said in a cold tone, looking at Arianne with a piercing and powerful gaze. Arianne wanted to laugh at Doran's words. The world was changing. Those who didn't follow the flow would disappear. No one could be against the changes made by Enar. Instead of saying she was destroying traditions, it was more appropriate to say she was saving House Martell. However, her father's mentality was too antiquated to accept her words, so Arianne didn't bother to respond to Doran's words. She would respond with actions instead of words. She would show that she was thousands of times better as a ruler than Doran. Dorne would become greater in her hands, even greater than when Nymeria arrived in Dorne thousands of years ago. Sigismund nodded, seeing that Arianne had a strong temperament. Only then could someone control these rebellious noble houses. Looking at the new princess of Dorne, Sigismund spoke in a solemn tone. Princess Arianne, the legions will clear the monsters from Westeros. When we are done, there will be no more monsters on this continent. When he said this, Arianne's eyes lit up. Because of the monsters, not only had the population drastically decreased, but trade was also greatly affected. Without the monsters, the population could grow again, and trade could be re-established. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Sigismund. On behalf of all the people of Dorne, I thank you. Arianne bowed and thanked him with a sincere tone. Without monsters, life in Westeros could finally flourish again. Sigismund nodded, apparently satisfied with this princess's thoughts. Under her regime, Dorne would be much easier to control. They wouldn't need to kill everyone, which would save unnecessary time and food. I have no time to waste, princess, Sigismund said as he walked towards the legions. We will cleanse Dorne of any filthy dirt. Arianne nodded with a wide smile on her lips. Years of planning, and she finally became Princess of Dorne. She wanted to scream with joy, but as she was still before all the lords and ladies of Dorne, she remained silent with only a smile on her lips. On the other side, Sigismund and Titus were already outside Sunspear. "We will finish the cleansing and begin the Great Crusade." Sigismund spoke in a calm tone. His eyes were brighter than ever. Titus also had a small smile on his eternally serious face. He was also happy to bring the love of the great emperor to the heretical peoples and civilizations. "Let's go," Sigismund said with a solemn look. Chapter 262, The First Great Crusade I. With the long night, traveling became complicated, especially at sea. As there was no way to locate oneself in the Sea of Darkness, maritime travel practically disappeared. The only ones who could move through the sea were cities that had some magical heritage. Bravos, Qohor, and other free cities could hold their ground even in this world full of monsters and in the absence of sunlight. Special cities like Ashai were even more impressive, becoming a truly safe place in this troubled world. However, this was not the case with the Imperium's warships. With Astartes controlling the ships and the Emperor's guidance, they had the privilege of going wherever they wanted. At this very moment, hundreds of warships full of Astartes strongly collided with the waves. The ships were heading towards Volantis, the seat of faith of the god Emperor of humanity on the continent of Essos. Looking at the fire arrow pointing in a certain direction, Horus nodded with satisfaction. There was no way they would get lost in this lightless sea. They had the Emperor's blessing. "Horus, I want to conquer Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh." Fulgrim spoke with a smile on his lips. He was truly excited about the first great crusade. Horus looked at his brother-in-arms and shook his head. "That's impossible, and you know it, Fulgrim." He continued speaking in a calm and thoughtful tone. "Our 2 legions don't have enough Astartes to control the 3 cities and protect them from monster attacks. Honestly, there were 7 nests in the western part of Essos alone." Horus knew that this number was even higher in the rest of the continent. The Emperor stated that there were at least 9 in ET. This showed that there were dozens of nests on the continent of Essos. This continent, which had long been controlled by the gods, was severely in danger. At this point, Westeros was lucky to have the god of 7 faces who didn't care about the plans of the evil gods. Fulgrim frowned. Horus was right, but he still didn't want to give up the chance to make the cities he so despised bend the knee. However, feeling the hand on his shoulder, he knew that Horus was helping him control himself. "You go to Lys, I'll go to Myr," Horus said in a calm tone. He knew that Fulgrim had a lot of accumulated hatred in his heart, especially against Lys, the city that had raped and killed his mother. "Don't worry, brother." Horus spoke with determination. "All 9 free cities will bend the knee before the Imperium and accept the Emperor's grace." Fulgrim had no doubt that Horus's words would come true. There was no chance of them losing. This was his fanatical and unconditional faith, and all the Astartes speaking at the same time. With the god Emperor by their side, there was no way to lose. Be it gods, demons, or any heretic, all succumbed to the sword of the god Emperor of humanity. On an imperial warship, Sanguinius and Vulcan calmly faced the Black Sea before them. "This is going to be fun," Sanguinius said with a smile. The Emperor specifically said to focus on Bravos. The House of Black and White must be destroyed to its core. "It seems someone offended the Emperor," Vulcan said in an indifferent tone, his eyes glowing like hot embers from a bonfire. Offending the Emperor was a crime worthy of death. "A bunch of heretics worshipping evil gods," Sanguinius replied with a sarcastic tone. In his eyes, he didn't understand how these people could accept such evil gods. "Set course for Bravos, we're not going to Volantis," Vulcan said in a calm and deep tone. His obsidian black skin perfectly camouflaged him in the terribly dark environment. However, his white hair and beard strongly contrasted with the environment, especially his eyes glowing with a phosphorescent red hue. "Are you sure? Lord Sigismund doesn't like his plans to change," Sanguinius asked with an excited smile. He feared the world would be too peaceful. "We have the same status, we are not his subordinates," Vulcan replied with an indifferent tone. He was a Primarch, just like Sigismund. He didn't need to obey Sigismund's orders. Sanguinius laughed and used the white flames to communicate with both the Blood Angels and Salamander's legions. As Vulcan had said, he didn't need to follow Sigismund's orders. With the orders being transmitted by Sanguinius's white flames, at least half of the warships separated from the main fleet. Such a thing naturally caught the attention of the other primarchs. "They are too hasty," Sigismund commented in a calm and indifferent tone to his brother's irresponsible actions. The movements of the Blood Angels and Salamander's legions would not affect the final plans. It was probably Sanguinius's choice. "The boy fears the world is too peaceful," Titus commented with an equally calm tone. Only Sanguinius was so mischievous. If Sanguinius heard Titus's accusation, he would vehemently complain and say it was nonsense. Clearly, it was Vulcan's idea, but the blame for others' actions fell on him. "Volantis will be the anchoring point for the conquest of this continent." Sigismund spoke slightly animated. Just the idea of expanding the Imperium for the Emperor was something he found incredibly glorious. Titus nodded, agreeing with Sigismund's words. Volantis was the base of the cult of the god Emperor of humanity. They had magic, food, and steel accumulated for many years. It was the perfect starting point for the conquest of Essos. "Let them go to Braavos. It won't affect the final outcome," Sigismund commented as he focused on looking at the fire arrow, which indicated the path they should follow. Free city of Braavos. After 3 years of the long night, the city's gigantic prosperity was nothing more than a tiny shadow of its glorious past. At this moment, Braavos didn't have as many people and was definitely going through difficult times. Food, which was once abundant, was now a scarce resource. So scarce that many would sell their wife or even their own child for a few days' worth of food. Along with the monsters who attacked the city daily, the lives of civilians in Braavos were precarious. Besides the inner part of the city, the Sea Lord could no longer maintain order, and the outer parts of the city were already places of pure anarchy, without order or laws. Seeing corpses was already such a common sight that no one would look at the corpses in the street. At this moment, Ferrago Antararon, Sea Lord of Braavos, looked at his city with a somber expression. More than anyone, he knew how close Braavos was to destruction. "Caro, how are the negotiations with the Imperium?" Ferrago asked with a pale and sickly expression. It was obvious that the Sea Lord would not live for many more years. The 3 queens politely refused. Caro replied with a helpless and sad tone. "Politely." Ferrago showed a touch of sarcasm. He knew more than anyone that the true ruler of Westeros wanted all free cities to cease to exist, as he could then conquer the continent of Essos more easily. However, he was defenseless. The man was capable of creating artificial suns. Even if he gathered all 9 free cities, they could do nothing against the Imperium, which had the most powerful armies in the world. At that moment, only Volantis had artificial suns that were used for agriculture, which in turn made countless people risk becoming monster food to reach Volantis. "Increase the price, give as many gold coins as necessary. We need an artificial sun for our crops." Ferrago was decisive in his decisions. He knew that if things continued like this, a riot would explode at any moment. Braavos's powerful families were hoarding food and never passing it on to the population, which made already scarce food even rarer. However, Ferrago could do nothing against these families, because if he dared to do something, he could imagine that Braavos's army would be at his door an hour later. "My lord, I still doubt they will accept. Money is worth nothing anymore at this point," Caro said in a sad tone. "Without order and laws, what is a piece of metal worth? Can gold fill your belly? No, it cannot." Ferrago knew Caro was right, but what should he do? He had nothing more valuable. Along with the slight hostility the Emperor felt towards Braavos, getting an artificial sun was a foolish dream. "My lord!" Suddenly, a soldier burst through the doors of Ferrago's office, shouting. Ferrago felt a bad premonition hearing the soldier's nervous and horrified tone. "The scouts sighted more than 70 warships coming our way." The soldier spoke with a tone of horror. Who in the name of the gods were capable of navigating such a dark sea? Weren't they afraid of getting lost? Imperium. Ferrago's already pale face became even paler. There was only one country in the world that could navigate at this moment. It was the Imperium of Westeros, the greatest force on the planet. As for the reason for the Imperium's arrival, Ferrago only felt a shiver run down his body. Ferrago made the decision in a short space of a second after hearing the soldier's words. Closing his eyes, he spoke in a calm tone. "Let them dock in the ports, don't attack them, and let them invade the city." Ferrago never thought he would say those words, especially to dragon lords, the mortal enemies of his ancestors. He was practically handing over the city that his ancestors built after fleeing old Valyria. But did he have a choice? Resist to the last man? Don't be foolish. Everyone wants to stay alive, especially after seeing how precious life was during the long night, where you could die at any moment. The soldier seemed surprised for a moment, but quickly left the office and went towards his superior to relay the Sea Lord's orders. A bitter laugh escaped Ferrago's lips. He felt he had destroyed Braavos with his own hands. However, thinking that the city could remain alive with the Imperium's help, he felt more relieved. His ancestors would understand his decision, right? Ferrago knew this was a foolish thought. His ancestors would fight to the death to maintain their freedom. The former slaves were more determined than anything else. However, that was thousands of years ago. How could such determination still remain alive at this moment? In the end, the descendants of the former slaves were not the same as their ancestors. They were spoiled and fought for profit, becoming what they hated most in their lives. Chapter 263, The First Great Crusade 2. Sanguinius and Vulcan invaded the city without any resistance. They were surprised when Braavos' soldiers did not impede their entry. They had been expecting fierce resistance, but it was the opposite. After all, they no longer have the determination of their ancestors. Vulcan, who was more experienced, commented with a sarcastic tone. But it's normal, the environment you grow up in shapes who you will be in the future. Sanguinius nodded, but he didn't care about the reason for the apparent surrender of the free city of Braavos. He only cared about destroying these heretical cults. The Blood Angels' legions and the Salamanders' legion forcefully invaded the core of Braavos. The streets were flooded with Astartes in less than 5 minutes. At this moment, it didn't matter if the powerful families wanted to resist or not, they simply had no way to stop what was happening. Let's find the Sea Lord, Vulcan said as he walked towards the enormous palace. Sanguinius followed behind him with a smile, his red eyes looking around with curiosity. It was his first time on another continent. The different architectural style was interesting. Moments later, they stood before the palace. The two Primarchs didn't even need to enter the palace to see the Sea Lord. He was in a wheelchair surrounded by trained guards and soldiers. Sanguinius looked at the man and saw that he would not live more than another year. Using a bit of magic, he saw through his body and observed that his liver and lungs were severely damaged. Poison. Sanguinius couldn't help but think after seeing Ferrago's internal organs. The man had been poisoned and it wasn't recent, at least decades ago. However, Sanguinius didn't care much. What did an old man's illness have to do with him? Ferrago, Sea Lord of the Free City of Braavos, the Emperor has an imperial decree for the entire region of Essos. Vulcan said with a calm and majestic tone. He looked at the sick old man with an indifferent and unquestionable gaze. Without waiting for the man's response, Vulcan continued. From today, no other religion besides the cult of the God Emperor of humanity is allowed to exist. Any temple must be demolished. Any publication other than the Red Book must be burned until no copy remains. Any man or woman who does not accept the decree must be killed. Enar's orders to the Primarchs were simple and short. Extinguish all religions on the planet. Religious persecution, genocide, and destruction of entire civilizations. Enar didn't care about the methods, only the final results. To destroy all evil gods, Enar didn't mind becoming the cruelest tyrant in the planet's history. Gods can only be killed when people stop believing in them. The simplest way to do this was to destroy temples, hunt down followers, and destroy civilizations. Ferrago knew that things would not be simple when the Imperium's legions arrived, but he didn't expect Enar to be so crazy as to fight against all religions on the planet. As if seeing the hesitation on his face, Vulcan said with a cold tone. From today you are no longer the Sea Lord of Braavos. This city belongs to the Imperium, and the Emperor's laws must be followed. A governor will soon be assigned to this city. Enjoy your early retirement, Lord Ferrago, said Vulcan as he simply dismissed one of the most powerful men in Essos as if he were any commoner. Ferrago's eyes widened in complete disbelief. He never thought the Imperium would be so authoritarian. He was simply thrown out of the center of power in Essos for nothing and like a beggar on the street. You have no authority over this city. My ancestors created it to escape the Valyrians, and we will not accept being governed by the descendants of the men who enslaved us, Ferrago said with a cold, murderous, and even insane tone. He was already dying and had no fear of death. When Ferrago said this, Sanguinius moved. He appeared in front of him and said with a cold tone, Since you chose to be a heretic, you will act as the Emperor's laws demand. Any heretic must be purified to ascend to a pure and clean heaven, free of any dirt. Sanguinius said as he held Ferrago's head. He simply used the white flames. In the past, his flames did not have the power to consume the flesh and blood of a normal human, but Sanguinius had expanded the concept of the purification of his white flames. After all, evil was not simply astral but could also be physical. Besides, his point of view determined whether someone was pure or impure. Arke! An agonizing and terrified roar escaped Ferrago's mouth as he was burned alive. He fell from his wheelchair and rolled on the floor, trying to extinguish the flames burning his body, but how could Sanguinius's flames be so easy to put out? The soldiers were shocked and watched the Sea Lord of Braavos, one of the most powerful men in Essos, being burned alive. The worst thing was that they could do nothing before the Astartes who prevented their advance. Sanguinius no longer cared about Ferrago, who was still screaming madly. He turned and spoke to his brother with a calm expression. "Brother, let's begin the conquest of the city." Vulcan nodded and took a red orb from a wooden box brought by some Astartes. Infusing magic into the red orb, he calmly watched as the red orb ascended towards the sky in an instant. The next second, the city that was once in darkness lit up. The citizens looked at the sky in complete shock. They never thought they would see the sun again. Even if it was a red sun, they opened their arms and accepted the warmth, dissipating the terrible cold that surrounded the environment. While many enjoyed the warmth of the red sun, they couldn't see it, but an extremely thin line coming from Westeros connected with the red sun in Braavos, and the artificial sun shone even more intensely. Feeling that the city was under the Emperor's grace, Vulcan looked at Sanguinius and said in a deep tone, "I will take care of the city's internal affairs. You are responsible for the purge." Sanguinius slammed his fist against his armor and spoke loudly. "For the God Emperor. For the God Emperor. For the God Emperor. For the God Emperor." The Astartes responded loudly, making the city tremble with the loud and powerful voices of the superhuman beings. Vulcan repeated the motto of all Astartes legions and looked at Sanguinius with a solemn gaze. "Be careful, brother. These evil gods will not stand idly by watching their religions disappear." Vulcan spoke with a calm tone. "Even a cornered rabbit would bite, much less gods." "I know." Sanguinius knew the purge would not be easy, but he didn't care. He wanted the mission to be difficult. Easy missions never brought the pleasure of battle. "My legion." Sanguinius looked at the Blood Angels Legion and spoke loudly. "Start hunting the heretics. Our first target is the House of Black and White, heretical worshippers of the god of death." Sanguinius's voice spread everywhere. The eyes of all Astartes could not be more serious. "Death to the heretics." They spoke as they pointed their weapons upwards. Sanguinius showed a satisfied look and walked towards the city with a smile on his face. The Astartes faithfully followed their primarch and marched in order and discipline. Turning back to look at the soldiers of the Sea Lord of Braavos, Vulcan said with a cold tone, "Whoever does not want to be killed, kneel and pray to the God Emperor of humanity." However, no one responded to Vulcan. Everyone looked furiously at the gigantic man with murderous expressions. These men had been trained since childhood by Ferrago. They had great loyalty and gratitude towards the Sea Lord. How could they kneel and pray to a savage god? Seeing this, Vulcan did not hesitate and indifferently decreed, "Kill them all." The Astartes of the Salamander's Legion did not hesitate and began the massacre against the soldiers of the Sea Lord of Braavos. Looking at the gigantic city, even larger than King's Landing, Vulcan murmured to himself, "For the eternal glory of the God Emperor." Chapter 264, The First Great Crusade 3. The House of Black and White stands on a rocky hill made of dark gray stone. It has no windows and a black-tiled roof. Its wooden doors are 3.6 meters high and carved. The left door is made of weirwood, the right of ebony. In the center of the doors is a moon face carved in ebony over weirwood, weirwood over ebony. Looking at the House of Black and White before him, Sanguinius showed a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the Astartes advanced towards the building, and the door, which had never been breached, was broken in a mere second. Sanguinius entered the building with a calm and gentle expression. He walked in his heavy armor, his heavy and firm steps echoing in the building that looked more like a sacred temple than a place of the famous faceless assassins. The temple itself has rows of long stone benches and a rough stone floor, and hard stone beds are located in louvered niches in the walls. In the center is a black pool of poisoned water, 3 meters wide and lit by faint red candles. Statues of gods surround the room. There are 30 tall statues of gods in total. Among them are Bacallan, the black goat of Qohor, the hooded wayfarer, the horse god, the lion of night, the Merling king, the pale maiden of the moon, the stranger and the weeping woman. Looking at the 30 statues of the gods, an amused smile appeared on Sanguinius's lips. Taking a step forward, white flames shot from his feet and spread to the surroundings. All 30 statues began to combust. As the statues burned fiercely, Sanguinius's eyes focused on the tall priest who appeared before him. The tall man had an old and gentle face and wore a hooded robe, black on the right side and white on the left. He had a very gentle expression. Who would have imagined that this was a faceless man assassin who had operated for decades before retiring and serving as a priest in the House of Black and White? "What is your name, heretic?" Sanguinius asked as the spinning blades of his chain's word began to spin quickly and lethally. "I lost my name long ago. I am known only as the Kindly Man." The kindly man replied in a gentle and warm tone. He didn't seem angry at seeing flames consuming the statues around him. "Are you prepared to die?" Sanguinius asked, narrowing the distance between them. When fighting assassins, you should keep your distance, but he was not afraid of the abilities of the priest of the god of many-faced. "Vala Morgulus." The priest replied as 2 daggers appeared in his hands. "All men must die." When he said this, the old man simply disappeared and reappeared beside Sanguinius. Fast, silent and deadly. The man's dagger aimed surgically at the weak points of the armor. Sanguinius smiled and white flames exploded around him. The white flames seemed alive, taking on a bestial force that tried to bite the priest of the god of many-faced. The kindly man calmly moved away and circled Sanguinius with a gentle gaze, without any murderous intent or even any feeling of hostility. "Your body is stronger than any human. Your muscles are like steel, your blood thick and full of life, your reflexes are inhuman, and your strength even more monstrous." The kindly man said with an admiring tone, as if he were seeing through Sanguinius's armor and seeing his body. "Blood magic," he concluded. The House of Black and White was also from Valyria, but instead of assassins, our art given by the Valyrians themselves was used for theatrical plays for the 40 Dragonlord houses to enjoy. "We were slaves, but we survived the doom of Valyria, something our former captors could not survive," the kindly man said with an still warm and gentle tone. "We, the Faceless Men, have only a small part of the blood magic heritage of old Valyria. This has already made us world famous. I wonder what terrible existence the complete heritage is." The kindly man's insinuation was obvious. Enar had the full blood magic heritage. "For an assassin you are quite talkative," Sanguinius said in a calm tone. He didn't care about the old man's words. "Forgive me, when you get old you like to tell stories to the younger generation." The kindly man spoke, apologizing sincerely. When he finished speaking, he disappeared again. Appearing behind Sanguinius, both daggers crossed the air like snakes and went towards the head of the Primarch of the Blood Angels Legion. Sanguinius simply moved his body to the side and dodged the attack, his eyes amusedly watching the old man's body pass by him. The chain's word advanced, its spinning blades seeming eager to drink the blood of the priest of the god of many-faced. However, to Sanguinius's surprised eyes, the kindly man's body contorted abnormally, causing the chain's word to miss its target. The kindly man began to attack relentlessly, delivering attack after attack. Attacks that Sanguinius dodged or used his sword to block the priest's attacks. The Primarch felt he was fighting a slippery and deadly serpent, always aiming at his weak points. However, Sanguinius felt he was getting more and more excited about the fight. Suddenly, when he was happily fighting the priest of the god of many-faced, Sanguinius's expression changed drastically. He felt for the first time a dangerous feeling beneath him. Sanguinius used all his body's strength to move to the side and saw a small figure pass by him. Even faster than the priest. When the figure landed on the ground, the Primarch could see the appearance of who had attacked him earlier. It seemed to be a pale girl with a thin, bony face, sunken cheeks and large dark eyes. She wore a hooded cloak of a faceless man-priest, black on the right side and white on the left. "I'm late, kindly man." The girl spoke in a cold tone as she circled in the opposite direction of the kindly man. "Waif, attack when I attack, retreat when I retreat." The kindly man said in a still warm tone and began to relentlessly attack Sanguinius again. Waif attacked in conjunction with the old man. The pressure on Sanguinius increased drastically with the arrival of another elite assassin. Sanguinius showed no fear and attacked both at the same time. There was a smile on his face. The daggers imbued with deadly poison came dangerously close to his face, but he still continued to smile. "Burn by the Emperor's flames, you filthy heretics," Sanguinius said as he kicked Waif in the stomach, sending her flying backward. Flames exploded from his body, advancing towards both assassins. The kindly man and Waif drastically changed their expressions. The white flames seemed beautiful but equally deadly. They retreated and used the pillars to hide from the flames. However, they quickly discarded that thought and began to run with all their might. The flames were following them. Sanguinius smiled and manifested even more flames. The entire temple began to burn under the eyes of all the civilians of Bravos. "Let's dance fire until death," Sanguinius said as he advanced towards the two assassins. This time he would attack with all his might. He would crush his enemy as one crushes an insect. The kindly man knew he couldn't run forever. He ignored his burning body and attacked with a gentle expression on his face. The daggers were even faster than when the fight began. Sanguinius did not retreat and used the chain's word to attack. The sword passed between the daggers and hit the head of the priest of the god of many-faced squarely. The chain's word spun and brutally tore the kindly man's face. Blood, bone fragments, and flesh splattered everywhere as the sword cut the enemy's body in half. Surprisingly, the daggers still continued on their path and left a streak of blood on Sanguinius's face. Cleaning the blood on his cheek, Sanguinius saw that his blood was slightly purple, but he wasn't worried. He had the Emperor's blood running through his veins. It wasn't a simple poison made by a human that could kill him. Taking the chain's word from the kindly man's corpse, Sanguinius looked at Waif, who stared at him with a cold and deadly gaze. "You're next, heretic," Sanguinius said in a gentle tone. However, to Sanguinius's surprised eyes, the girl stabbed her own throat while looking at him with a cold gaze. Suddenly, Sanguinius's expression changed. The white flames that burned the statues went out, and in place of his flames, black flames manifested. A cold, silent, and deadly feeling hung in the air. Sanguinius could smell corpses and death. He knew it had manifested before him. The God of Many-Faced. Chapter 265, The First Great Crusade 4. Waif took a deep breath and smiled, showing a smile that was, at the very least, terrifying. The sweet, deadly air, still so dirtily delicious. Her blood-red eyes stared at Sanguinius with a smile and an amused look. "Where is your little emperor? Still sitting on that ruby throne serving as slaves for mere humans?" The God of Many-Faced asked, circling Sanguinius, observing his body with great interest. "That's none of your business, worm," Sanguinius replied with a sarcastic tone as he cautiously looked at the God of Many-Faced using the body of a small 10-year-old girl. The temperature was so cold that a white cloud formed every time he spoke. The God of Death smiled and was not offended. He was an assassin. He was a master in the art of provocation and assassination. A human child would need many years to make him feel something like anger. "How cute. Why don't you go back to your little emperor and serve him like a good dog?" The God of Death asked with a smile as he looked at his armor. His experienced eyes soon found the flaws in the armor. "I am a dog, and what are you? A vulture or a rat?" Sanguinius was also not offended by the words of the evil god before him. Serving the emperor was something sacred, honorable, and glorious. How could he feel ashamed of such a thing? However, when Sanguinius was about to speak, he noticed that the God of Death disappeared and reappeared before him with an amused smile. "Honestly, I really like your words," he said as his hand moved towards Sanguinius's chest. The armor, which was once invincible before any human, became fragile before a god. His extremely sharp nails pierced the armor and advanced towards Sanguinius's heart. Everything happened in less than a second, so fast that not even Sanguinius could keep up with the God of Death's movements. In the final instant when the blade was about to pierce his heart, he made the flames explode in front of him, propelling him backward. "You dodged," the God of Death exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the vessel used to meet Enar years ago, this body was the perfect vessel for him, being able to exert much divine power. So Sanguinius dodging was surprising in his eyes. Looking at the hole in his armor, Sanguinius's eyes became solemn. His white wings fully unfolded and he flew into the air. The chain's word began to expel white flames in a controlled manner. Looking at the white flames, the god of death showed an expression full of interest. I must say, blood magic using energy from that filthy dimension is truly extraordinary. These flames are even capable of burning divine power, he said with a genuine tone of admiration. Divine power might seem complicated, but it wasn't. It was simply the power of sentient beings' faith. In a sense, it was similar to warp energy, but instead of being polluted, it was a cleaner energy. Of course, there were clear disadvantages. Once faith ends, the gods will simply fall into a deep sleep or, in the worst consequences, die directly. This is one of the reasons the god of death personally descended. Even if this body died, he had to show that he cared about his believers. Otherwise, when the long night ends, he would fall into a deep sleep, or even die directly given his dark reputation. Sanguinius did not respond. The sword in his hand went towards the evil god. The speed was completely dizzying, reaching the god of death extremely quickly. The Primarch had used his flames to propel his movements. The god of death was surprised but could not completely dodge the attack. His shoulder was simply torn in a straight line. Blood splattered in the air as his body was thrown backward by inertia. Looking at his shoulder, the god of death touched the blood with his finger and licked it with a smile. Divinity had nothing to do with regeneration, so he could not heal, but he didn't care much. Everything that was happening at that moment was a moment of fun. He just wanted to see Enar's creations and really liked what he saw. The Primarch flame warriors were impressive, so impressive that he wanted the blood magic of Valyria. I changed my mind. I will imprison and dissect you to find out how you were created, the god of death said with a smile. However, the smile on his face soon hardened. Looking down, he saw the upper half of his body being separated from the lower half of his body. Looking confusedly back, he found an incredibly tall man with dark skin and white hair and beard. This is impossible. The god of death's eyes widened in complete shock and disbelief. He was the god of death and assassination. There was not even a being who could escape his perception, but here he was, being cut in half by a hidden attack. Suddenly he understood, looking at Vulcan's body. The god of death widened his eyes even more and said with an incredulous tone, "Your body has no warmth of life, your presence is like a volcanic rock." Vulcan did not respond or even bother to respond to the enemy. His magma-covered fist hit the god of death's head squarely. "Enar, you cunning bastard!" The god of death roared with a tone full of anger. He was always considered the most cunning of the gods, always conspiring against others. This was the first time he had fallen into someone's trap. Sanguinius looked at Vulcan confused. He thought he would have a fight to the death with the evil god, but seeing what was happening, he knew that this was another of the Emperor's plans to deal with the god of death. You couldn't know, or the god of death would realize something was wrong. Seeing Sanguinius's expression, Vulcan said in a simple and calm tone, "Even without being able to see the future, even a fool would guess that the god of death would appear when the House of Black and White was invaded. It was the source of his power. How could he remain indifferent? Are our brothers also involved?" Sanguinius landed on the ground and retracted his wings. He asked curiously. He didn't feel uncomfortable being used. His feelings were irrelevant in the Emperor's plans. Horus and Sigismund have the same mission as mine. Now that the god of death's vessel was killed, Vulcan no longer hid the plan and spoke directly. In this first great crusade, people were not the problem, but the gods and the infinite number of monsters. Vulcan himself estimated that this crusade would last at least 10 years, perhaps even 3 decades. It was a big project that would take time and could not be completed all at once, especially with internal problems. The expression of that god of death was interesting. He was furious. Sanguinius nodded and said with an amused smile. Seeing that expression on the deity's face made him feel very satisfied. "Let's clean the city of its filthy dirt," Vulcan said as he stomped his foot on the ground. Glowing lava began to appear on the spot, gradually consuming the entire building. Sanguinius nodded and left the House of Black and White with Vulcan, leaving the place to be destroyed by Vulcan's magma. How to find hidden heretics in a city with millions of people. Easy. Start criticizing their gods and you will see the true face of a devout believer. Fanatical madmen who fought to prove their faith, just like the Primarchs and the Astartes. That's what Sanguinius did. He arrived at the city square and simply began to speak loudly. He cursed the gods down to their 18th generation with the dirtiest words he could utter. The city square, which was crowded, exploded in curses of the most diverse kinds. Every person who cursed was dragged by the crowd and brought to a wooden platform next to Sanguinius. However, Sanguinius did not order the immediate death of these people. If he started killing, he knew that people would remain silent and hide without any hesitation. So the Primarch let these people vent their anger while observing everything with a cold gaze. In Westeros, such a scene was rare, even non-existent. In these 3 years, everyone devoutly prayed to the god who was guarding humanity on the ruby throne. People's faith is quite strong and loyal. Sanguinius commented with a calm tone. In times of need, people seek support from the gods. Vulcan replied with an equally calm tone. As a former priest of the Red Faith, he knew very well the most effective methods for indoctrination. In times of need, people always sought relief and pleaded with the gods to take them out of the miserable lives they were living. Seeing that the number of heretics was getting smaller and smaller, Sanguinius took a step forward and spoke loudly. I am Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels Legion, serving the God Emperor of humanity. Behind him, his wings fully unfolded, the white feathers burning with a white flame, making him appear even more sacred and noble. People's eyes widened as they watched Sanguinius. They had never seen a being like him, beautiful, noble, and inhuman with white wings. A true angel. The Red Faith believers simply knelt before Sanguinius and looked at the Primarch as if observing a divine being. The God Emperor has finally looked upon Essos and will bring peace and prosperity to this continent abandoned by the gods. Sanguinius's voice spread through the crowd. He has only one request: love him as you would a father and mother, respect him and worship him as your God. Those who refuse to believe in the true God are heretics, unworthy of feeling the Emperor's grace. Accept the one true God and you will live in safety and peace. As soon as Sanguinius finished speaking, he flew over the crowd, opening his arms as if wanting to embrace everyone. How could people resist Sanguinius's tempting words? Especially after living with insecurities, hunger, and fear of one day dying in the mouths of monsters. They were seeing a true miracle before them. How could they not worship the envoy of the God of humanity? God Emperor of humanity! God Emperor of humanity! God Emperor of humanity! The believers who were already faithful to the Red Church simply adored what they heard and began to shout, their voices loud and full of hope. In his environment, people who had previously been hesitant stopped hesitating and began to shout together. Vulcan watched everything with a smile on his face. Sanguinius's appearance was essential for the scene before him to occur. There was no better propaganda boy than a beautiful and powerful angel. Chapter 266, The First Great Crusade v. Corpses and Blood. That was the summary of Bravos at this moment. Sanguinius and Vulcan had no mercy or pity for these people. To kill the evil gods, they became indifferent and massacred every faithful follower that could be found. Blood accumulated on the ground, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Even those faithful Red Faith believers shuddered at such an insane massacre. As for the fanatics, they only celebrated and said that more heretics should be killed. These people were the true monsters. To prevent these cultists from hiding, they promised gold and food as rewards. At the same time, the Emperor's Laws, Article 66, the Religious Unification Clause, was promulgated and spread throughout the city at the request of the Primarch of the Salamander's Legion, Vulcan. All gods were considered heretical and evil. Any association with gods other than the God Emperor of humanity was punishable by death. Of course, if you turned in the person who was trying to convert you, the death penalty would be annulled, and you would even earn a lot of money and food. Honestly, even Sanguinius looked at Vulcan with admiration. With such methods, it can be said that the believers of these evil gods would be hunted, denounced, and killed throughout the continent. Vulcan's methods simply touched on the fundamental of every human being: greed, power, and wealth. Brothers would kill each other, father would kill son, even mother and child would kill each other for profit, much less at this moment when the long night was still at its peak. In the Sea Lord's palace, Sanguinius entered the office that once belonged to Ferrago and spoke directly about his purpose. Brother, a gigantic horde of monsters is coming towards Bravos. Vulcan did not stop writing his report as he replied in a calm tone. That's normal, we are destroying the foundations of the gods, how can they stand idly by? Honestly, if there were no Enar, there would not even be a chance for humanity to survive. But Enar's existence gave humans relief. Humanity no longer needed to fear the gods. Humanity itself had the power to rebel against the gods. Sanguinius nodded. He was not nervous either. Monsters could be fatal to humans, but he was not human, nor was he as weak as a common human. He could kill monsters as one kills chickens. Braavos' geography will help in the fight. These monsters will have to cross the lakes to reach the islands that make up the free city of Braavos. Vulcan said, finally finishing writing the report for the queens. Showing a smile, Sanguinius nodded. Perhaps because he was too young, he liked the thrill of battle. In the future, he presumed he would be like Vulcan, Sigismund, and Titus, who were more mature and serious. However, while he was young, he had to make the most of his youth. Vulcan looked at Sanguinius and smiled. He was not surprised to see the emotion on his battle brother's face. He was once young and knew how tempting the thrill of battles was. Being revered as a great warrior was every boy's and teenager's dream. Free City of Lys. If Braavos could be called a sea of blood, Lys became a true hell on earth. Fulgrim, who had a great resentment against the city, showed no mercy to the believers of the goddess of love of Lys and other deities. Fulgrim coldly ordered his legion to invade the brothels and take out the women who owned these brothels. He ordered their death without even asking their faith or giving these women a chance. He simply ordered their death with a cold and relentless look. The heads of the beautiful women were cut off amid screams of terror. Fear and panic spread through the beautiful city in an instant. Fulgrim's mother was a prostitute who was sold as a pleasure slave to many brothels. He didn't even know who his father was. The most tragic thing was that these women sold him as a slave after his mother died of dystocia while giving birth to his brother, who died soon after. Therefore, Fulgrim deeply hated this beautiful city. If it weren't for the Emperor's orders, he wanted to burn and reduce this city of sin to ashes. Not only that, he wanted to kill all the people in this city. As for whether there were innocent people in the city, such as children and women, he didn't care. He was sold as a slave as a child, and no one helped him or even tried to stop it. In his eyes, there was no pity for this corrupt, dirty, and lustful city. However, although he could not kill all the people, he could kill many people. That's what he did. He ordered the death of tens of thousands with a cold and murderous tone. May all burn and have a better life in the arms of the Emperor of humanity. Horus watched everything with a cold and calm gaze. As Fulgrim's friend, he knew more than anyone the hatred in his friend's heart. Although he didn't like his extreme methods, he still remained silent out of respect for his friend's hatred. Remembering that he also grew up as a slave since he could remember, Horus's eyes showed a complex look, but he soon calmed down and showed a resolute look. He hated slavery more than anything and hated Slaver's Bay even more. When I finish cleaning the free cities, I will burn the pyramids of Myrine. Horus murmured with a calm look. He would not let his hatred interfere with his reasoning as Fulgrim was doing at that moment. Horus remembered the Emperor's words when he first saw him. You are demigods of my golden lineage. You are true humans who must completely control your emotions. The voice of that sacred and holy being still seemed vivid in his mind, preventing him from forgetting his words. Looking at Fulgrim's state, Horus seemed to finally understand the Emperor's words. In his eyes, Fulgrim was like a raging animal venting his anger without any scruple or duty. However, for Fulgrim to grow and become a true human, Horus let him vent the accumulated anger in his heart. After all, setbacks in life were the best teacher a person could have. Making mistakes could hurt, but you learned from the mistake and became more mature. Horus, who was forced to mature early, perfectly understood this truth. Approaching Fulgrim, Horus placed his hand on his shoulder and stared at him with a silent gaze. There was no reprimand or any other feeling of judgment, just a calm and serene feeling. Looking into that gaze, Fulgrim seemed to see his reflection. A young man with a crazy smile and a sadistic look on his face. This deeply shook Fulgrim, who always strived to be perfect like the Emperor. He couldn't believe he had transformed into that being. Closing his eyes, Fulgrim seemed to review his childhood, his mother's death, him being sold as a slave. The hatred and resentment were still bubbling in his mind, but he remembered the Emperor sitting on the ruby throne. He recognized the look the Emperor was giving him. It was the same look a father gave to a son, encouraging him to be the best version of himself. How did he know this? It was the best look the slave trader gave to his son. Opening his eyes, Fulgrim looked at the massacre before him with a calm expression, no longer murderous or sadistic as before. Turning his gaze back to Horus, all feelings transformed into just one word. Thank you. Horus showed a rare smile and looked at Fulgrim with a satisfied look. Seeing Fulgrim recognize his own internal ugliness was a very good thing. "Let's finish purging the city of these heretics," Horus said in a calm tone. Lys could be a beautiful and paradisiacal city, but it was a nest of rats with schemes of lies, poison, and deaths. Many famous poisons came from this city. Fulgrim nodded and followed his older brother with a calm expression. Looking at Horus's back, he truly felt grateful. He never wished to show that horrendous expression again. Just thinking that his brothers and even the Emperor could see him in that state, Fulgrim's gratitude for Horus grew even greater. Chapter 267, The First Great Crusade 6. "Damn evil gods, it never seems to end," Sanguinius commented with an irritated tone. His chain's word cut through everything within a 10-meter radius. The monsters were split in half, but with the absurd number of monsters, the deaths of such monsters were nothing. It was like taking a handful of water from a sea. Yes, before Sanguinius, there was simply a sea of monsters. A sea of monsters. Literally. There were so many that the sea was full of monsters. There were all kinds of sizes and shapes. The only thing in common was the ugly appearance of these monsters. A day? A week? Months? Sanguinius simply lost count of how many days he had been fighting. He didn't stop to eat, rest, or even drink water for a long time. Boom! White flames advanced towards the monsters with Sanguinius' will. A large area of the sea began to evaporate as the monsters were slightly cooked. Lava meteors illuminated the sky, falling towards the gigantic horde of monsters. It was Vulcan who had acted using his powers. The premarch of the Salamander's legion made the sky change color. Suddenly, a large area of the monster sea froze on a large scale. The monsters were frozen into ice sculptures. The next moment, a sonic wave advanced against the monsters, making the abominations fly through the sky as they were destroyed from the inside out by the extremely powerful vibration. Sanguinius smiled excitedly, feeling the arrival of his two brothers, Titus and Sigismund. He was already tired of fighting tirelessly against these damned monsters. "Titus, Sigismund, I'm going to find the nests and destroy them," Sanguinius said before unfolding his wings and flying above the sea of monsters. Looking at the ugly and horrendous monsters below him, Sanguinius unleashed a large wave of white fire before flying north towards the continent of Essos. The closest nests were in that region. Vulcan shook his head. Sanguinius was too impulsive, but what could be expected from a boy who wasn't even 10 years old? In the air, Sanguinius looked at the monster sea. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions of monsters. All were walking towards Bravos. It seemed that the god of 1,000 faces was truly furious with the attack. However, he knew that the gods wanted to end the long night as soon as possible. But if you think you can leave whenever you want, you are deeply mistaken. You have to ask if the Emperor allows you to leave, filthy rats. Sanguinius murmured with a cold tone. Maintaining the long night was a heavy burden for the gods. The divine power spent was not something trivial for the gods. Especially to maintain the black sun and the absurd number of monsters. All of this was a mountain of divine power that was consumed every day. So it wasn't humans who were most eager for the end of the long night, but the gods themselves. They wanted to end this show as quickly as possible. But this was not possible, not when Enar wanted to let these gods spend divine power. When the gods became poor in divine powers, Enar would leave the ruby throne and kill them one by one, like lambs about to be slaughtered. "Let's destroy these nests, the princess's birthday needs to be celebrated," Sanguinius murmured with a smile. He was increasingly eager to see the expressions of the gods when they learned they were in the Emperor's conspiracy. Westeros, capital of the Imperium, King's Landing. Enar looked at Daenerys' belly with a deep gaze. Just like Rhaenys at that moment, Daenerys was pregnant. His first male child was about to be born in a few months. "You seem tense, Enar," Daenerys asked, caressing her belly. There was a gentle smile on her lips. "Any problem with the baby?" "Not exactly, but he will betray us," Enar said with a calm and even indifferent tone. His purple eyes seemed to ignore his wife's skin and look directly at the developing fetus. Daenerys' smile disappeared with Enar's words. She touched her slightly protruding belly with a touch of tenderness. "Can he not change?" she asked in a calm tone without any feeling of tenderness or love. "No." Enar's answer was firm. "No matter how much you and I love him, his envy and greed cannot be changed." The throne. Daenerys knew what Enar meant by envy and greed. Nothing more than the Imperium's throne. I will take moon tea, she said with an indifferent and terribly cold tone. There was a frightening look in her eyes. Enar looked at his wife and was not surprised by her decision. Daenerys had a somewhat unhealthy love for him. It was a deep obsession that only deepened with age. For Daenerys, nothing was more important than Enar. Not even her son could shake her crazy love for him. No. Enar refused Daenerys' abortion without hesitation. I will love him. I will give him all the love and affection a father can give. Enar said. If he is still seduced by the ruinous powers of chaos, he will serve as a strategic weapon to be used at the right time. Enar would love Aegon with all his might, but if the boy truly could not be corrected, he wouldn't mind using his own son to build his golden road. The frightening light in Daenerys' eyes disappeared with Enar's words. She touched her belly and spoke with an amused tone. It's really funny, all princes named Aegon seem cursed. There was no feeling of sadness about the son's fate. She had an infinite life and could have more children, children who could be better than Aegon, who would betray his family for something as stupid as the throne. The whole family was immortal. The title of heir and heiress seemed somewhat trivial knowing this fact. Father. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened and Alysanne entered the room. She was wearing clothes suitable for riding. Her intelligent eyes didn't care about Daenerys' nudity. She looked at her father and climbed onto his lap with a happy look. Tessarion is waiting for me to fly her for the first time, said the little princess with an excited and expectant tone. Enar and Daenerys laughed, both perfectly understood the feeling Alysanne was feeling at that moment. What were you talking about? Alysanne asked, noticing the slightly tense atmosphere in the air. Your brother, who is not yet born, Enar said with a smile. He caressed his daughter's hair and looked at Daenerys with an amused look. Alysanne was not so happy knowing she would have a brother. In her eyes, the little attention she had from her father would be divided with a brat who wasn't even born. This deeply upset her. Alysanne, what would you do if a brother of yours betrayed you? Daenerys asked with a smile. She wanted to see if Enar's heiress was really as suitable as Enar always said. If Alysanne was not suitable, the title of heir would fall to her son, Aegon. If Aegon were the heir, he wouldn't betray the family, right? Alysanne looked at her aunt and didn't hesitate to answer with a still animated, but somewhat frightening tone. Isn't it obvious? Just kill him. As long as she could remember, Alysanne was taught that her daughter was important and traitors should be killed, regardless of their status or blood relation to the person. Only the purest indifference can make the human mind choose the best option for survival. A smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. She caressed her belly and whispered to the still gestating fetus. What a pity, it seems you have no chance of being heir, Aegon. Now she truly believed that Alysanne was the perfect heiress for Enar. The girl could control her own feelings to the point of being indifferent while judging and making decisions. Compared to her son who would betray the family for a useless title and a stupid throne under the seduction of the ruinous powers of chaos, Alysanne was truly much more suitable, as she would never be influenced by the forces of chaos. Caressing her daughter's head, Enar said with an amused smile, but still educated his daughter. Dead people are worthless, use traitors before discarding them. I know, Daddy. Alysanne nodded her head and did not refute his words. She engraved those words and decided in the future to study them along with the other lessons her father had previously taught her. Chapter 268, Nexus of Time and Space I. It was the first time Enar had walked through King's Landing in 3 years. His enormous body, almost 3 meters tall, towered over people like a true giant. He held Alysanne in his arms as he looked at the people with a calm gaze. There was a trace of relief deep in his eyes, especially after seeing all these people were healthy with no signs of malnutrition. Father, they are kneeling. Alysanne commented with a curious tone. She thought it was normal for servants to kneel to her, but she didn't imagine that even commoners would kneel before her. Furthermore, she found these people strange. They knelt and began to murmur sacred chants as if praying. This was extremely strange in the eyes of the little Targaryen princess. Enar looked at all this calmly. In Volantis, people were even more radical and fanatical. The people in Westeros were still considered common compared to the fanatics of the Free City. You are a goddess, of course they are kneeling, Enar said with a gentle tone as he taught his daughter. The more Alysanne learned the truth of the world, the more he could focus on guiding the Imperium of humanity without worrying about palatial and governmental matters. What is a goddess? Alysanne asked curiously, her sweet and childish tone strongly resembling her mother Visenya. A being adored by people. Enar said with a calm tone. As a goddess of my golden lineage, you must repay their prayers by making a better and glorious future so that these same people can live with dignity. Although Alysanne didn't quite understand her father's explanation, she understood that she had a great duty to her people. Don't worry, Daddy. I'm going to be the best goddess ever. Hearing his daughter's animated and sweet tone, a smile appeared on Enar's lips. Even the enormous weight on his shoulders of serving as a battery and enduring the burden of seeing the future seemed infinitely lighter at that moment. I know you will be a great goddess. Enar kissed Alysanne's forehead tenderly and said with a gentle tone. He was not alone and had a family that would help him on this golden path full of thorns and sharp stones. Alysanne let out a sweet laugh and loved every moment she was spending with her father. If she had known that the days would be like this, she would have looked for her father a long time ago. Let's eat something. Locating a food stall on the street, Enar said with a gentle tone. Alysanne nodded her head and showed an excited look. Although she had run away a few times, she had never been past the Red Keep, so it was the first time she had seen King's Landing in its entirety. 2 bowls of soup. Enar said to the stall owner who was kneeling, trembling with emotion. Yes, my God. The old man stood up and quickly served 2 bowls to Enar and Alysanne. He stepped back and looked at the scene with a look full of adoration and reverence. Although Enar's appearance was unknown, the characteristics of House Targaryen were too evident. Since he was the only man of House Targaryen, everyone knew who the enormous man before them was. Enar's extreme beauty and enormous body satisfied all the imagination everyone had of the God-Emperor of humanity. He looked like a true god, grand and full of power, capable of protecting humanity from evil gods and terrifying monsters. Enar looked at the soup and saw that it was a thick broth with spices and little or no meat. He was not surprised by this. Cattle, chickens, and other animals were practically extinct from the continent. Only powerful nobles could have access to enough food to raise such animals. The taste was acceptable and the warm feeling was good for dispelling the chill, so Enar ate calmly. However, seeing Alysanne eating with a happy look on her face, Enar knew that the girl was enjoying their surprise trip and could find anything tasty. After all, Alysanne was a princess. She always wore the best dress, ate the best food, and had the best teachers. How could she eat such food with a happy look? The girl was obviously happy about the trip she was having with her father. Allie, tonight I'm going to take you to visit some people I hold dear. Enar said after finishing eating. He had long wanted to introduce Alysanne to Visenya, Rhaenys, and Lyanna. Alysanne blinked her big eyes and was confused, but nodded her head with an even happier look, obviously glad to spend more time with her father. At night, nexus of time and space. Dragonstone. Seeing the enormous castle, which looked more like a stone dragon, Alysanne's eyes showed a shocked look. As Enar's heiress, she held the title of Princess of Dragonstone. It was her fief. So she knew about the castle, but it was the first time she had seen it in person, even if it was just a projection from Enar's mind. Is this whole castle mine? Alysanne asked with an excited tone. Enar let out a low laugh, seeing how excited she was to have a mere castle. My lovely princess, the entire continent is yours, all cities, castles, and people are yours. Not only the castle is yours, my imperium is yours. Alysanne didn't know it, but the entire known universe was hers. She was different from Enar, who had to build a galactic imperium from scratch. She already had an imperium when Enar got tired of everything. Unfair. It was completely unfair, but life is never fair. Some are born in Rome, others are born in some random country. Luck plays a fundamental role. You can only lament that luck has its favorites. Alysanne blinked a few times, looking at her father with a confused expression. For the first time in her life, she understood the meaning of the title of heiress. She would inherit everything from her father. However, Alysanne was not as happy as Enar imagined, which sparked a flicker of curiosity in him. Is something bothering you, my princess? After hearing Daddy, I can feel an enormous weight on my shoulders. Alysanne replied with a somewhat confused and uncertain tone. Happy? She was happy, but she felt she should be a great person to inherit her father's things. Enar smiled, hearing Alysanne's doubts. If you want to be king, you must bear the weight of the crown. Alysanne was feeling exactly what he felt when he was 6 years old, worried and sad about all the deaths he would commit in the future. However, like him, Alysanne was a strong girl and would get used to this weight on her shoulders, for she was his daughter. Don't think too much, in the future you will understand. Now let's find your relatives, Enar said with a smile as he walked with Alysanne in his arms. He was eager to see Lyanna's expression when she saw that she was a grandmother. Inside the castle, Queen Rhaenys I Targaryen lay on the soft cushion while drinking wine with an expression of pleasure. She loved this life, and for her, she would live in parties. It was because of that attitude that everyone became suspicious if Aenys was really Aegon's son. Visenya commented with a sarcastic tone, seeing her younger sister's hedonism. Rhaenys didn't seem bothered by the sarcasm and said nonchalantly, "These nobles just wanted you and me out of the way so they could marry their daughters to Aegon. Bunch of filthy hyenas." Visenya knew Rhaenys was right. At the beginning of the dynasty, people were still against marriage between brothers and sisters. Especially the Faith of the Seven, who had always been the greatest enemy of House Targaryen. "They framed me as unfaithful and framed you, calling you a witch who dabbles in blood magic," Rhaenys said with an amused tone. She looked at her older sister and added, "Of course, when it comes to blood magic they were correct." Visenya had always dabbled in blood magic. It was her hobby, and she wouldn't stop because of some slanderous rumors. Especially coming from the Faith of the Seven. "If Aenys had accepted my proposal to burn Oldtown, many things could have been resolved," Visenya said with a dissatisfied tone. When did House Targaryen need to be afraid of anyone? Although House Targaryen was a weak house compared to the other 40 houses of Dragonlord, it was weak against these houses, but compared to the world, House Targaryen was still a powerful force that could reduce a city in a few minutes. "That would have saved me a lot of trouble, my queen." Hearing the calm, powerful, and regal voice, everyone's eyes focused on the giant who appeared in the room. Rhaenys, who was drinking wine, spat out what she was drinking and looked incredulously only at Enar's enormous size. "By Meraxes, what in the gods' names are you eating to grow so much?" she asked with an incredulous and shocked tone. Enar's height was truly extraordinary, a true giant. "Enar!" Ignoring Rhaenys' question, Lyanna quickly advanced and hugged Enar with joy. However, she soon realized how small she was compared to her son. The 16-year-old girl showed a confused expression and doubted that such a giant came out of her. However, Lyanna's gray eyes soon met a pair of purple eyes staring at him with a curious and innocent look. Receding, Lyanna finally saw an extremely adorable girl looking at her. Opening her mouth, she finally understood that it was the girl. "I'm a grandmother," she exclaimed with a desperate and pained tone. She was only 16 years old and was already a grandmother. What cruel fate was this? Hearing Lyanna's exclamation, everyone's eyes focused on the small figure in Enar's arms. Visenya I, Rhaenys I, Alysanne I, and Jaehaerys I looked at the child with gentle eyes. It was the first Targaryen in almost 2 decades. For a royal family, this was something terrible, showing that there were few members. Placing Alysanne on the ground, Enar introduced the girl with a proud tone, as any father or mother would do when introducing their children to relatives. "This is my heiress, Alysanne of House Targaryen." "So cute." Lyanna seemed to stop caring about being a grandmother so soon and hugged Alysanne with a look full of love and tenderness. She had never seen anyone so cute in her life. She looked like a doll, so beautiful and awesome the girl was. Alysanne was shocked. It was the first time someone she didn't know hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Looking at her father for help, but she was sad to know that she was ignored. "Who are you?" Alysanne asked with a genuinely confused tone. She had never seen such a woman in her life, much less knew of her existence. "Fufufu." Lyanna moved away from Alysanne, put her hands on her hips and spoke proudly. "I am Lyanna Stark, your incredible, wonderful and powerful grandmother." However, she was disappointed to see her granddaughter's unimpressed expression. "You seem weak. How can you be incredible, wonderful and powerful?" Alysanne whispered with a skeptical tone, but everyone heard it very clearly, especially Lyanna, who seemed to feel an arrow pierce her heart. Enar did not suppress his laughter and began to laugh as he looked amusedly at his daughter. It was normal for Alysanne to think that way. She saw everyday big and powerful people like her mother, aunts and grandmother and the powerful Astartes as well as the Primarchs. Compared to these people, Lyanna, who was small, delicate, and fragile, was really associated with the word incredible and powerful. "Stop laughing, you bad boy," Lyanna said with an irritated tone and gently patted her son's belly. although even if she used all her strength, she would hardly hurt Einar. Everyone started pinching Alisanne's cheeks as they greeted the adored girl. Even the cold and indifferent Jaehaerys couldn't resist and affectionately stroked the hair of the girl who had the same name as his wife. Chapter 269, Nexus of Time and Space 2. Alisanne became the target of the people present. Everyone wanted to pamper the girl with all their might. Visenya, in particular, smiled constantly. She raised, taught, and educated Einar when he was little. It could be said that Einar was her son. Now that this son had a daughter, she was naturally her granddaughter. "You look like your father as a child, though you are naughtier than him." Visenya, who had Alisanne on her lap, spoke in a gentle tone, something even Einar rarely heard. Alisanne gradually understood the identities of the people in this room. She couldn't help but gasp in shock at seeing the people she read about in books actually talking to her. Visenya I Targaryen, the warrior queen and first wife of Aegon the Conqueror. Rhaenys I Targaryen, the beautiful queen and second wife of Aegon the Conqueror. Jaehaerys I Targaryen, the old king and he who created the golden age of House Targaryen. Alisanne I Targaryen, the good queen and she who created laws and developed the entire kingdom alongside her husband. They were important men and women who began the Targaryen dynasty over Westeros. However, they should be dead, or so Alisanne thought. Looking at her father, she was sure this was her father's doing. Only a god had methods to resurrect the dead. They are still dead, I merely brought their consciousness to this place. They are still dead in the present, but they are still alive in the past. Einar said with a smile. He knew his words were difficult to understand, especially for a child, but he said them nonetheless. Her father's words continued to echo in her mind, but the more she repeated what he said, the more confused she became. Shaking her head, she put these thoughts aside. She adopted a simple logic. My father is amazing. Yes, it was normal for her father to bring the dead to the land of the living. Einar could guess the thoughts passing through his daughter's young mind. Stroking the girl's head, he didn't continue the subject and looked at everyone with a relaxed gaze. Being with family was relaxing. He didn't need to display the aura of a superior being or remain eternally indifferent. How is the war? Jaehaerys looked at Einar and asked in a calm tone. There was no commanding tone or any strong tone as if Einar were a vassal, just a simple, calm question. I killed Robert, I killed the Night King. Einar said in a simple tone. An image appeared for everyone to see. It was the fight between Einar and Robert. Everyone watched with excited looks. After all, Robert was the usurper who took the Targaryen house from the throne. They wanted him dead at all costs. He is a great warrior. Visenya commented with rare praise, seeing the spectacular fight unfolding before her. Although she had a great antipathy towards the Baratheon boy, this did not detract from the boy's qualities. He looks like our good father. Jaehaerys said with a sarcastic tone, remembering his mother's second husband. The man tried to control him and Alisanne, but he soon made Lord Baratheon know his place. However, knowing the consequences of the future, he should have taken the chance to exterminate the entire Baratheon house. Rhaenys and Alisanne watched in silence, both drinking a glass of wine as they watched the brutal fight between the two kings with interest. Was there better entertainment than this? Alisanne looked at the fight and was shocked to see her omnipotent and omniscient father fighting a man. Seeing him hurting her father, she clenched her fists and promised to teach that man a lesson. However, she soon noticed the yellow sun in the air and was even more surprised. Although her mother said the sun was yellow, it was difficult to associate the color yellow when she had only seen the red sun in her life. The last scene was Einar killing Robert with his sword. Lyanna, who watched everything in silence, bit her lips. She showed a complex look. She didn't hate Robert, but she came to hate him after he took the love of her life. However, seeing his death didn't bring the happiness she expected. In the end, she and Rhaegar were dead, and the pleasurable feeling of revenge didn't exist. There was only an empty and dull feeling. Good combat, Visenya said with a satisfied tone. Einar absorbed all the training he received and became a great warrior. Powerful enough to defeat any warrior she knew. Einar didn't comment and showed the fight against the Night King and the Apostle of Plague. Compared to Robert's fight, this seemed like a fight of gods. Everyone's eyes widened seeing the red dragon and the dragon made of rotten flesh fighting in the air. The fight between Einar, the Night King, and the Apostle of Plague was even crazier. Each of their blows could change the environment. To mortals, they were no different from gods. Alysanne looked at her father fighting bravely against the monsters with an excited and adoring look. It was her first time seeing her father's powers. She finally understood why House Targaryen were gods. Seeing his daughter looking at him with admiration, Enar, as a father, felt a pride that every father would feel seeing his son or daughter see him as the most powerful person in the world. He let out a laugh and winked at her, making her even happier. However, looking back at the image showing his fight, Enar sighed and changed the image, showing the yellow sun gradually being tinged with red and the world losing its light. Honestly, the fight with the Night King was not the end, but the beginning of the long night. Enar said in a calm tone, remembering the day the long night began, a major flaw in his plans. Everyone's expressions became mortified upon seeing the consequences of the long night. Without sunlight, almost all plant life died, and with it, all crops. Not only that, the terrible and deadly cold killed everyone without any distinction. Along with the monsters, the situation of the human race was difficult to say the least. These damned gods, Lyanna said in an extremely irritated tone. She knew the reason for the long night and knew that this was the way the gods used to prevent humans from continuing to reproduce. Lyanna's anger was shared by everyone present. They finally understood how terrible the gods were. They didn't treat humans as humans, they treated humanity as cattle, which could be slaughtered at any time. You worked hard, Enar, Visenya said with a tone of regret and sadness. She finally understood the look in Enar's eyes when she first saw him. It was a look that carried all the weight of humanity on his small shoulders. It's all right, it's my duty, Enar replied in a calm tone. He didn't seem bothered by his fate at all. He had already accepted what he would become and would only continue to walk his golden path. There was no way for him to turn back, and he would definitely never let his family bear this burden for him. Everyone looked at the incredibly tall man before them with complex expressions. There was admiration for the strong, admiration for his determination, admiration for his mentality. They wondered if they would do the same as Enar if they were in his place, but they presumed they would hardly be so calm or even so determined. After all, this was a fight of a mortal against gods. Power was important, but determination and mentality were more important, for without these two things the fight couldn't even begin. Enar certainly saw their admiration, but merely rolled his eyes and didn't comment much. He felt no pride in making these people admire him. If he sought the admiration of others, he would have taken another path. I initiated the first great crusade. At this moment, my legions are fighting hordes of monsters while conquering every piece of land on the continent of Essos. In 22 years, this continent will once again belong to a house of dragon lords, Enar said in a relaxed tone as he manifested a glass of wine for himself to drink. He made a glass of wine for everyone, including his own daughter, but it was just grape juice without a drop of alcohol. Isn't it better to calm internal affairs? Jaehaerys asked with a confused tone. Knowing that Enar had the advantage, he didn't see why to initiate expansionism at such a delicate moment. I know, but I have to make these gods spend divine energy, or I will have to face gods full of divine energy. Killing a god is already difficult, killing a god full of energy is even more difficult. Enar continued speaking in a helpless tone. I was lucky to kill the god of 7 faces, as I had the element of surprise, but this method won't work a second time. The gods know I can kill them, and at any sign of danger they will return to their dimension. Jaehaerys understood Enar's strategy. It was nothing more than killing a tired enemy after a long fight. It could be said that it was nothing innovative, but these older tactics always work well. When were great warriors killed in moments of exhaustion? I won't say good luck as I feel that's disrespectful to your deeds, but try to be more cautious. These gods won't stand idly by watching their powers being consumed by you. They haven't just sent these hordes of monsters. It's very likely that they will assume human forms and try to kill you. Jaehaerys advised Enar in a calm and analytical tone. As a man who had been on the throne for over 50 years, he was at the height of conspiracies. A rabbit will bite when cornered, much less gods who have always been at the top of the world. Enar nodded his head, listening to Jaehaerys' analysis, and showed no sense of urgency. He knew more than anyone that this was just the beginning. These gods would never let his plans materialize. I know, but I want them to come to me, Enar said with a wicked smile. The gods like to conspire, he also liked to conspire against the gods. Seeing the villainous smile on his face, Visenya was speechless. That was not the smile of a king, but she remained silent, remembering that Enar's enemies were not humans but true gods. Chapter 270, Nexus of Time and Space 3. You only have one daughter? Visenya asked after things had calmed down. In her eyes, having only one descendant was a dangerous thing. She herself only had one son and the bloodline was gone. Although she says that Enar is her descendant, that's not true. Enar was a descendant of Rhaenys because she was Eni's mother. Her bloodline had disappeared after Maegor's death. That had always been a pain in her heart. The blood magic of House Targaryen was lost because her son had no descendants. Maegor's greatest obsession with children came from her, who insisted on having grandchildren to pass on the magic of blood and fire. Unfortunately, even at the end of his life, Maegor was unable to beget a descendant, even with 4 wives. Daenerys is pregnant and so is Rhaenys. Enar replied in a calm tone, knowing Visenya's concern. His words caused Visenya to show a satisfied expression on her aged face. Having many descendants was an extremely good thing for a king, it showed prosperity and a long reign. With this in mind, Visenya looked at Queen Alysanne and saw admiration in her eyes. Having a dozen sons and daughters was insane in her eyes, but this woman had not only had a dozen babies, she had survived all the births safely. Visenya had to admire that some women were born to give birth. Noticing the look on her ancestor's face, even the calm and serene Queen Alysanne couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What could she say in the face of the warrior queen's admiration? She liked sex and slept with her husband every night. As for childbirth, she never felt any difficulty apart from the pain. Her births were always quick and safe. Jaehaerys was also embarrassed. In his eyes, the warrior queen's gaze was tantamount to calling him lascivious and lustful. But thinking that he was the father of a dozen sons and daughters, he couldn't deny that he liked sex a little too much. Enar couldn't help but laugh seeing the situation in the bedroom. Seeing the cold and indifferent Jaehaerys embarrassed was a rare event. Even though they had been husband and wife for decades, they were still embarrassed by such a thing. Hearing Enar's teasing laugh, Jaehaerys looked at Enar with irritation, but was disappointed that he couldn't defend himself given his history of so many sons and daughters. "What's Dad laughing at?" Alysanne asked curiously, noticing the slightly awkward atmosphere in the air. Her purple eyes looked suspiciously at her father and then at the other people in the room. "It's nothing, I'm laughing at something I remembered," Enar said with a smile. He clearly couldn't talk about this subject with a 3-year-old girl. Lyanna, Enar's mother, was still dismayed by Alysanne's lack of emotion towards her. Yes, although she couldn't compare with the men and women in this room, she was also a famous warrior. She had fought in the Harrenhal tournament and defeated many prestigious knights. For the first time, Lyanna regretted being so discreet. If she had shown her face at the tournament, perhaps her granddaughter would have paid more attention to her and they wouldn't have underestimated her so strongly. Enar noticed the dejected expression on his mother's face and whispered a few things in her daughter's ear, who now looked at her grandmother with a look of admiration. Seeing this, Enar smiled in satisfaction. Children were easy to admire. Alysanne couldn't believe that her seemingly frail grandmother could cause an entire war in her name. Lyanna looked at her granddaughter, who stared at her with admiration and smiled happily. Although she didn't know what Enar had said to Alysanne, she didn't care. What grandmother wouldn't want her granddaughter not to look at her with admiration? Just as Enar was about to say something, he looked in a certain direction and frowned. The whispers of the Chaos Gods suddenly increased. This was strange, especially as these 4 gods were still being generated and couldn't stay awake for long. Hearing the whispers intensify to the extreme, even Enar couldn't help but feel his mind buzzing fiercely. The entire nexus of time and space shuddered and the projections of everyone in the room went out for a moment before returning to normal. Enar was really surprised at this point. What do these 4 worms want to do right now? Holding his forehead, Enar frowned at the agonizing pain in his head. It felt like someone was using a hammer to crack his head open. This pain seemed to shake his whole body, from his bones to his flesh. What happened? Seeing the pained expression on Enar's face, Lyanna asked with a worried tone. She didn't even mind her body disappearing for a moment. She was already dead and didn't fear disappearing again. "It's nothing, just 4 heretics trying to influence me," Enar replied in a calm tone, his expression relaxed and indifferent to the tempting whispers of the Chaos Gods. Honestly, he felt that these gods of chaos should learn more words in the dictionary. It was always the same temptations. He had had enough of hearing the same thing for 3 years. Visenya frowned as she listened to Enar's words. She and everyone else in the room sensed that this was far from being as simple as it appeared to be. They felt their consciousness disappear for a moment. Even the nexus of time and space shuddered. This was definitely not normal. However, seeing that Enar didn't want to continue the subject, Visenya didn't go any further. Enar was already an adult, a great man and a king. He didn't need her advice on something as abstract as gods. Suddenly, Enar's expression frowned again, the whispers becoming even louder, as if the gods of chaos were shouting in his ear. At this moment he knew something was wrong and he was probably under attack. "I'll come back another day." Enar said goodbye and left the nexus of time and space with Alisanne. Opening his eyes, Enar looked at his daughter sleeping on the bed. He smoothed the sheets so she wouldn't get cold and kissed her forehead. Taking one last look at his daughter, he left the room with a cold expression. In just an instant he was already on the ruby throne. The 3 spears pierced the flesh of his back, but Enar didn't even frown. He looked at the warp and calmly gazed at the highly visible divine power in the world of psychic energy. "Do they think they can hide their tracks?" Enar asked with a sarcastic tone, his eyes staring at the 4 gigantic eggs with a cold gaze. What did they offer? Souls? Perhaps humans to be their playthings? Enar asked again. He knew the chaos gods were awake, because he could feel the sense of amusement in the air. Korn refused to answer something so insulting. He hadn't made any deals with the gods, he despised conspiracies and any other kind of war. He would face Enar on the battlefield, not in the shadows like a filthy rat. Enar knew this, so his question was directed at Sench, Nurgle and Slaanesh. Slaanesh's lewd laughter rang through the air, along with Nurgle's malicious giggles and Sench's cold, manipulative laugh. "You don't have to answer, I know exactly what they wanted," Enar said with a cold tone, a sarcastic smile appearing on his lips. "Do they think they can manipulate and control the chaos gods with mere promises? What nonsense, gods are arrogant." At this point even Korn laughed. Apparently the 4 chaos gods were pleased that Enar knew them so well. How could the most evil primordial forces in the known universe be rational? Yes, the gods thought that the chaos gods were somewhat rational, but they were deeply mistaken. Chaos gods wouldn't be called that if they were rational. A deal with the chaos gods might seem safe, but it was completely the opposite. It was the stupidest thing to do, because they could manipulate everything and anything related to themselves. The evil gods might have thought they were making a profit by making a deal with the chaos gods, but they didn't know that it was already in the hands of these chaos gods. It was lucky for these evil gods that the chaos gods hadn't been born yet, or they wouldn't even have had the chance to get out of the warp. Looking at the chaos gods, Enar spoke with a terribly cold tone. "I'm going to watch as you devour these gods. I want to see the despair in their expressions when they realize you've brought hungry lions into their homes." Enar didn't bother waiting for the chaos gods to reply and left the warp. He knew that this was all a plot by the evil gods against him, but what the gods didn't know was that just as they were after Enar, the chaos gods were after themselves. "Let's start the Game of Thrones again," Enar muttered with a cold tone. Instead of the throne of a country, what was at stake was the planetary throne. Chapter 271, The First Divine War I. Enar opened his eyes and showed a sarcastic smile, remembering the previous conversation. Even he didn't dare to make any agreement with the gods of chaos, that was pure stupidity. Adjusting his thoughts, Enar put aside the evil gods and began to scour all of Westeros. He could do so thanks to the Red Suns, which acted as cameras for him. After half a day, Enar knew there was no trace of the evil gods in Westeros. The evil gods would not fight him within Westeros, where the power of faith was basically monopolized. "You want me to go to Essos, where your combat power is greater?" Enar murmured. He tapped his finger rhythmically on the arm of the ruby throne and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "Ha ha ha," Enar let out a low, amused laugh. He wasn't worried at all. He practically had the power to decide when this war would truly begin. The evil gods didn't dare to set foot in Westeros, where they had no support from the power of faith. What remained was for them to lure Enar to the continent of Essos as quickly as possible. "Are you going to blackmail me with my legions?" Enar murmured to himself, smiling. Besides the free city of Volantis, this was the only thing that could make him go to the continent of Essos. "If you think my primarchs are just big humans in armor, you are very mistaken. They are not so easy to kill, especially my young primarchs." Enar predicted the evil god's steps without using prescience. He knew it was useless to use prescience. Just as before, where the gods hid the future for a determined time, this same method was being implemented at this very moment throughout the continent of Essos. Even so, Enar used prescience, but stopped using it the next second. Just as he expected, the future seemed hazy, as if a sandstorm was blocking his vision of the future. Using the same method twice isn't very smart, Enar murmured with a smile. Using this method to block his prescience only showed that the conspiracy already existed and was happening. However, this can help me, Enar said with a cold smile. The evil gods could conspire against him, he could also conspire against the evil gods. Thinking about it, Enar wanted to laugh like a villain, but seeing Leda's expression, who stared at him with a cold and indifferent look, he restrained himself and didn't let Leda gain any advantage to provoke him. Enar looked towards Essos and whispered to all the primarchs. Hear my orders, my primarchs. Sigismund, Titus, Sanguinius, Vulcan, Horus, and Fulgrim, who were separated in completely different places, heard the emperor's words with solemn and determined expressions. All 6, who were fighting hordes of monsters, did not hesitate and retreated to the rear of the legions. They left the legions under the command of each legion's lieutenants and began to implement the orders of the Emperor of Mankind. All 6 primarchs used the greatest speed they could and traversed the entire western region of Essos. In the next 7 days, the artificial red suns illuminated the entire western region of Essos. Covering almost all of the 9 free cities, with the exception of Qohor, the survivors of the long night saw the sun for the first time in 3 years. The terrible and deadly cold was dissipated while life seemed to flow again into this abandoned and cursed continent. People could leave their homes and not worry about dying in the dark and frightening night. At this moment, the continent of Essos received a new guest. He wore red armor and was about 3 meters tall, a true giant among humans. He had white gold hair and purple eyes. An inhumanly beautiful and angular face. Enar looked at the desolate land before him with a calm expression. He threw a drop of blood on the ground and the ruby throne appeared before him. He sat on the throne and the 3 spears pierced the flesh of his back. Looking up, Enar could see dozens of artificial red suns around an area of hundreds of kilometers. Gigantic red fireballs shining intensely, as if they would never go out. As if sensing Enar's arrival, the hordes of monsters which were in the cities retreated and went towards the true enemy. Millions of monsters all ran with all their might towards him. Millions of pairs of red eyes all shining with a fierce, bestial and crazy light. The primarchs looked at each other and also advanced with full force towards their emperor. How could they let the emperor fight alone? Even if they had to cross the sea of monsters, they would do so to fight alongside their father. Enar closed his eyes and waited patiently while appreciating the weight of the future, which had disappeared. It had been a long time since he had been so relaxed as at this moment. If he had good wine at this moment, Enar would gladly drink it. Unfortunately, he didn't like alcohol in serious moments. Even if the drink couldn't make him drunk. My emperor. 6 men appeared in front of Enar's ruby throne. They knelt and greeted the emperor with respect and reverence. Looking at the 6 primarchs, Enar smiled with satisfaction. The 6 primarchs were not yet at their peak. They needed more than 500 years to reach their peak, but even so they were already extremely powerful. In the future, each primarch will guard the fissures in time and space, a place where the barrier between the warp and the universe was extremely thin, thus allowing the entry of the demonic legions of the warp. You have done well, now leave the problems to me, Enar said with a smile to his 6 blood sons. His purple eyes stared at the armors covered in black blood, showing that all the primarchs had fought fiercely for a long time. It is an honor to fight for my emperor. Sigismund spoke with a solemn tone. There was nothing more satisfying for a fanatic than receiving orders from his master. He was like that, and all the primarchs were like that too. With Sigismund's words, the other 5 primarchs also nodded their heads, agreeing with their war brother's statement. My emperor, all the hordes of monsters have gathered and are coming in this direction, Sanguinius said with a solemn and murderous tone. They were not afraid of the monsters, but they feared that it would consume the emperor's energy. In this war, the emperor should be 100% ready to fight the gods personally. The primarchs seemed eager to fight under Enar's eyes, as if they were young children trying to prove their worth and strength before their father. Enar looked at the scene with a gentle smile. Although the 6 primarchs were not his true sons, the 6 were equal in his eyes. I know your concerns and desires, but when it comes to energy, I can state that these evil gods are far inferior to me. Enar said with a smile. He had no concern about fighting the gods. The evil gods could accumulate divine energy for 100,000 years and would not be able to fight a war of attrition against him. He controlled the nexus of time and space. He practically had infinite energy when it came to energy. Something that the evil gods didn't even have the qualifications to possess or even dare to aspire to. The 6 Primarchs showed no skepticism or anything else. They believed that every word of Enar was sacred and true. Evil gods? Just rats who didn't dare to fight the Emperor. Fulgrim looked at the perfect being before him with the gaze of a true fanatic. This was the pinnacle he aimed to reach, by being close to the Emperor. Horus just looked at Enar with a calm gaze and an unwavering will. Vulcan just stood beside the Emperor holding his chain's word. His red eyes, which glowed like embers, stared at everything with a cold and deadly gaze. Sanguinius was the youngest and most animated of the Primarchs. He simply sat on the ground and waited for the enemy's arrival while whistling calmly. He felt comfortable in Enar's presence. Sigismund and Titus looked like 2 mountains of steel, one on each side of the throne, with solemn and cold expressions, like true soldiers forged in the flames of faith, discipline, and blood. Chapter 272, The First Divine War 2. Enar looked at the storm in the sky with a smile. He could feel countless gazes coming from the storm. He knew they were the gods, wanting to guess what his conspiracy was. They are afraid. Yes, they feared Enar. At first, they thought he was just another mortal. No matter how glorious, he would be nothing more than a momentary glory, a mere 100 years of power. But when they truly noticed the danger of Enar, it was already too late. He had killed the god of 7 faces with a ceremonial weapon used in Old Valyria. The weapon that was once used to worship the gods became a bridge for mortals to reach divinities. The mere mortal now had the power to kill gods. A privilege that only gods had, was now in the hand of an ambitious mortal who declared himself God Emperor of mankind. Just by his name, the gods knew of Enar's ambition. So, to prevent the mortal from gaining even more power, they initiated the long night earlier than expected, but soon they realized that the mortal had prepared for the long night for many years, which made the devastating effect of the cataclysm not satisfactorily enough. Their plans failed again. Not only did they fail to make the mortal weaker, but they also made him more powerful. An entire continent worshipped the mortal, making him stronger. Even now, seeing that figure sitting on the ruby throne, the gods felt shivers run down their divine bodies. The immense amount of psychic energy was something so terrifying that they dared not take a step forward. Gods were essentially the thoughts of mortals. If mortals believed a god was a god of death, that god would have authority over death. Psychic energy was the sum of the thoughts of all beings in the universe. It was the purest poison for the gods. If the gods came into contact with such energy, they would get lost and hardly escape the madness that accompanied this psychic energy. So, seeing that terrifying amount of psychic energy made the gods not want to take a step forward for fear of Enar's conspiracy. Suddenly, the gods noticed a figure approaching Enar. It was a small man, pale and dark-haired. The gods recognized the divine aura. It was the god of many faces. Your Majesty. The god of many faces greeted Enar with a smile and impeccable posture. No one would think that he had previously fought Enar's Primarchs in Bravos. Your Excellency. Enar greeted him with a calm and neutral tone, making it impossible for this being who had lived for thousands of years to try to discover what the Emperor of mankind was thinking. I came to respectfully ask if I kneel before you, I can have my space to survive. As soon as the words of the god of death sounded, silence predominated the environment. Even the monsters stopped running towards Enar. All the gods looked at the figure of the god of death with incredulous eyes, with the words of betrayal from the god of many faces. Not even in their wildest dreams would they think that the god of many faces would beg for his life. Honestly, I was prepared to fight to the death. The god of death said with a calm tone, showing no concern for the thoughts of his divine companions. But these madmen really dared to communicate with the chaos gods. Even though I fear death more than anyone, I know this was such a stupid move that I want to switch sides. The god of many faces spoke calmly, showing no reaction to the increasingly murderous gazes of his former companions. If I die by the Emperor's sword, I will die and have my eternal rest, but if I fall into the hands of the Chaos Gods, I would be a slave for all eternity, a slave to my madness and hostage to my own mind. I may be one of the cruelest and most cunning gods, but I still have pride." When he finished speaking, the black eyes of the god of death calmly stared at Enar, awaiting his answer. Fulgrim looked at the god of death, begging to switch sides, and finally saw the true face of the gods. They were like humans, they had desires and feared death like any mortal. In Fulgrim's eyes, only Enar was truly perfect, full of royalty and dignity, worthy of being the god emperor of mankind. All the Primarchs looked at the god of death with surprised eyes. Sanguinius, in particular, looked at his enemy with a complex gaze but did not speak. It was up to the emperor to decide the fate of the god of death. Enar remained silent as he rhythmically tapped his finger on the arm of the throne. The sound seemed particularly audible in this cold, silent, and tense environment. The emperor's purple eyes stared into the black eyes of the god of death. After a while, Enar opened his mouth and uttered his words. The calm and regal tone made the atmosphere pulsate with the power accumulated in his body. "You know, if I accept, you will practically become my dog." The god of death smiled and replied with an equally calm tone. "Better to be a dog with sanity and dignity than a mad monster who only knows how to kill and worship the chaos gods." Enar looked at the god of death with a touch of surprise in his expression. The god of death was unexpectedly adaptable. The danger level of the god of many faces increased in Enar's mind. An enemy who could bend in times of need was truly dangerous. However, Enar seriously looked at the god of many faces and pondered. Honestly, having a god as a meat shield in future invasions of the demonic hordes was quite lucrative. "Do you agree to place a drop of my blood in the heart of your divine body?" Enar asked with a calm tone. This was his way of controlling the god of death. His drop of blood would be intimately linked to him, and with a mere thought, a gigantic amount of psychic energy would explode, killing the god of death or worse, corrupting him. Of course, it would not be the psychic energy of the warp, but his purified energy with Enar's thoughts, thus corrupting the god of death into a true slave, just as the chaos gods did with their future demons. In this sense, Enar was increasingly similar to the chaos god than anything else. But it was as the saying went. The hunter one day becomes the prey after many years. The god of death smiled and pointed upwards. Looking up, Enar saw a rift forming in the sky covered with artificial suns. Through the rift, a pale and naked body appeared before him. He was a man so thin he could be called a skeleton, his eye sockets were deep, and his eyes were as black as the sun that covered this world. He was naked, with only a black mist surrounding his tall, pale figure. Under Enar's eyes, the tall, pale man opened his own chest and showed a completely black heart. A drop of blood came from the tip of Enar's finger and flew towards the god of death. The drop of blood looked like a ruby, shining with a beautiful glow. The drop of blood hit the heart of the god of death and disappeared into the black heart. The god of death closed his chest and smiled. He bowed to Enar and the rift in the sky closed. Enar looked at the dozens of gazes in the sky and spoke with a calm tone. "Does anyone else want to be my dog?" What answered Enar was a terrifying silence. He could feel the angry gazes of the gods. They were angry, utterly humiliated, and treated like mere dogs. "However, I don't accept just any dog. It has to be a strong dog," Enar said with a calm and slightly amused tone. He really wanted to see what these gods would choose. Two other figures landed on the ground, an incredibly beautiful woman and a man with a lion's head. The Weeping Lady of Lys and the Lion of Night of Et. Two other rifts opened in the sky, the same process happened, and Enar gave a drop of blood to each of the gods. Turning his gaze back to the three gods before him, Enar smiled coldly and said with an amused tone, "Kneel." The three gods did not hesitate and prostrated themselves before Enar. The Lion of Night was even more humble, resting his forehead on the ground, showing maximum respect for Enar. "You have to prove your loyalties. Each of you must bring me the head of a god. I don't want the heads of avatars, but the heads of the true bodies of these gods," Enar said with a murderous tone. He didn't care if these gods had divine friends or families, or even if they would die fighting the gods. The god of death was the fastest, his body lost all vitality and fell lifeless. Obviously, he returned to the dimension of the gods. The goddess of Lys and the Lion of Night also quickly returned to the dimension of the gods. Enar looked at the other divine gazes with a cunning and cold smile. Although there was some change in his conspiracy, the gods must still advance against him at this moment. Chapter 273, The First Divine War 3. My Emperor, do you think they will return quickly? Sanguinius asked curiously. Although he didn't know the environment of the dimension of the gods, he presumed it would be an extremely large place. A god could easily hide if he wanted to. Why do you think the god of death was the fastest? He clearly had already prepared a target beforehand. Enar replied with an amused smile. Don't underestimate these gods with tens of thousands of years, they are cunning and cruel foxes. Sanguinius showed a sarcastic look hearing this. It was clear that the god of death wanted to kneel to the emperor much earlier. He estimated that even the fight he had with a god of death was just a staging to not alarm the prey that the god of many faces chose. 10 minutes later, the body that was once lifeless rose and knelt before Enar. The god of death said nothing and a rift in space opened, a head rolled on the ground and soon after, a heart fell into the hands of the body that the god of many faces was possessing. The head had clear characteristics of someone from Dothraki, surprising Enar. He looked curiously at the head and estimated that it was the horse god, worshipped by the Dothraki. Looking at the still incredulous appearance of the god, Enar could imagine that the horse god never in his wildest dreams thought he was in the sights of the most cunning god in Essos. You are really cunning, but I like that. Enar said with a satisfied look as he picked up the god's head, looking with a curious gaze. It was the first god he saw in flesh and blood. Golden blood still dripped on the ground while the horse god's eyes seemed to move for an instant. He is not completely dead yet, my emperor. Because of his myth, the horse god's authority is in the heart. If your grace devours his heart, you can take his place and completely kill the horse god's last hope of reviving. The god of death said with a submissive smile as he handed over the heart, which looked more like a brown jewel. Enar looked at the heart and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the god of death with a smile. You can keep it. Treat this as a reward for your act of loyalty, he said with a calm yet gentler tone. The god of death's eyes widened hearing Enar's words. This was an authority, not bread you gave to a beggar. If a mortal devoured it, he would become a god directly. However, here he was, being rewarded with an authority. The god of death was still incredulous. He himself knew the difficulty of killing the horse god in such a short time. It was months of planning just to lower the horse god's guard, before finally killing him in a quick and deadly fight. Although others may call you my dogs are well fed, Enar said with a calm tone. Without any greed for the opportunity to be a god so close to him. He wanted more. Becoming a mere god would not make him stronger, but it would strengthen his control over the human population, but he didn't need that at this moment. After all, even the gods were defenseless before the gods of chaos, so Enar had no expectation of being a god. Hearing Enar's words, the god of death beat his chest and spoke with a tone full of heroism and loyalty. Don't worry, my emperor, I will defend humanity with my life. The primarchs were speechless at the god of death's shamelessness. Sanguinius spat on the ground. Hearing the god of death's words, there was only the purest contempt for the god. Protect humanity? You started the long night and eliminated more than 70% of the human population. Sanguinius presumed it would take hundreds of years for the planet to return to its former glory. The primarch of the Blood Angels Legion wanted to tear that damned god's body again. The god of death looked at Sanguinius and smiled gently, without any dissatisfaction or even any resentment regarding the fight in the black and white house in the free city of Bravos. The god of many faces was not stupid enough to anger the primarchs. Tens of thousands of years of experience was not something a child like Sanguinius could have in a short time. The god of death could even be Enar's dog. He could ignore Sanguinius as if he didn't exist, regardless of the young warrior's contemptuous behavior. Sanguinius noticed this and snorted coldly, looking at the god of death with an icy gaze. Unfortunately, from this day on he would have to fight alongside this filthy worm. Enar shook his head and smiled, patiently waiting for the real fight to begin. The gods were afraid to advance towards him, but he knew better than anyone that they would eventually advance, as that was the only way to overthrow him from the throne. Looking at the god of death, Enar asked with a calm tone. What was the result of the negotiations with the gods of chaos? I don't know, my emperor. The god of death replied, shaking his head, indicating that he didn't know. I didn't dare to go to the Immaterium to find the gods of chaos. As someone who valued life more than anything, the god of death preferred to commit suicide than to enter the immaterium. He personally saw the result of the god of seven faces when he was corrupted by psychic energy. Mere seconds made the god of seven faces turn into a slave for all eternity. A great god who was practically at the peak of the divine hierarchy was transformed into a slave in a mere instant. That was so shocking that he decided to switch sides. He realized that, as long as Enar had control over the immaterium energy, they, the gods, would die sooner or later. Psychic energy was especially poisonous to the gods. It seemed that this was the flaw that the universe gave to the gods. Enar showed a thoughtful look hearing the god of death's words. He narrowed his eyes and increased his caution to the maximum. With the crazy mind of the gods of chaos, he could expect anything, including even seeing the gods transforming into demons. Honestly, Enar presumed that the gods would be betrayed without any surprise by the gods of chaos. It was something so obvious that he would not be surprised if such a thing really happened. Again, only someone stupid would dare to make a deal with a god of chaos, much less with three of them. It was the same as having your death sentence declared. The unknowns were only when and where. While Enar thought, the god of many faces simply began to devour the horse god's heart. His teeth tore the flesh with voracity and golden blood stained his chin while he showed an intoxicated expression, as if he were eating the most delicious food in the world. The Primarch's expressions showed disgust and repulsion with the wild, even insane actions of the god of death. That didn't look like a god, but a cannibal delighting in the taste of human flesh. It was simply disgusting to the extreme to see this scene. Sanguinius didn't hesitate and spoke with a tone full of disgust. You are an animal that cannot control your own reason and mind. The god of many faces finished eating and smiled, showing his teeth stained with the golden blood of the gods, as well as around his mouth. He laughed and licked his fingers, disgustingly cleaning the residual blood on his fingers. You are not a god and you don't understand this taste, my lord, said the god with a tone full of happiness, feeling a new authority being born in his body within the dimension of the gods. It's as if every part of your body is celebrating, every little piece of it jumping with joy and satiety. This feeling is so good that sex is nothing more than something trivial, he said, looking at Enar with an increasingly excited look, waiting for orders for him to kill more gods to delight himself even more. Enar looked at the god of many faces and saw that the god was a little insane. Obviously, devouring another god was not without disadvantages. If a god devoured many gods, he probably wouldn't be different from any god of chaos. But the gods would never let such an individual live long. Obviously no one wanted a madman conspiring in the shadows to devour. Enar estimated that when such a god showed that he wanted to devour gods, these gods would unite and kill that god in question. Looking at the increasingly insane look of the god of death, Enar presumed that this god should not live much longer. He didn't want a mad god around him, hindering his plans. Some hours passed and two figures appeared before him. It was the weeping goddess of Lys and the night lion of Et, both also holding two heads. One also held an eye and the other held an arm. Enar looked with disgust at the crystallized authorities in the form of organs. Wasn't there any normal myth? The god of death licked his lips seeing the two items, as if he was eager to taste something delicious. These are your rewards. Enar looked at the heads of the dead gods and didn't recognize any of them, but that was normal. Essos was huge and had hundreds of minor gods and a dozen great gods. The goddess of Lys showed a surprised look and put away the eye while looking at the god of death with a cold look. Seeing the blood around his mouth and the greedy look, she already knew what happened. The night lion did the same thing. He put away the arm and waited for Enar's new orders. Suddenly, Enar felt the gazes return. He smiled and knew that the war was about to begin. He held his sword, Lady Laia, and patiently waited for the war to begin. Chapter 274, The First Divine War 4. Enar looked at the gazes before him and smiled, with no intention of moving a step forward. He was not in a hurry and could wait as long as necessary. After all, the trap was already set, only the prey needed to fall into it. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure advanced towards Enar. Even being hundreds of kilometers away, the sound of the ocean waves spread to all corners of the battlefield. Enar seemed to see a tsunami advancing towards him. With the first god taking the first step, the other gods no longer hesitated. All advanced with murderous intentions. They did not want to die, so Enar had to die. The Primarchs became tense, ready to fight. Each held their chains tightly, ready for the extremely difficult battle. However, they soon showed confused expressions, as the emperor himself did not even get up from the throne, apparently not even wanting to get up. Enar did not move until the gods finally entered the range of the hundreds of red suns. When that happened, the world seemed to be hit by a red hue. Gigantic red lightning bathed the earth. When the gods realized it, they saw a huge cage made of red lightning. When a god touched the lightning, he quickly moved away with a touch of fear. In that god's mind, whispers asking him to worship Enar made his mind strongly buzz. Even the world seemed confused, without directions or even dizzy. However, this was not the worst thing, that God felt that he could no longer return to his body. This completely terrified him. What does it mean not to return to his body? He became a mortal who could have a little divine power, which was quickly depleting. You gods are really arrogant. Enar stood up from the throne and spoke in a calm tone, tinged with a touch of amusement and sarcasm. How dare you transfer your consciousness to a mortal body? What happens if someone cuts that connection? Isn't it that you fall from your divine thrones? Enar's words made these gods feel shivers run down their bodies. It's not that they didn't think about it, but the body and soul are so intimately connected that there was nothing that could cut the connection between the soul and the body. However, now they really knew that this really existed at this moment. It's not difficult, just confuse the connection and you lose the ability to return to your divine bodies. Enar said with a smile. After all, this connection is just a bridge, it has no intelligence, it's easy to be cut by a large amount of random information. Every word of Enar was like a fairy piercing the gods' weak arrogance and ego. What would happen if they died in this situation? The gods discovered that they would really enter eternal sleep. This was no different from dying. A goddess arrived in front of Enar with a seductive and warm smile. My emperor does not need to be an enemy of everyone, we just need a small piece of land to create humans to generate faith. We can live peacefully. Perhaps another mortal would be fascinated by the stunning beauty of the goddess before him, but Enar only nodded with great disgust. Before the goddess finished speaking, Enar's sword had already been brandished. The goddess's head was separated from her body as it fell to the ground. Her expression still showed a seductive and warm look, without realizing that she was killed in a mere second, without even having time to notice that she was dead. I already have enough wives and lovers, I don't need a divine whore. Enar said in a cold tone. He felt no pity or even any regret in killing such a beautiful goddess. He was not a man addicted to women, so the proposal of this goddess mattered little to him. Besides, he already had the most beautiful women in the world by his side, he didn't need more. The death of the goddess was like a trigger, officially opening this war. It was the first divine being to be killed and would be the first of many. Looking at the gods who were still shocked by the prison he had created, Enar smiled and stood up from the ruby throne. The 3 ruby spears came out of the flesh of his back and his wounds healed in an instant. He took a step forward and began to approach the gods with the long sword in his hand. The sword, which was bathed in divine blood, seemed increasingly special. The sword that once seemed as white as milk, now seemed made of a golden metal, full of holiness and majesty. One of the gods did not care about Enar's sword, he looked at the ruby throne and then at the red suns in the sky. At the same instant he knew that this was Enar's weakness. He does not have enough energy to maintain such a large amount of psychic energy. We just need to destroy the ruby throne and we can escape when the energy runs out. The gods' words brought a vague hope to the gods. The reason why it didn't give much hope was simple, they also didn't have much divine energy. Without the main body to provide divine energy, they had no way to replenish divine energy. That is, although Enar could run out of energy, whoever consumed more energy would be the one who would die sooner. Gods were selfish and did not trust each other. How could they leave their own lives in the hands of their old enemies? A god who looked like a drowned mortal, looked at the gods and spoke in a hoarse and cold tone. We can take turns, a group of gods attacks and then retreats after a while, another group takes the place of this group and so on. Do it. The words of the drowned god made the gods agree without hesitation. This was really a great method to prevent them from being used as consumables to consume Enar's energy during battle. Enar watched with amusement as 5 gods positioned themselves far from him, ready to start a long-range field. The gods had no intention of battling Enar up close. You have no intention of close combat, but I do. Enar murmured as he took a step forward. Behind him, the Primarchs seemed to have received orders and attacked at the same time. They advanced towards the gods with cold and murderous expressions. Although the relay method was good, it would only be effective if Enar was alone, but he was not. Each Primarch could kill a god's avatar. That is, he had 6 wolves ready to wreak complete havoc on the god's formation. As for the 3 gods who had just bowed before him, Enar made them hide and take advantage of whoever was injured and kill these gods when they were defenseless. The god of death, the goddess of Lys, and the night lion were more than happy to do such a job. They looked eagerly at the gods as if they were large pieces of succulent meat. They never imagined that the gods, once so great and sacred, could reach this state because of a mere mortal. But here they were, watching the gods tremble because of a human, whom they considered mere cattle, that they could slaughter at any moment. I must say, fate really liked cruel games, all the gods agreed. Enar could not use prescience, but he already had a lot of battle experience, so he was not too worried about this war. For his conspiracy was not just the lightning cage. Looking at the gods who were sure that the cage only served to cut the connection with the dimension of the gods, Enar's eyes narrowed, hiding the malice in his gaze. Let him show why the human heart is sometimes scarier than demons in hell. I want to see their expressions when they know that humans are the race with the dirtiest tactics in the universe. Enar thought with a look full of malice. His sword seemed to tremble, eager to drink the blood of the gods again. Come on, mother, you will drink the blood of the gods. Enar whispered as he reached the gods in an instant. He brandished his sword with a calm look. Chapter 275, The First Divine War v. Enar's sword cut a minor and weak god in half. He didn't seem satisfied with just cutting the god in half. He simply exploded the god's avatar's head with a punch. Blood splattered everywhere, brain tissue and even an entire eye fell grotesquely to the ground. Enar was still not satisfied. He used psychic energy and submerged the god's soul, gradually enslaving it. These divine souls would be quite useful in the future, especially to serve as great receptacles of psychic energy. Brutal, cruel, and decisive. These were the only words the gods could give Enar after seeing his brutality. The human emperor was not merciful, he simply killed a god as if he were killing a chicken. They realized that they couldn't fight head-on or they would die, just like the god who had just died. They saw that the divine soul was submerged by Enar's psychic energy, transforming it into a true slave. The gods felt shivers seeing that scene. In their eyes, Enar was even crueler than the Chaos gods. The Chaos gods at least left their bodies alive, but Enar showed no mercy even for that. Damn it, this bastard wants to use us as fucking jars. The drowned god said with a tone full of anger. Dying was one thing, but humiliating oneself was something else entirely. Enar's intentions were obvious, especially noting the large amount of psychic energy being injected into the dead god's soul. Stop screaming like a fucking woman and let's fight. The black goat of Qohor said with a cold tone. His goat head stared at Enar with a look full of murderous intentions. The souls of the tormented surrounded his figure, looking like the judge of hell. The drowned god stopped talking and attacked Enar without hesitation. A large amount of water fell from the sky, weighing thousands of tons. Capable of crushing anything. The goat of Qohor also attacked. A black smoke with red threads advanced against Enar. Where the smoke touched, decomposition spread. It was as if time was passing extremely fast. Enar looked fearlessly at both attacks. He brandished his sword again, but instead of pointing it at an enemy, he pointed the sword at the ground and plunged the sword into the earth. Purify. Enar whispered in a calm tone while using a large amount of psychic energy. In the next moment, an extremely hot heat wave spread with Enar at the center. Everything within a radius of tens of kilometers instantly ignited, even the ground turned into lava. Before the crimson flames, everything seemed to be reduced to ashes. Be it the attack of the gods or the gods themselves. Before the heat of the sun, even these gods could not remain untouched. They had to use divine energy to protect themselves. However, small gods with little faith did not have such privileges. They endured for a few moments before being reduced to mere ashes while their souls were drowned by Enar's psychic energy, becoming slaves for all eternity. The sea of monsters was also evaporated from the earth. Nothing remained but a few monsters beyond the reach of Enar's attack area. Enar looked at the result of his attack with satisfaction. In the future, psykers would be even more powerful, capable of destroying entire planets. Of course, normal humans would never reach such a state of power in the human race. Besides his sons and daughters, only the Primarchs had such potential. However, psykers with lower degrees of power could even read the mind of an entire city, crush humans and other humanoid beings with just a glance. This was the power of psykers in the future. Observing the Emperor's scale of destruction, all the Primarchs widened their eyes. His attack area was at most hundreds of meters away, but the Emperor destroyed everything within a radius of almost 100 kilometers. This was an extremely large area. Fulgrim in particular looked like a crazy fan seeing his idol showing his strength for the first time. He knew that the Emperor was powerful enough to literally create suns for the population of a continent, but seeing it personally was something entirely different. He wanted that power, enough power for the Emperor to be proud of him and look at him with the greatest possible satisfaction. He wanted to be perfect like the Emperor and share his heavy burden. Enar looked at the results and was even more satisfied. It can be said that the minor gods were practically eradicated and their souls were enslaved. The only ones still standing were the powerful gods of the free cities who had accumulated large amounts of faith over millennia. Letting out a sigh, Enar pulled his sword from the ground and took a step forward, stepping on the hot, bubbling magma. He walked towards the surviving gods with a calm and cold tone. The long night must end and you have marked its end. Enar's voice spread throughout the battlefield, causing shivers in the surviving gods. They felt that if they became Enar's slaves, their fate would be worse than serving the Chaos Gods. The Chaos Gods at least used them as troops, but Enar would use them as receptacles for large amounts of psychic energy. And what would happen when Enar used them as weapons? That is, they lost their freedom and would be used at some point to pacify chaos. Their lives in Enar's hands would be even darker than in the hands of the Chaos Gods. One of the gods wanted to invoke the projections of the Chaos God at this moment, but soon discovered that no matter what he did, the connection with the Chaos Gods could not be established. Enar seemed to see through the god's thoughts and showed a slightly sarcastic look. I lived with the Chaos Gods for 3 years. I learned 1 or 2 things from them, especially in creating a suitable environment for oneself. This is very useful knowledge, as this established territory practically cuts off any connection with the warp. The gods' faces darkened in an instant. They were frustrated. In modern terms, they felt they couldn't use weapons to fight the thief who invaded their home, or they would be arrested by the police for using excessive force. I know it's frustrating, Enar said with a calm yet powerful tone. But only blame yourself for being a god who is hindering my golden path. Do you think you'll stay alive for long? The drowned god seemed to hear a funny joke hearing Enar's words. Lawler will kill you. He's just waiting for you to kill all of us to finally get rid of you, a mere disposable pawn. Your destiny is similar to ours, to be a slave forever in the hands of the gods. Your dynasty, wives and daughters will be destroyed as soon as you fulfill his objective. In the end, everyone will forget your name, because that's how this damned humanity works. They always forget their heroes. The drowned god said every word with so much malice that around him seemed to be tinged with a darker color. Enar seemed thoughtful at the drowned god's words. There was a possibility that this would actually happen, even if he had not seen any indication of such a thing happening. But Enar never underestimated a being who was omniscient and omnipotent. You're right, but even if such a thing happens, I will fight him for my future. Enar replied to the drowned god as he stood before him. He raised his sword, looking coldly at the god who had spent too much divine power to even be able to move. But you will be my weapon against Lawler, should that really happen. After all, I cannot trust any god, not even my patron, Enar said, cutting off the drowned god's head in an instant. However, when he was about to enslave the drowned god, he saw that the drowned god's soul was extremely corrupted with psychic energy. It can be said that there was not a piece of soul that had not been corrupted. This is impossible. I never came into contact with psychic energy. The drowned god also saw his own situation and screamed full of disbelief. You didn't have contact with chaos? Enar laughed and spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. The moment you accepted a deal with the god of chaos, you were already corrupted. The chaos god was just waiting for the right moment for you to fall into the ruinous forces of chaos. It wasn't just you, but all the gods who dared to accept a deal with the chaos gods. Enar continued speaking, his voice dripping with sarcasm and irony. When you die, all of you will fall into the arms of the ruinous forces of chaos. You will be slaves for all eternity, worse than any demon. However, Enar frowned. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, the mark of the Chaos God could not be erased from the drowned god's soul. He was not strong enough to erase the mark of a being who had not even been born, but was already at the top of the known universe. Since you are not even fit to be my slaves, you have no reason to exist, Enar said with a cold tone as he crushed the divine soul of the Chaos God. He would never let the Chaos Gods gain more generals. Since the gods could not be his slaves, they did not need to exist. Chapter 276, The First Divine War 6. You ignorant, crazy, and insane bastard. A god screamed before being torn apart by Enar's enormous strength. The entire body of the divine being practically shattered around. Blood, organs, and pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Enar used his arm to wipe the bloodstain from his face and looked around. There were still living gods who did not try to fight, but tried to flee desperately. As long as they get out of the cage, they can save themselves, even if they become slaves. But how could Enar allow the ruinous powers of chaos to gain more powerful generals? He could not and would not let these gods who cause so much suffering, pain, and death to humans. Run until you're tired, let's play cat and mouse, you are the mice. Enar said as his sword made a sharp sound as it dragged on the ground. His armor had already been stained red. His hair was stuck to his face because of the dried blood. With every step he took, the ground was helpless as deep footprints were left behind. He didn't seem to be in a hurry and was enjoying the moment of slaughter. The gods had already deeply irritated him. How could he not want to enjoy the moment of revenge? On the battlefield, Enar stood amidst hundreds of shattered, cut, and broken bodies. From head to toe, his entire body was stained with blood. There was no part without blood, showing how brutal he was. There was no mercy, benevolence, only the purest feeling of violence. Enar took a deep breath of the smell of blood maliciously lingering in the air. It stank, a ferrous and slightly sweet smell because of the minimally deified divine blood. However, it still stank a lot, especially around hundreds of dead. However, Enar didn't seem happy, or rather, there was not even an emotion on his face. His eyes were focused entirely on the figure before him. A pale man wearing a particularly flashy red robe. It seemed that life, warmth, and kindness bowed around him. Enar never imagined that a god could actually come to the material world in his own body. It was something totally strange, as the world rejected the gods as they were too powerful and had to follow certain laws. What a massacre, you are as cruel as I expected, John, he said with a gentle, warm, and even affectionate tone towards Enar. But they deserve it, especially for causing so many deaths over hundreds of thousands of years. From a young man bedridden with ALS to an emperor with 3 beautiful wives and an adorable daughter. He continued speaking, remembering when he met the thin, fragile, but incomparably resilient man. Seeing the man he had become made Lawler feel very proud. Proud enough to make him boast when he returned to heaven and met his brothers and sisters again. Enar's eyes turned cold hearing him talk about his wife and daughter. An incredible murderous intent hung in the air. A deep, dark, and malicious darkness manifested in the air. Are you afraid I'll touch them? Lawler seemed genuinely confused by Enar's hostility. Don't fear, I would do them no harm, they are my greatest gift to you, who spent your whole life without a family by your side. The god's voice could not be warmer and gentler, like a sun at the end of an afternoon, a gentle and warm feeling. At the same time, they are your anchors so you don't get lost in this universe full of lonely darkness. As long as they live, you will do everything to ensure that your family can be safe and will never forget your purpose. Lawler. Enar greeted his patron, or rather, the avatar of his patron. The figure called Lawler was merely an avatar of the Omnipotent and Omniscient God. All malice seemed to disappear after the words of the Red God. Lawler seemed satisfied with this and showed a happy smile, like a child who received candy from an aunt on his birthday. I defeated the cold god, the avatar of anti-life. This galaxy will finally be free from the clutches of death, pain, and suffering. And with you in this galaxy it will be bathed in the warm glow of my father. Looking at the black sun in the sky, Lawler commented with a satisfied smile. Enar narrowed his eyes hearing this. He received a lot of information from Lawler's phrase. He discovered the enemy of the omniscient and omnipresent god, anti-life. By the name, Enar could imagine that it was a being that represented the counterpart of God, darkness, and probably the destroyer of life. You've always been very intelligent. Lawler commented with a smile, seeing Enar's expression. That was one of the reasons I recommended you to my father, even if you are not satisfied with my father's purposes. But it doesn't matter, my 150,000 years of work are finally finished and I can return to my father's arms," he said with a relaxed and happy tone, without any feeling of malice or deception. The Red God seemed genuinely happy at that moment. "By the way, my name is not Rulaller, it's Gabriel, the Red Archangel of War." Rulaller, or rather Gabriel, said with a happy and childlike smile on his face. Enar was genuinely surprised at this moment. He always thought that Rulaller was an avatar of the Omnipotent and Omniscient God, but it seemed that he was one of the archangels acting on behalf of the Creator himself. This surprised him. The plans he had to seal or even kill the avatar of the Omniscient and Omnipotent God seemed to disappear at the same instant. It made no sense to fight Gabriel, since he was not the Omnipotent and Omniscient God. "My father is too lazy to get involved in anything personally, he likes to spend his time with anything other than work," Gabriel said with an amused smile, remembering his father, a being who could be considered the strongest, but was incredibly lazy. Enar twisted his lips hearing Gabriel's words. He couldn't connect the figure he saw sitting on the throne that shone brighter than 1,000 suns to the figure Gabriel spoke of. However, as they say, you never know how your idol behaves behind the scenes. "Enar, my father gave me a gift and told me to give it to you, when you finally stop the evil gods," Gabriel said, handing him a flask containing a glowing turquoise liquid. "Water of life?" Enar seemed confused seeing the familiar liquid in the flask. He had already taken the water of life in Volantis, but he didn't think he could take another. "This is not the water of life, it is a divinity in liquid state," Gabriel corrected Enar with a smile as he handed the flask to Enar. "Just take it and the divinity itself will choose the most suitable priesthood for you." He patiently instructed Enar on the functionalities of the potion. "He knew you didn't want to become an archangel, so he sent this to you." Gabriel looked at Enar with a little dissatisfaction when he said this. In his eyes, Enar could have become his brother, but chose freedom instead of the embrace of the Heavenly Father. Enar nodded. He never wanted to be an archangel who had no free will. Gabriel might seem free, but he wasn't. Every thought, every heartbeat, every step he took was under the control of the Omnipotent and Omniscient God. How could Enar accept losing his own freedom for power, which he would eventually achieve after tens or hundreds of thousands of years of hard work? However, remembering that he wanted evil for the Omniscient and Omnipotent God, Enar seemed slightly embarrassed, which was rare. But the Creator's generosity was extraordinary. He was obviously conspiring against him, but the Creator still rewarded him. This made him feel many things. He presumed that his actions only made the Creator amused instead of really irritating him. Enar felt like he punched cotton, causing no damage to the enemy. He had to admit, it frustrated him slightly. But at the same time, Enar seemed to feel the mountain on his shoulders lighter. The pressure of such a powerful god was too great. Looking at the flask in his hand, Enar looked at Gabriel and said in a calm tone, "Tell him I appreciate the gift." Gabriel's smile widened hearing Enar's words. He felt that the boy was much calmer than before and did not treat him as an enemy or even harbor more resentment or hostility towards the Creator. If Enar could hear Gabriel's thoughts, he would be speechless. But as a mere mortal and a human, Enar harbored thoughts that the Creator God was conspiring against him at all times. Perhaps it was something natural for humans to always distrust those close to them or with good intentions. The human heart was perhaps the most distrustful of all beings in the known universe. "I'm leaving, John," Gabriel commented with a smile on his face, his body gradually transforming into red particles floating in the air. "I gave my blessing to your eldest daughter. She may be a little warlike because of it, but nothing too worrying." If Enar from the future could go back to the past, he would slap Gabriel's face for turning his adorable daughter into a true goddess of war. However, the present Enar did not know how many problems Gabriel's blessing could have in the future, and calmly looked at the archangel disappearing before him. When Gabriel finally disappeared, Enar cancelled the lightning cages and the hundreds of artificial suns quickly darkened due to lack of energy, but he didn't care at that moment. Without the power of the gods, the monsters gradually stopped being born and eventually began to spread uncontrollably throughout the world. At the same time, the sun, which was previously eternally dark, began to fade. The first ray of natural sunlight shone in the darkness, and soon after the second, the third. However, it was a slow process. Enar estimated that it would take 5 or 10 years for the sun to shine with its former splendor again. But this is the first step towards unification. Enar whispered in a calm tone. He knew that this is just the beginning. There were hundreds of foreign civilizations, gods, and chaos gods scattered throughout the universe. There was much work to be done and even more work to be done in the future. My emperor. The 6 primarchs approached Enar and looked at him with admiration and fanaticism. They could have killed 1 or 2 gods, but never hundreds. But the emperor had done it and had not even suffered any injury. Command your legions and kill all monsters still on the continent. Then occupy the cities and advance towards the eastern part of Essos. I want to unify the 2 continents in less than 20 years. Enar smiled and looked at his creations. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a calm tone, as if he had not just done something truly extraordinary. Yes, my emperor. The 6 primarchs replied as they pounded their chests with their fists, in a standard military salute of the Astartes army. Enar nodded and looked at the sun, which seemed immutable, but the gradual process of purification had already begun. Let's work, boys, he said with a smile. Chapter 277, Beginnings and Goodbyes. When Daenerys woke up, she sat naked in bed and saw an incredibly tall man beside her son's cradle. It was her husband. Getting out of bed, she walked naked and hugged Enar from behind, deforming her fuller breasts because of the pregnancy on his back. You seem thoughtful, husband, she said gently, enjoying the feeling of having his body so close to hers. Enar did not look at Daenerys and looked at the small baby sleeping peacefully in the cradle. It's nothing, I just wanted to see him, he said in a calm and relaxed tone. It had been a year since the deaths of the gods. This was the year 300 after the conquest, a very special date, on which his son was born. Daenerys stopped hugging him and stood beside him, looking at the baby sleeping in the cradle. She still couldn't believe that little being came out of her womb. Nature was truly incredible in every way. No matter how much I look at him, I don't feel any love for him, Daenerys said in a gentle tone, but there was no affection in her gaze when looking at her son. She couldn't love someone who was destined to betray them because of a cold, dead throne. I love him. Enar was the opposite. He truly loved Aegon. Perhaps it was his patriarchal side, but he really liked his first male child. Of course, this love would never outweigh his responsibilities. Alysanne was his heir and that wouldn't change, even if it was Aegon. However, Daenerys's response made him nod. Bringing Daenerys into the safety of his arms, he said in a gentle tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't love him, but treat him as a mother would, even if the chance is small. I don't want him to rebel in the end." Daenerys appreciated the warmth of his arms and nodded. She held his hand and gently kissed his hands with affection. After a while in silence, enjoying the moment between them, Daenerys asked in a calm tone, "Why not spare him this suffering? I can have more children for you." This was the only remnant of mercy she had for her son. She really didn't want to raise this filthy traitor. House Targaryen must always be united to face the dark times in the future. The chance of a second dance of dragons cannot happen under any circumstances. Dany, trying to prevent the future from happening, often makes that future happen. It's almost like a curse. No matter how much you try, destiny will always come true, especially if you go against it. Enar understood the implications in Daenerys's proposal, but instead of reprimanding her or getting angry, he advised his queen in a gentle and calm tone. Daenerys was silent for a moment, but nodded and asked in a slightly indifferent, even cold tone about her son's future. "What will you do if he rebels, husband?" "He will be a fundamental piece to kill one of the Chaos Gods," Enar said in a soft and gentle tone while gently kissing Daenerys's beautiful and soft hair. His hand wrapped around her slender and thin waist skillfully and firmly. Daenerys immediately understood Enar's words. Aegon was a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the right moment. If the boy did not betray House Targaryen, this bomb would never be activated, but if he did betray, Aegon's only possible fate was to serve as a prince and be sacrificed by his own father. Even if dead, at least Aegon would be remembered as a hero, instead of the greatest traitor of humanity, and preached as a bad example for all eternity, with his name eternally stained. A rather glorious fate for a traitor, she commented in a cold tone while delicately poking the adorable cheek of the still sleeping baby. He was adorable, he would be handsome like his father in the future. Unfortunately, he was destined to be a traitor. In the end, he is our son, we cannot let him be considered the greatest traitor of humanity. Enar said in a calm tone. This was his affection speaking. If it were anyone else, he would have done much more. However, since it was the son he loved deeply, he could not allow Aegon to die as a traitor. Outside the room, peeking through the crack in the door, 4-year-old Alysanne leaned against the wall and listened to everything in silence. Her eyes widened as tears welled up in her large purple eyes. She couldn't believe that her brother, who had just been born, would be the traitor who would make her family suffer. Clenching her small fists, Alysanne wiped the tears from her eyes with her wrist and promised herself that she would be a great sister to prevent Aegon from actually betraying House Targaryen. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid of her aunt Daenerys. Even as a child, she couldn't believe that a mother could kill her own son so coldly and indifferently. Although she understood that Aegon would betray House Targaryen, such a thing had not yet happened and it could be prevented. But her aunt didn't seem to care about that. The moment she learned that Aegon would betray House Targaryen, her aunt didn't even consider Aegon as her son, but as a stranger on the street. Taking a deep breath, Alysanne quickly returned to her room, but did not notice Enar's gaze on her back. You let her hear everything, Daenerys said in a calm tone. She's going to hate me now. She knows that your love is only for family and no one else. She may fear you, but she won't hate you. Enar corrected Daenerys with a smile. With their extremely sensitive senses, both could hear a fly's wings flapping thousands of meters away. Even if Alysanne wanted to, she couldn't hide their presence. Daenerys pouted, dissatisfied with his answer. She would still be treated differently, which didn't please her at all. Especially from her adorable niece, whom she truly loved deeply. Let's go to bed, Nerys has to be born soon. Picking Daenerys up in his arms, carrying her like a princess, Enar said in a gentle tone, changing the subject. Daenerys's cheeks turned red hearing the mention of her second child, a girl named Nerys. I'll give you as many children as you want, husband. Daenerys replied in a shy tone, making Enar laugh gently. Daenerys could be assertive at times, but was shy at some rare moments. Something he found incredibly adorable. While Enar and Daenerys reveled in the carnal pleasure of the flesh, Alysanne returned to her room and began to think about many things. She was so distracted that she didn't even notice her mother entering the room. Visenya looked at her daughter with a confused look. The room was all lit up, which should have been dark as it was already late for a child to sleep. Seeing her daughter's thoughtful, even solemn expression, Visenya sat on the bed and asked in a gentle tone, Is something bothering you, my adorable princess? Alysanne was startled by the sudden sound and looked at her mother with a surprised look, but she soon hid her expressions and dared not say what she had heard in Aunt Daenerys's room. She really didn't want anyone else to know about the fact that Aegon was destined to betray House Targaryen. She thought that just like Daenerys, her mother might hate and even take the life of her little brother. This was something she could not allow. Noticing this, Visenya's expression did not change, but she sighed tiredly. She didn't expect her daughter to already start hiding secrets from her. However, she did not try to unravel her daughter's secret. As long as it wasn't something that could harm her, she wanted to maintain her daughter's privacy, who was already too precocious for her age. I'm going to put out the candles and you have to go to sleep. Tomorrow you'll have classes with Great Uncle Aemon. Covering her daughter with the blanket, Visenya spoke in a gentle tone while gently kissing her daughter's forehead. Alysanne watched with a determined look as the candles went out and darkness covered the room. No matter what happens, I will bring you to the light side, Aegon. You will not fall to darkness. The girl promised in a strong tone. Chapter 278, Beginnings and Goodbyes 2. Enar entered the room holding a baby in his arms. The baby had dark skin and his mother's silver hair, but he had his father's eyes. It was Enar's third child, Aemon, the second imperial prince. Enar's purple eyes met the debilitated figure of an old man. He was lying on a luxurious bed worthy of a true prince. It was the former maester of Castle Black, Aemon, son of King Mikar I. When news arrived that Aemon's health was increasingly deteriorating, Enar did not hesitate to bring the old man back to the Red Keep. Enar. Seeing Enar's arrival, Aemon showed a weak and flaccid smile, but his eyes were brighter than ever. He was over 100 years old. Death seemed to affect him. I came to introduce you to my second son. Enar sat beside the head and showed the sleeping baby in his arms. Looking at the fragile old man before him, the emperor spoke in a calm tone. He is named Aemon in honor of a great and wise man I met when I was young. Aemon's lips trembled upon hearing Enar's words. He looked at the delicate baby in the young emperor's arms with an almost indescribable emotion on his face. There was happiness, love, and relief. I am just a foolish and blind old man, I deserve no honor. Aemon used his remaining strength to gently caress the cheek of the young life before him. There were tears in his eyes as he observed the baby's sweet and peaceful expression. That's not for you to decide. Enar replied with an arrogant and amused tone, making Aemon shake his head helplessly. Enar showed a serious look and spoke in a solemn tone. If you wish, I can heal you, even restore your youth. Aemon merely smiled and looked at the ceiling of his room with a nostalgic gaze and no reluctance to part with this world. I want to see Egg, I want to see my stern father, I want to see my sweet mother, I want to see our family, Enar. Enar frowned upon hearing the subtle refusal in the old man's words. However, he respected Aemon's choices. Looking at the old man in bed, he said in a gentle tone, I will grant you that wish, great uncle. Aemon showed a confused expression at Enar's words, but his eyes soon widened to the extreme upon seeing the figures appearing beside his bed. There were tears in his eyes as he saw everyone he knew appear before him again. Mikar I Targaryen, Diana Dane, Daeron Targaryen, Aerion Targaryen, Diella Targaryen, Aegon V Targaryen, Rhae Targaryen. Enar immediately embedded information about what was happening in these people's minds and brought consciousness to the material world. This showed that Enar could already affect the surrounding matter. Aemon's eyes scanned everyone present and focused on his father. The maester's voice came out trembling, but with a tone full of gentleness. Father, I did not bring dishonor to your name. Mikar looked at his son lying in bed with a hard, stern, but equally warm gaze. You arrogant brat, when did I tell you to do something to bring me honor? Although there was gentleness in his gaze, his voice came out harsh, arrogant, and even intimidating. Speak with more respect to your son. Mikar's wife, Diana Dane, looked at her husband with disapproval. She approached Aemon and held his fragile, thin hand with a look of pain and full of love. It's all right, mother, I would have given anything to hear my father scolding me again. Aemon looked at the beautiful woman beside his bed and acted like a child who had done something wrong and been caught red-handed. Oh, my sweet Aemon. Diana felt her eyes well up with tears as she looked at the debilitated figure in bed. What mother would want to see her son in that state? At least a mother who loved her own children would not wish such a sight upon any woman in the world. Brother, you are old. Aegon V, known as Egg, looked at his older brother and said with an amused tone. A sincere laugh escaped Aemon's lips. He looked at the figure of his younger brother and spoke in a gentle tone full of regret. I missed you, Egg. Even blind and old, I tried to avenge our family against the monsters who murdered them. I know, I am proud to have an older brother like you. Aegon V's tone trembled with emotion. Want some wine, Aemon? Daeron, Mikar and Diana's eldest son, known as Daeron the Drunkard, asked with a funny, casual, and amused tone. Can't you stop drinking even now? Diella, Mikar's daughter, commented with a helpless tone. Rhae also looked at her older brother with a helpless gaze. The older brother's title really suited him well. The entire family began to converse as they all gathered beside Aemon's bed, accompanying and laughing at every moment. No one spoke of his impending death, they just acted like a family. Enar silently left and let the family talk among themselves. Looking at the baby in his arms, he calmly whispered, You will be a counselor serving by my side in Alisand's. Do not dishonor the name I gave you, my dear son. The emperor returned to Rhaenys' room, where he found his queen, nursing another baby, a girl. Yes, Rhaenys had twins. Aemon and Daenerys. How was it? Rhaenys asked with a gentle tone. Perhaps having just given birth, she had an especially more mature and charming expression. Looking at her full and enormous breasts, Enar was sure that Aemon and Daenerys would not go without food for their entire baby lives. A family reuniting after a long time, I have never seen him so happy in his life. Handing Aemon to Rhaenys, Enar sat on the bed and kissed his wife's lips with a gentle and warm kiss. It seems he refused. Rhaenys said with a tone of regret, knowing that Aemon had refused Enar's offer to make him young again. Everyone has different goals and beliefs, he chose to accompany his family in death. Enar said in a calm tone, even knowing that Aemon's death would affect him, he had to be an emperor, and an emperor must remain calm and firm regardless of the occasion. Rhaenys sighed and looked at the twins nursing at each breast with a gentle and tender gaze. I heard Syrax laid some eggs, we will put the eggs in their cradles. Syrax had mated with Balerion and laid almost 9 eggs. It was the second lineage of dragons of House Targaryen. It could be said that all of Enar's sons and daughters would have dragon eggs, except Alysanne, who already had Tessarion. I have already chosen the eggs for Aemon and Daenerys, Enar said, caressing the sparse hair on his daughter's head. The girl was drinking her mother's milk as if she were afraid of anything she might eat the next day. Rhaenys nodded and did not get involved in this matter. She did not care about the color of the eggs, only if her twins received dragon eggs. For only then would her children be recognized as true Targaryens. They were just born and you are already thinking about their future, Enar said with an amused tone, guessing his queen's thoughts. It was so obvious that it was funny. Rhaenys pouted upon hearing his words and couldn't help but show an embarrassed look. I don't know when that happened either, but I already worry about these 2 brats all the time, she said in a soft and gentle tone, looking at the 2 babies feeding at her breasts. It's natural for a mother to worry about her children. There's nothing more natural than that. It shows that you truly love them, Enar said in a calm and tender tone, gently kissing Rhaenys' forehead. Rhaenys nodded and leaned on her husband as they talked softly, enjoying his presence. In the next 10 years we will be busy, Enar said in a gentle tone as he placed his hand on Rhaenys' waist, making her as comfortable as possible. It's a good thing you have 3 wives to help you, or you would never leave that office, Rhaenys said with a playful tone, making Enar smile. Yes, I am very lucky to have 3 wives willing to be my extraordinary queens, Enar replied with an equally playful tone, making Rhaenys raise her head with pride. Husband, Rhaenys said with a serious expression. When Aemon and Daenerys are old enough, I want to participate in the unification. Enar smiled and nodded. I will leave ET with you, he said, looking at Rhaenys' face, which was almost red with excitement at his words. Let me give you another child, my emperor. Rhaenys showed a seductive look and spoke in a husky and sexy whisper, which made Enar show an amused smile. If that's what my queen wants, who am I to dare against such a cruel request? Enar said, whispering in her ear, making Rhaenys shiver with goosebumps. If she weren't nursing, Rhaenys would have jumped on Enar and consummated the carnal act right then and there. Chapter 279, A Decade of Development, I. 310 AC, Imperial Capital King's Landing. If King's Landing was once considered merely a second-rate city with a population of 500,000, at this moment, the city was a true royal capital. The number of inhabitants reached over 1.5 million. The city had been expanding over the past 10 years and was still expanding further. What was most impressive was the gigantic castle occupying the entire Aegon's Hill. It was as if every brick was bleeding, staining them a deep and slightly dark shade of red. 10 impressive towers rose like spears piercing the sky. Churches could be seen in many places in the capital, true temples that worshipped the God-Emperor of humanity. The entire imperial capital possessed a religious aura that made you feel the magnificence of the gods. There were no crimes, and those who dared to commit any act against the sacred laws turned into skeletons in the Sardaukar pit. No one dared to blaspheme the city where the gods lived. At this moment in the Red Keep, 13-year-old Alysanne was behind a desk, handling simple state affairs. The girl analyzed the documents with a serious expression, like a small adult. Alysanne at 13 was definitely a young woman of great beauty, which she inherited from both her parents, Visenya and Enar. A rather tight red dress embraced her slender and tall body. Even at 13, she had an impressive height of 2 meters. To any ordinary person, she was a true giant. Her white hair was tied in an elegant bun while her inhumanly beautiful face showed a slight frown. Her white eyebrows furrowed with a certain disgust seeing the content of the document. Mother, I don't want to resolve the complaints of commoners, I want to resolve true state affairs. Throwing the document on her desk, Alysanne said, looking at the incredibly beautiful and tall woman comfortably lying on an extremely soft sofa. Visenya was about 3.5 meters tall. She was a true giant in every sense of the word. She was eating grapes with the help of maids, who barely reached her hip if she stood up. Visenya's lilac eyes stared at her daughter with an amused look. She accepted another grape from the maid and said lazily, "You are young and don't need to worry about getting involved in politics. I don't want to judge a fight between 2 farmers, especially when one farmer accuses the other of raping his sheep," Alysanne said with an irritated tone. She would 1,000 times rather judge a heinous crime than this disgusting case. When Visenya heard her daughter's words, she choked on the grape and started laughing, ignoring her image before the maids. Ha 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 ha. Visenya's unscrupulous laughter left Alysanne with clear helplessness stamped on her face. Although it was funny, she really didn't want to judge such a strange and disgusting case. After stopping laughing, Visenya looked at her daughter with a look full of tenderness and love. She took a grape respectfully offered by the maid and said softly, "There are no crimes in King's Landing, only cases that need judgment of this type of rivalries. I, my sister, and niece don't want to deal with such things, so it falls to you, your father's heir," she said with a lazy tone, not caring about her daughter's angry expression, who seemed betrayed hearing her words. Look on the bright side, you can familiarize yourself with humans and see how inconsistent they are. Seeing her daughter's expression, Visenya consoled her daughter with a false look of regret. How could Alysanne not know her mother? The imperial princess heir knew that the queen was lying and simply didn't want to get involved with such disgusting and boring judgments. Letting out a tired sigh, Alysanne picked up her stamp and simply stamped the document as fit for judgment. In the end, raping a sheep was still a crime of harming another person's property. I heard the new nobles are getting crazier and crazier. Alysanne asked curiously. The rumors of the death of the member of the old nobility faction were too big to be hidden, and the rumors were already circulating throughout the imperial capital. The new nobility was the faction of new nobles who did not possess fiefs but possessed titles. Titles that gave nobles a seat in the Imperium Parliament, where laws were managed by the noble houses. These nobles were born after the era of the Black Sun ended. All military personnel who had merits gained titles, even if minor. Although they had no fiefs, they possessed great wealth and created guilds to become even richer. The rise of the new nobility began when the Emperor of Humanity abolished the old nobility titles and took away the nobles' rights to possess large pieces of land, manage, create laws, and build large armies. Naturally, the old nobility did not accept such a thing and wanted to rebel against the Imperium, wanting to proclaim themselves small kingdoms, but such a rebellion ended at the beginning of the week and ended at the end of the week. All involved had their heads cut off, their titles revoked, and their castles became the property of the imperial crown. There was even a great house that rebelled, House Martell, which proclaimed itself king, but the reign of Doran II Martell lasted 3 days before the king of the sun and desert was imprisoned in his own chambers. On that day, Princess Ariane Martell ascended as governor of Dorne and Lady of Sunspear. At the same time, House Targaryen became the owner of all fiefs in Westeros. Even the 7 great houses no longer had the right to govern, only to administer the regions, and even then always accompanied by public officials, known as seneschals. After the old nobility lost their rights and powers, the new nobility had the chance to finally ascend, and in mere 10 years the two factions had the same strength, which was incredible. While the old nobility faction was led by the 7 great ducal houses, the new nobility faction was supported by the houses of counts and barons who had great wealth with the Western Guild of Trade and Wealth. The two factions deeply hated each other. While the old nobility faction despised these new nobles who had great wealth, the new nobles despised the old nobility for being remnants of the past era. However, for those in command of the Imperium like the 3 queens and the Emperor, this situation was very good. Both sides fought each other, weakening themselves while imperial power only grew over time. This was an old tactic, but it always worked. Because even if those involved knew that this was a conspiracy by the Emperor, they had to accept it, because only then could they have the power they wanted. Yes, Count Marlon killed the heir of House Meadows of Gressy Vale in a duel. Visenya naturally knew the reason for the death of Gressy Vale's heir and said with a tone full of interest, "Elwood Meadows' son deflowered Count Marlon's daughter, Carlotta." Alysanne listened to everything with an interested look. Gossip and scandals were always the greatest entertainment among the nobility. When she heard about the reason, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Who would have thought that the love between 2 young people from different factions would end in tragedy? At the same time, she admired the stupidity of Count Marlon's daughter, Carlotta. Obviously, Viscount Elwood's son was from the old nobility faction, but she still dared to do something like that. It was so stupid that the imperial princess couldn't believe such a person could exist. Was love so important that it would make someone betray their own family? Alysanne didn't know and didn't want to know. Love was not something she sought. Love was stupid and childish in her eyes. Such a thing was not necessary for the future empress of the Imperium of Humanity. Seeing her daughter's expression, Visenya knew Alisanne's thoughts. Over time, she understood why her husband chose Alisanne as his heir. The girl was cold and indifferent when making decisions. At the same time, Alisanne could even condemn a saint for the good of humanity. She only had the interests of her family and humanity itself in her eyes. Anything else was dispensable. This quality was something that even Visenya admired in her daughter. She herself could not judge something with indifference and coldness. "Your father will dine with all of us tonight. Don't forget to summon all your brothers and sisters," Visenya said with a slightly excited tone. She hadn't seen him for only 3 months. Her husband was too busy and spent long periods away. Alisanne's eyes lit up at her mother's words. She obviously loved the news that her father was returning. The news was so good that she started stamping the documents with a happier look. Chapter 280, A Decade of Development 2. Daenerys entered the dining hall and saw almost all the children, daughters, nephew and niece who were present. Her eyes almost immediately fell upon her son and daughter, Aegon and Nerys. Both were absolutely beautiful children, 10 and 9 years old respectively. Aegon had her hair and eyes, while Nerys possessed her father's characteristics, especially Enar's white gold hair. However, Daenerys calmly looked at Nerys, hiding the concern in her eyes. Unlike her brothers and sisters, Nerys seemed small and delicate, almost like an ordinary person. Such a thing would not be a problem in a normal family, but with House Targaryen this was absolutely abnormal. Especially when everyone related to the royal family was enormous. Even at such a tender age, Enar's sons and daughters were tall in stature. Little Nerys was absolutely abnormal among her brothers and sisters. As if feeling her mother's gaze, the small and delicate Nerys smiled as elegantly as a queen and as warmly as the sun itself. That smile made Daenerys's worried look dissipate as if it had never existed. Her daughter has that kind of power, being able to end any concern or even any conflict between Enar's sons and daughter. She was like a true angel in the mortal world. When Daenerys sat in one of the 4 main seats at the table, she heard the door open and saw her sister and niece enter, Visenya and Rhaenys. Both women and fellow queens were exquisitely dressed, obviously with intentions of seducing their husband to warm her lonely bed during the months Enar was away. "You both look beautiful, sister and niece." Daenerys greeted both with a sweet and elegant smile. As a mother of 2 children, she already exuded a mature and elegant aura with the dignity of a great queen. "Likewise, sister," Visenya said with a sweet and gentle tone. She didn't seem at all like the blood-covered Valkyrie on the battlefield. She wore a purple dress with gold details around her modest breasts. "You look stunning, Aunt," Rhaenys said, agreeing with Visenya's words. Daenerys wore a blood-red dress, simple and unadorned, but elegant and discreetly luxurious. The long sleeves branched like delicate branches around her arm, and at the end gently wrapped around the ring finger of each hand. The 3 queens sat side by side as they conversed pleasantly. If someone saw them, they would certainly be surprised, as the queens in public were political rivals, each leading one of Enar's court factions. In public, each would needle and conspire against the other, which was widely known by the subjects and vassals at court. But how could they know that such a thing was merely for the amusement of the 3 queens? Yes, the entire political scenario of the empire was merely for the amusement of the queens, who enjoyed controlling the nobles, politicians, and vassals. Of course, Enar asked for such a thing to happen. This not only helped to balance the powers in court, but also controlled the influence of the queens themselves, leaving them with equal status in everyone's eyes. "How is Nerys?" Rhaenys asked with a slightly worried tone. Nerys' appearance was concerning in her and Visenya's eyes. After all, with all of Enar's sons and daughters being large, only the girl was small. Visenya also looked at Daenerys with concern. Her niece had always been a worry among them. Since Enar hadn't said anything, they assumed something serious had happened to the girl. Still no indication of anything bad. She seems perfectly fine. Although not as strong as her brothers and sisters, it can be said that she has the strength of a normal adult. Daenerys whispered to both women, who nodded their heads. If it were before and a woman had that strength, she would be very famous, but at this moment in their eyes, who could tear down walls with their bare hands, such power was nothing. So Nerys' situation was concerning. "I just hope it's nothing serious," Rhaenys said with a sigh. She didn't want sweet and delicate Nerys to suffer any illness. Rhaenys' thoughts were the same as Daenerys's and Visenya's. No one wanted to see such a situation happen. How are your sons and daughters? Feeling the atmosphere too heavy for a family dinner, Daenerys changed the subject, looking at Enar's sons and daughters. Jaehaerys spends all day reading in the library. Visenya said with a helpless tone. He seems to feel more comfortable with books than with his own sister. Everyone understood the implication in Visenya's words. Daenerys looked at her sister and spoke with a curious and sarcastic tone. Enar allowed you to decide the marriage of his precious daughter? Of course not, but it doesn't hurt to try, but it seems my wishes won't come true. Visenya shrugged and spoke casually. She didn't really care if Alysanne married Jaehaerys, but simply liked how both could be the reincarnation of the good queen and the old king. However, they really weren't. Both had completely opposite personalities, so opposite that they were like fire and water. If they weren't brother and sister, they would hardly speak to each other without mocking each other. Rhaenys laughed at her sister's words and spoke with pride and tenderness. Aemon and Daenerys are inseparable, they will probably marry in the future. Daenerys and Visenya looked at both dark-skinned, silver-haired children. They seemed comfortable near each other. Even at this moment, both whispered to each other while laughing at each other's words. It's really quite likely they'll marry. Visenya agreed with Rhaenys' words. Aemon and Daenerys really looked like a small couple. Perhaps in the eyes of other people it was just a healthy coexistence between brother and sister, but in House Targaryen such a thing was informative. They only talk about dragons and nothing else. Rhaenys said with a smile. As someone who loved dragons, she could understand her. Son and daughter's desire. Is Aegon doing well? Visenya asked, looking at the tall, handsome, and princely boy. He seemed like the perfect prince and heir in the eyes of many people. In the eyes of these people, Enar was just waiting for Aegon to come of age to make him heir, but the three queens knew that Enar would never change his mind. Alysanne always was and would be Enar's legitimate heir, regardless of what Aegon did. Such a thing would never change. The reason for Visenya's question was simple, to ask if Aegon had already accepted his fate or made small moves. Neither Visenya nor Rhaenys monitored Aegon out of respect for Daenerys. Daenerys remained silent for a moment. Her gaze was calm. She picked up the goblet containing water and drank a little, before answering with an emotionless tone. He is making small moves, always showing the best image of himself to the maids, servants, and nobles he sees during parliament sessions. A sigh escaped Visenya's lips. This was evolving into a fight for the throne, something she and no one wanted to see. I wanted to talk to him, but Enar said he would talk to Aegon alone, a sincere conversation between father and son. Placing the goblet containing water on the table, Daenerys said with a calm tone. Her eyes contained no trace of love or affection when she mentioned Aegon, as if she were talking to a complete stranger. Who put these ideas into Aegon's mind? Did he think of being emperor on his own? Rhaenys asked, her tone slightly cold and murderous. Princes and princesses usually couldn't leave the Red Keep, only when they went to visit their respective dragons. So it was quite unlikely that Aegon would come into contact with ambitious nobles, even being monitored by the Emperor's daughters, the espionage and assassination organization that Daenerys commanded. No one made up his mind. It's his nature to be a traitor. Daenerys said with a sarcastic and disdainful tone towards her eldest son. But perhaps it was because everyone treats him with respect, especially the nobles. Visenya and Rhaenys looked at Daenerys. Both noticed the faint murderous intent in her words. This didn't bother them, but the target of Daenerys's murderous intent made both queens look at their companion with a solemn gaze. Daenerys's murderous intent targeted 10-year-old Aegon himself. He's a child, Dany. Your son, your flesh and blood. Visenya emphasized her words in a slightly louder tone, but no one but them really heard. And? Daenerys calmly looked at Visenya as if she had said the most obvious thing in the world. He is and will be a traitor. Instead of wasting time loving such a person, it's better to treat him as a stranger. Just like you wanted to do with the supposed Aegon VI. She added, looking at Rhaenys with a calm tone, as if talking about the murder of her own son wasn't really a big deal. This is different, Daenerys. He's a child. There's time for him to change. Rhaenys said with a worried tone. She really feared that Daenerys would kill Aegon while he was sleeping. With her time power, no one would even notice anything. I know you love him, but he is destined to betray our family. Don't get too attached to him or you will suffer when he is discarded. Daenerys did not mention Aegon's murder again, but warned her fellow queens. Daenerys believed Aegon's words and only gave the child the affection he wanted, but never truly loved him. Not when he was sure to be sacrificed as a weapon against the gods of chaos. There was no point in wasting time with a traitorous and dead person, even if such a person was really her son. Daenerys was different. She truly loved the child, for the girl would never betray House Targaryen. Visenya and Rhaenys looked at each other, but did not continue the subject, but promised they would talk to Enar in the future. They didn't want to wake up and find that Aegon had suddenly died.